Welcome to Larkhall. It's event 5 for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. It's time for IAME, Honda and Bambino. Who's going to shine here in the Scottish Hills? Let's go racing to find out. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Larkhall for the Wera Tools British Kart Championship, and it's the second part of the day. We've just had our lunch break here, and I have to say, the first 4 races that we had earlier on, Tom, was absolutely fantastic. Again, joining me in the commentary box, Tom Butterworth. How are you finding your first 4 races for the British Kart Championship?
Loving it so far. Fantastic action all the way through every single class from front to back of the grid. It's been brilliant. Really enjoying myself here, and the weather is definitely helping.
Oh, the weather is definitely helping. Again, let's have a look at the circuit again. If you are unfamiliar with the Larkhall circuit, location, of course, Scotland, a few miles south of the city of Glasgow, 1,140 metres in length, 7 corners in total. May look like more like 7 corners, but we count the main ones out there. 31 feet of elevation, of course, that's from the lowest part of the circuit to the highest part of the circuit here. It does dip down quite a lot at the turn 2 sort of dogleg section out there as well. And like you just mentioned, the weather, absolutely beautiful still. A few scattered clouds in the sky, but no chance of rain today, and lovely warm conditions. The sunglasses are on, the shirts are out, the legs are out as well.
Absolutely. Up here they call it tops off weather.
Oh, excellent. It's a little bit of breeze, 5 mile an hour breeze. You can see the flags fluttering in the breeze here at Larkhall. Again, let's have another look at the schedule again for what's coming up a little bit later on today, of course. 11:30, that was our first few races of the day before our break. Those races absolutely fantastic, as we saw as well. After the break, this is where we are now. So 20 past 1, we'll be starting again with the Junior X30 for the Heat 2. It will be Group A and C for their Heat 2, so some new drivers that we'll see out there. Then IAME Cadet for their Heat 2, that's a little later on, with the Senior X30 and Mini X30 rounding out their Heat 2s. Then we go in towards the Honda Cadet, their Heat 1, and Bambino's their Heat 1 as well. They had qualifying earlier on as well, so they are just in the scrutineering bay, getting everything sorted out and deliberating, of course, the race or qualifying results for that one, so we'll get to that a little bit later on today. Then we go into Junior X30 for their Heat 3, and then we go into the finals. It's IAME Cadet finals starting at 3:15, and then Senior X30, Mini X30 final taken to the track at 4:15. Race 14 of the weekend. Then Junior X30 for their final. Of course, they've got split up into 2 groups, and then Honda Cadet for their Heat 2 to round out the day at 5:15 this afternoon. Then the rest of the heats and everything like that will be later on today. And again, I messed this up last time because I called the wrong driver out. But of course, Driver of the Day award goes out every weekend to a specific driver. You've got it up in front of me. Thank you very much. Yes, of course. And last time out at Kim Bolton, we had Jesse Phillips take the Driver of the Day award. Here's what he had to say. Jesse Phillips, Wera Tools Driver of the Day from Kim Bolton. A great feeling for you, it must be, after a very challenging weekend of racing.
Yeah, it was a tough weekend. At the start of the weekend, we were hoping for a good result because the first round wasn't too well, and then in the end it did turn out to be well, and then even better when we got this trophy.
It's a marvellous trophy, isn't it? And of course, coming accompanied with a toolbox as well, worth quite a bit. And yeah, it must be a great feeling for you, and of course, family as well.
Yeah, I hope my mechanic will like the tools and stuff, and yeah, it was a great weekend, and hopefully Larkhall and next round, or yeah, and hopefully they'll be good as well.
Excellent, of course. A very challenging weekend here. Weather's looking good for Larkhall as well, but yeah, are we looking forward to the weekend?
Yeah, hopefully, yeah, British is going to hopefully go well.
Excellent, excellent. Well, lovely. You can pop that trophy on the mantelpiece now. It can be pride of place in the centre there.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
Excellent stuff. Well, our driver of the day from Kimbolton, Jesse Phillips, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you to Jesse Phillips there, who was our driver of the day from Kimbolton, and we will take you on board with a lap around Larkhall. DJ, you going to talk us over this one?
I will, Tom. Let's talk around this lap of Larkhall again. Fabulous circuit, 1,140 metres in length, 7 corners just south of the city of Glasgow, and I have to say this is one of the fastest tracks I've ever done a lap around, so I went out the corporate carts earlier on in the week. Here we go then, on board there, here with the 51 of Matthew Hyde, and in towards turn number 1 again, very fast through here, double apex sort of thing. You kind of avoid the first apex, you go quite wide, then you switch it back, loads of curb on that inside, don't run out too wide, then bring it back. Now you're down this next main straight, it's the heavy braking zone of the boot section. New part of the track was put in around early 2019. The track itself built in the late 60s, it was. So, and many an F1 driver has been here, of course, and potentially future F1 drivers here. In towards the second sector, then we come down the round of the right-hander, very fast through here again, clipping that apex, not running out too wide, back onto the infield straight. Then we come into this little kink here. Again, it comes very, very fast for you, and you do pick up a bit of that rear wheel. The rear wheel kicks up into the braking zone, so you have to be very careful, unsettles the car quite quickly. In towards sector 3 then we go, and then it's round the NASCAR style corner, the banking here at Larkhall. You go hit the apex early, then you wash it out wide, get the momentum down the hill, but watch out, it's very, very bumpy through there. Round the penultimate corner we go then, very fast round here, flat out through this section, and then heavy braking again into the final corner. You come through here, the right first, then switching it to the left, quick direction changes onto the brakes, and then back to the right again, getting it round the last corner to finish the lap here at Larkhall. Well then, as that grid tells you, it's time for Junior X30 Race 5, Heat number 2 of the weekend. And you can see them there on the dummy grid, lined up, ready to get themselves going. And now the weather here, like we were saying, very warm. The sun is bearing down, so it must be quite tough on the drivers, I suspect.
Absolutely. Making sure that they stay hydrated, getting the right fluids into them, and making sure they have, we've just had a brief break, but making sure they take on some more food and some more fuel, both in terms of kart fuel and human fuel as well, to keep them going throughout the day and make sure they get the right sustenance inside them. Lots and lots of water as well, because it is roasty toasty up here.
It is indeed. Well then, let's have a look then at the grid for race number 5, Heat 2 for Junior X30. Archie Walker starting on pole position, the 91 plate, alongside with Harry Burgoyne Jr. He took the race win earlier on in his first heat. Then it's Fionn McLaughlin starting on the second row with Connor Duncan. Now, Connor did receive a 5-second time penalty, incorrectly positioned front fairing. So there you go, those no-cone penalties coming thick and fast. Sam Shaw for Premium Karting, the number 7, is on the third row of the grid with Kanato Lee alongside Brandon Carr and Harvey Ryby rounding out row number 4. Aidan Lynn and Matthew Hyde, the 51, of course. Thank you for Matthew Hyde providing his onboard lap there for us, with Aidan Lynn as well. Charlie Rippin, Daniel Ginchard, hopefully looking for a better finish this time around for our championship leader. Finley Harrison, Joseph Rippin, Oliver Algieri. Then it is Gabriel Stilp, Michael Rapsey, James Barty, Harry Cottrell, Reese Lomax, Jack Cox, Sienna Gordon, Mackay Singh, and Kian Gohill round out the grid of 22 karts here for Junior X30 Heat number 2, Group A and C. Last couple of corners to go, and we will hopefully... Let's see if we can try to get a green start first time this time, shall we?
Fingers crossed. We're 4 for 4 on the day so far, so fingers crossed we can get this one going to break that chain first time around.
Again, if you are joining us on the stream, please do get your comments in. Let us know who you are supporting. Again, we would like to know who you are supporting. Please do get your comments in. Here we go then at the front, the 91, you can just see there, checking his steering wheels is Archie Walker. Have a good chat with his dad in there, Chaos Boy. He always likes to give us the footage for his onboard laps. He always has a camera on when he goes for his practice sessions, which is very handy if we do need one.
Absolutely.
Out of the final corner we go. Are we going green this time? It is...
No.
Is it?
Yes.
I haven't seen the green flag come up yet, but there's no false start flag, so I'm going to assume that we are. In towards the boot section we go. Bit of dust in the background. There is a car off as well, so I can't see who that is who's gone off. But we have lost a cut from that, and it is formation start, so it was a false start. Very late call for the false start, but a false start has Connor. It was the 50 and the 54.
Michael Rapsey and Joseph Rippin.
I'm very glad you spotted that because my timing screen on my laptop has frozen, so bear with me.
Oh, and the 33 having a good look at the rear axle as well. The 33 of Finley Harrison had a good look down at his left-hand rear wheel. Possible bent axle. We've got the 22 as well of, who is the 22? Charlie Rippin, with a few hand gestures as well as they reform up onto the grid. Yes, so chaotic start, or rather chaotic false start for the Junior X30s Heat 2. Hopefully we can get going again. So 5 for 5.
5 for 5 on that
one.
The run
continues.
The run of false starts has continued.
At some point, the O has to go.
Well, yeah. Let's see whether or not we can do it. But the good thing is that we have managed to get the race start going the second time around each time.
Yes.
So let's hopefully we can continue.
We're 5 for 5 on that streak.
We're 5 for 5 on that one, aren't we? Yeah. Let's hope we can get a clean start this time around.
Here we go.
So into the final corner. Out they go into the tram lines. Green flag is out. Here we go then. In towards turn 1, side by side. Looks like a good start from the front row. You can see the 91 of Archie Walker breaks away. Clean start from him. Look over the shoulder for the 29 as well. Finn McLaughlin again looks to try and go down the inside, but it's carnage at the dog leg because everyone, it's 5 wide, but it looks like everyone has got through cleanly still.
Someone found a gap there and certainly went for it. He's definitely a racing driver.
Oh yeah, definitely.
There was a gap up the inside. Whether he was going to make the corner or not was an entirely different question.
Into we go, the infield hairpin there. There we go, getting a little wide out of the hairpin was Fionn McLaughlin. Gets back into position. You can see there the 68 as well of Burgoyne Jr., who won his first race earlier on today, looking to potentially take another race win on this one, still in third place. As they go into the final corner now, the Concertina effect kicks in. Down the inside there goes the 41 of Connor Duncan. He had a penalty last time out. He's looking to replicate his finishing positions earlier on, but they go through now. Good start still.
So your top 10 over the line was Walker, McLaughlin, Burgoyne Jr., Duncan, Shaw, Carr, Canato, Lee, Ribby, Grinchard and Oliver Algieri round out your top 10.
At the moment, so 6 minutes 40 seconds left, plus that one additional lap down the main straight. There is Connor Duncan on your screens at home. You can just see there under pressure from the number 7 of Sam Shaw for Fusion Motorsport just behind. Down the inside there, though, goes the 71 of Harvey Ryby for BMR. Gets down the inside and takes that one position there, moving up a position. Oh, the 30 though gets nerfed out slightly wide there. Brandon Carr under pressure. Now 3 wide out the exit of the banking section. Everyone slots in because that's a Dan Holland racing car, I believe. No, it could be of Oliver Algieri. It was indeed, who managed to get through as well. So as they cross the line, everyone getting through turn 1 nice and cleanly this time. No contact as we go into the braking zone. So, like you say, Archie Walker leading the way at the moment. Clear now by 1.3 seconds from Fionn McLaughlin. Harry Burgoyne Jr. in third. Then it's Connor Duncan, Sam Shaw, Canato Lee, Harvey Ryby, Dan Ginchard up 4 places. In 8th place, the championship leader looking to get some few more places. Olivier Algieri in 9th place. Then it's Charlie Rippin, Aidan Lynn in 11th, Brandon Carr, Rapsey, Lomax, Harrison. Then it's Hyde, Cottrell, Cox, Barty, Stilp, Singh, Rippin, Gohill and Gordon. 24 out of 24 still running despite the 2 cuts going off earlier on.
And Burgoyne applying huge amounts of pressure to McLaughlin, set the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap. This time it goes to Connor Duncan as they come across the stripe for Red Waft Racing in 4th place. Connor Duncan now closing up
Indeed. So,
onto the back of the well, 2nd and 3rd, because Archie Walker has checked out by 1.2 seconds, and there it is, in fact, confirmation of that fastest lap of the race from Connor Duncan.
Indeed, on your screens, 5 minutes plus that one additional lap then as we go. You can just see Sam Shaw all over the back of Duncan as they go into the braking zone of the hairpin. Again, the 68, just the concertina effect keeps kicking in between that top 4. So you've got your race leader at the moment, Archie Walker. He's kind of checked out at the moment, looking comfortable for our driver out there.
Very similar to what Burgoyne did in heat number 1.
Yeah, very similar to that one, of course. They were all scrapping for second place, weren't they, that they managed to break away. Down the inside there, though, goes Burgoyne Jr. on McLaughlin, moves up into P2. Great move, that one, because that's very sketchy through there because it's very fast, and Duncan follows as well. So Duncan now into the boot section, moves up into P3. So that's a great overtake from him. And also, again, fastest lap of the race, 50.540 for the Scottish driver.
McLaughlin dropping 2 places in 2 corners there. We'll see what he's got left in the tank. See whether he can come back and get back through to second. But very much looks like Archie Walker checking out at the front of the field now. You can see clear daylight, 1.1 seconds, although Burgoyne was quicker on the previous lap. So we'll see what Burgoyne's now got to try and bridge the gap and maybe bring the other 2 or 3 karts behind him with him.
Well, you got to remember as well that Duncan as well, he's setting fastest lap after fastest lap out there, closing in on Walker. We'll have to keep an eye on what happens because, again, with just over 3 minutes to go, plus that 1 lap, there is still plenty of time to close that gap. It is now 1 second now is the gap between second and first place. So that gap is very slowly but surely is closing down.
Absolutely. Just over a second, as you say. Oliver Algieri setting the fastest lap of the race. Olivier, sorry. I do apologise. Olivier Algieri in 9th place, setting the fastest lap of the race there, and is right behind championship leader Dan Ginchard at the moment, so in good company.
Oh yes, indeed, very good company. 3 minutes plus that 1 additional lap. Down the inside goes Connor Duncan on the 68 of Burgoyne Jr. Duncan now moving back up into... Oh, actually, has he just taken the lead there, actually?
No, he's just taken second.
No, he's taken second, hasn't he? Yes. My apologies.
And he brought McLaughlin with him as well.
He did indeed, yes. So in towards turn 1. Oh, Sam Shaw. He was sure that move was going to come across.
It was a late lunge, but it paid off.
It did indeed pay off. There we go. He moves up another position as well. So the Strawberry Racing driver of Harry Burgoyne Jr. has now dropped down in towards P5. Update on the gap at the front, though. Archie Walker still leading the way. The gap has gone down now to less than a second. 0.8 of a second is the gap now between Connor Duncan and Archie Walker in the lead. 2.5 minutes plus that 1 lap to go. It's going to get very close at the end of this race, I suspect.
Absolutely. Duncan and Burgoyne roughly lapping 1.5 quicker than Walker up at the front of their race at the moment.
Here's a look back, further back. That's Dan Ginchard's 49 in 7th place. He's got company of Olivier Algieri with Kanato Lee and Charlie Rippon as well. Those 4 drivers having a very close scrap as they whiz past the start-finish box. Now on your screens, in towards turn number 1 they go. And again, nice close racing between these drivers.
Purple sector 1 for Connor Duncan on the previous lap as well, so really is getting the hammer down now.
I'll have to keep an eye on it. Again, the gap hasn't closed down that much. It still has closed down, but only by a hundredth or so. So the gap very slowly coming down. Ginchard then leading the front of this pack. Of course, your championship leader at the moment. Currently running comfortable. He's opened up a bit of breathing space between the drivers who are behind him. Here's back at the front pack as well with 1 minute 20 to go. Duncan leading the group of second place. Beyond McLaughlin for Fusion Motorsport, the Irish driver down the inside into the final corner, gets that job done, moves back up into the lead, but Duncan responds straight away, back down the inside at turn number 1. Now, they don't want to be doing this. They want to be working together to close that gap up. There's only a minute to go. Oh, Fion tries to go back down the inside there. Almost gets his nose cone wiped off, but of course this is allowing Sam Shaw to now get back onto this group here, and he's now closing that battle. Down the back straight they go. 50 seconds left on the time. Sam Shaw down the inside at the turn 5 hairpin, or the turn 5 corner. Goes down the inside, defensive into the infield hairpin. McLaughlin can't carry on contact, or not contact, side to side, I should say. I've been told off for saying that, haven't I? But there we go, we'll say that. But yeah, as they exit out of the hairpin there, bit of side to side jostling. A little bit of rubbling. Yeah, bit of side to side jostling there as they go through, but everyone gets through cleanly. Well, let's have a look what they look like as they cross the line. So it's Walker, Duncan, Shaw, McLaughlin, Burgoyne Jr., Ryby, Algieri, Ginchard, Rippin, Lee, Lynn, Carr, Rapsey, Hyde, Lomax, Harrison, Cox, Stilt, Singh, Barty. Then it is Rippin, then Gohill, Gordon and Cottrell rounding out the order at the moment. All karts still on circuit.
Yes, indeed, and we are about to get our last lap board out as well come the end of this lap. So it looks like Walker's got a big enough gap at the moment, 6/10 of a second, 7/10 of a second as they come through sector 3. 7/10 of a second, so it looks like barring any misfortunes, it looks like Walker's going to take this one.
It does indeed look that way. As you say, last lap board comes out this time around then for Archie Walker for KR Sport. He rounds the first corner. He's got a clear gap now of 6/10 of a second, or just under 7/10 of a second into the braking zone of the boot section. Duncan not able to close in enough of that gap, but Sam Shaw there still in third place, looking comfortable at the moment. McLaughlin there still in fourth place.
Well, we say that, but Duncan's just taken 3/10 of a second out of Archie Walker just through sector 1.
He has indeed. You can see it here. Into the hairpin they go. That gap visibly has closed up, but only a couple more corners to go. Into the banking section we go for Archie Walker. Ginchard with a warning flag as well for the 49 as they exit out through the banking. Down the hill they go. Through the S's section, Reese Lomax with a warning flag also into the final corner. There's nothing Duncan can do. Archie Walker will take heat number 2. Duncan crosses the line in second with Sam Shaw, Fionn McLaughlin, Harry Burgoyne Jr., Harvey Ryby, then Dan Ginchard crosses in 7th place, Charlie Rippin, Olivia Algieri, I should say, Aidan Lynn, Michael Rapsey, Brandon Carr, Kanato Lee, Matthew Hyde, Finley Harrison, Mackay Singh, then it's Reese Lomax, Gabriel Stilp, James Barty, Joseph Rippin, Jack Cox, Kean Gohill, I should say, Sienna Gordon, and Harry Cottrell crosses the line now to round out 24 out of 24 for heat number 2. Of course, all pending Paul Klassen.
Absolutely. Yes, fantastic action throughout the field again in Junior X30 heat number 2, as that noise was DJ screwing up the grid.
Technical way of doing it.
Yes, and binning that particular race. And that, in fact, admin, I shall cross off that heat from our schedule as well, so that we can quickly see where we're at through the day.
Exactly that. There are the pending race results on your screen there for heat number 2 for Junior Rotax, race 5 of the weekend.
Junior X30.
Oh, it is Junior X. What did I say?
Rotax, but it's okay.
Sorry,
well, I'll
Junior
not pick
X30.
Up on it. Don't worry, I won't mention
No, well done. We all make mistakes, don't we?
Absolutely.
So there we go. Junior X30 final, or heat 2, just finished. Now it's time for the very busy, very hectic IAME Cadets. Indeed, IAME Cadets will be making their way out onto the circuit in just a moment. A very busy grid, 30 karts in total. Here's how they're going to be gridding up for heat number 2. Okay, I've been told not yet. So we'll look back at the race results for heat number 1 then. So we did have a few penalties in the last one. Ben Smith got a nose cone penalty. Archie Lovett also nose cone penalty. Kanish Rao nose cone penalty as well. Finley Buck with a penalty as well, and Ethan Woodward also with a penalty as well. So a fair few penalties in that last race, but nonetheless it was a good race for Scotsman and local lad Zach Drummond, finishing on that front row after 10 laps, with Lewis Rell as well alongside Oliver Road Motorsport. Great result for him in second place. Roman Kamyav as well for Fusion, a third place finish. He came 4 positions from that one, from his original starting point. So yeah, great race for Roman. Noah Wolf, 9 places in his last race, and of course he's got a busy old day because he was out earlier in the break with the Honda Cadets as well. But he's back in the IAME Cadets now, and here is how they look for the first race, or the second race. Jesse Phillips on pole position with Lewis Werrell, then it's William Murtagh, Jensen Graham alongside as well. Then it is Ashton Sharp, Kit Bolowski, Roman Kamyav and Henry Domain, Zach Drummond, Noah Baglin, Jacob Ashcroft, Daniel Sofroneya, Noah Wolf, Harrison Mackey, Zach Green, Ben Smith, Morgan Moore, George Edgar, then it's Sky Parker, Ethan Woodward, Finley Buck, Henry Carter, Archie Lovett, Cooper Snedden, Joseph Murphy, Cameron McPhee, Finn McDermott, Kanishk Rao, Harley Mask, and Jensen Ackerman rounding out the grid of 30 strong karts. Deep breath.
Well done, DJ. That's why you're the professional here.
Am I? No, I'm not.
That was very well done, very quickly done. And we will see our cadets lining up into side-by-side 2x2 formation, Noah's Ark formation coming round. But it does look like they've had a very quick outlap, and it doesn't look like we're going to get going this lap again, I'm afraid. But we shall see as they come across the line.
You never know. These IAME Cadet drivers, they're very resourceful.
Well, yeah, but they are very spread out at the moment. I believe this is going to be a no-go, but we shall see as they come across the line.
It's a false start.
And there we go. Slow it down, kids.
I know, Nigel Edwards again on the start-finish box saying, no, not happy with that one.
6 for 6.
6 for 6 on the false start here.
Sort it out. Just go a bit slower, guys and girls.
Yeah, there we go. But so we'll try again for their race start for heat number 2 for the IAME Cadets. Of course, only one group of drivers in the IAME Cadet class. And, of course, overall championship standings, Zach Drummond leading the way at the moment, 367 points from George Edgar. And, of course, with their previous race finishing results, very close between those. Where did George Edgar come in that last race? He came 11th place in his first heat, so he's struggled a bit in that first race, but of course we'll keep a very close eye on him. He's a very quick driver, nonetheless, out there on the track.
Yes, looking forward to this one. This looks a little bit better. Very much line astern now. The guys and girls coming round the final corner. So it looks like we are about to get going, although early acceleration again. And we are green.
It is green flag, and where we go in towards turn number 1 again, side by side. Watch out for anyone getting nerfed off wide. Oh, I say it, there it happens. The number 6 goes off wide. It's Lewis Werrell. Yeah, Oliver Roller Motorsport, Lewis Werrell. Oh, and there's a couple of Fusion karts tiptoeing, bouncing around on the grass as they exit turn number 1, but everyone gets back onto the track, and it looks like everyone, albeit changing of a few positions, gets round the first few corners cleanly.
Yes, indeed, as usual, a lively start to the cadet heat number 2. Fusion Motorsport, Oliver Rowland Motorsport, heavily represented here in the IAME Cadets, as we look at them going 3 wide, sometimes even 4 wide, coming out of hairpin number 1.
Into the banking they go. Again, side by side. I saw one of the karts absolutely clout the inside curb at the infield hairpin there. It looked impeccably painful, but there we go. It gets round it still into the final corner, and let's have a look how they line up then past the line. Jesse Phillips leading the way from Drummond, Sharp, Kamyab, Graham, Murtagh. Then it's Wolf, Baglin, Domain, Ashcroft. That's your top 10. Then it's Kit Bolofsky, Lewis Werrell, Zach Green, Morgan Moore, George Edgar, Harrison Mackey. That's the top 16. Ben Smith, Sky Parker, Daniel Sofroneya, and Henry Carter round out the top 20 positions out there at the moment.
And it was Sofroneya, Carter and Snedden who were going 3 wide over the line as well.
There we go. So here we go then into the number 6. There is the recovering number 6, Lewis Werrell for Oliver Rowland Motorsport, getting back up a few positions after running wide out of turn 1 on lap 1. Through the infield hairpin they go, and it is still the 26 of Jesse Phillips, but under immense pressure from Zach Drummond. That number 5 won his first race earlier on, and looking to replicate that here today. Now into the final corner they go. Drummond down the inside at the final corner, but here on your screens there again you can see the racing in the midfield pack there. All 3 wide again as they go through. Very close.
And Drummond has taken the lead off camera, so we have Drummond now leading from Phillips, but they have got a nice gap in front of Aston Sharp and Roman Kamyab, Graham Murtagh, Wolf, Baglin and Domain. And Lewis Werrell now rounding out your top 10.
Indeed, but here with the race leaders at the moment as they go through, absolutely nose to tail for these 2. Now you'll see this between them. They're going to work together, use all of those 8 wheels, nose to tail, to break away from this big main pack, because what they don't want is in the latter part of this race, if they're scrapping all the way through, for that big angry pack of karts to then slowly close that gap up and come through. But here it's side by side and nose to tail, and the 20 of the 55 of Roman Kamyab managed to get past Ashton Sharp. Jensen Graham also tried to go down the inside of Ashton Sharp through the hairpin. They all swap back into position now as they cross the line again. Drummond still leading from Phillips. Kamyab now into 3rd place, and it's Sharp, Murtagh, Graham, Wolf and Domain as they stand, as they cross the line. The main pack again, everyone else slotting through. Good starts all the way through the field at the moment because there's close battles up and down. But Zach Drummond again, the number 5, fastest lap of the race, 58.09.
Also biggest mover of the race so far as well, up 8 positions as well, and he certainly can't make up anymore, so that will be the absolute most he can make up in this race, but very well done to him, making up 8 positions already and taking the lead and the fastest lap.
Just saw there Murtaugh going defensive from Jensen Graham into the fast right-hander. Everyone again slotting into position. A bit of side-by-side action in the midfield pack as well into the braking zone. You can see there the 44. Daniel Sofrenea, yeah, with Ben Smith side-by-side.
Harrison Mackie as well, taking advantage there as well, going through.
It was indeed. So as they exit round the final corner, again, no position changing there. There's the 53 on your screens. That Green, the privateer driver, up 2 positions from his starting spot. Currently running in P13 at the moment.
We've had Lewis Werrell for Oliver Rowland Motorsport has set the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap with a 57.90.
Good pace there from Werrell. As again, we see here lots of action now. We're seeing Ashton Sharp, Roman Kamyab on your screen, absolutely nose to tail. Now those two have slightly broken away from the main pack as well. They're going to be working together to try and close that gap up. So you've got Fusion Motorsport and Oliver Rowland Motorsport, who are first and second at the moment with Drummond and Phillips. They're going to become frenemies in this one to work together and pull away. But then you've got the 2 teammates of Kamyab and Sharp, 2 Fusion drivers who are going to work very well together to close that gap up. 3 minutes plus that 1 additional lap left. It could go either way.
Yes, indeed it could, and really looking forward to the end of this one. But as you say, these 2 are working together at the moment to break the toe behind and pull away. So it is going to come down to a last lap action here at Larkhall for Heat 2 of IAME Cadets. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go, plus 1 lap.
Always remember that plus 1 lap. I almost forgot it earlier as well, don't worry. There we go. Through they go, onto the infield straight, into the hairpin. No positions gained. Again, we're in the limbo mode. They're going to wait until the last minute to start doing those overtakes, because we give them a bit of time. They want to open that gap up. What is the gap that they've got? It's about 1.7 seconds is the gap that Drummond and Phillips have got to the 2 Fusion drivers of Kamyab and Sharp behind. We'll keep an eye on that as they next cross the line. We'll get an idea of whether or not it's working or not working. It was 1.7, they crossed the line. It's 2.1 seconds is the gap now, so, or 1.9 as you can see it on your screen. So there we go. So they're actually falling behind. The front 2 there are actually working very well together and are pulling away from the main pack.
Zach Drummond again with fastest lap of the race at 57.8 now, moving clear. And bringing Jessica Phillips along for the ride as well. So yes, as you say, working together, nose to tail, one pushing the other along, and then the one in front then pulling the one behind up again and giving them a little push along and working together in that slipstream. Fantastic teamwork from non-teammates.
Yeah, the frenemies are working well together.
Frenemies, I like that. That's a great word.
1 minute 20 seconds to go then, plus that 1 additional lap, and we're looking here at the 27 of Jensen Graham, who's trying to go down the inside of Murtaugh. Can he do it? He doesn't. He stays behind. I think he's gone behind the 6-7 of Domain as well. So yeah, he's moved down a position there. As you see, the number 6 at the front of this pack, that's Lewis Werrell, and then it's William Murtaugh, Henry Domain, Jensen Graham and Jacob Ashcroft. They're in kind of their own little battle there on your screen.
All 30 karts still running at the moment as well, which is great to see.
It is indeed, and of course from that previous race we did see lots of position changes as well. Henry Domain had a great race last time around, and again he's showing that here. He's in 8th place at the moment in that sort of main pack of karts that you can see whizzing around this track, but yeah, working very strongly together. A little wide was the 55 or the 55 of Kamyab there out of the corner, and there you go, down the inside goes Kamyab, forcing Ashton Sharp a little wide out of the corner. Noah Wolf getting in this toss and tail as well as they go into the final corner. Out they go, back onto the start finish straight, and it's all kicking off in this mid-pack as well. The timer, it will be last lap board out this time, so keep a very close eye on what happens at the front, because Drummond and Phillips are still absolutely nose to tail, and so is the rest of the pack.
Yes, absolutely, and we just caught a glimpse there of Noah Wolf with his Lando Norris, well, believe it's a Lando Norris-inspired helmet as well, the fluorescent yellow.
Oh, design really on that one, yeah.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's a very nice little, but you can't miss it.
No, that's what I was trying to say, yes, it's very distinctive, very bright, and certainly helps us out in the commentary. And there he goes, up the inside.
Yep, up the inside of the infield hairpin, gets past Aston Sharp.
And Aston Sharp pushed out wide as well. I'm not sure whether he was actually pushed or whether he momentarily lost grip, lost traction, and off he went.
Yeah, down a few positions, but the timer strucketh 0, and last lap board comes out then for our front 2 drivers. Here we go then, Zach Drummond and Phillips. Who's going to get the checker flag this time around? Out of turn number 1, it's absolutely nose to tail. Into the boot they go, defensive goes Drummond. And then Phillips tries to go around the outside here, can't quite do it, slots back into position as they exit now out of the dogleg onto the back straight now. It starts the long run all the way down, slipstream crucial here, but it looks like Drummond got a much better exit out of the dogleg because that gap has opened up slightly. Into the braking zone then they go of turn number 3, and again Drummond holding on to that one, still in front but with a little bit of an advantage. Into the braking zone of the infield hairpin. Everyone getting through cleanly. Oh, but look at that. Phillips really closed the gap up there into that hairpin. Is he going to go for a lunge here? Drummond again, very defensive. Into the hairpin they go. Holding on to that outside line then. It's going to be a repeat of what we saw earlier on. He's going to have to hug that inside line into the final corner. Absolutely nose to tail here into the final corner. Phillips tries to go the long way round the outside here. Can't quite do it across the line. Drummond takes a second win of the day in IAME Cadet. Phillips, then Noah Wolf up now into P3 across the line with Kamyab, Werrell, Murtagh, Sharp, Domain, Graham, Ashcroft rounding out the top 10.
Yes, fantastic defensive driving there from Zach Drummond as well. Knew exactly where to position the car, right on the white line, coming into the final corner, and then a chop across the bows as they came into the right-left kink before the final turn. Just gave Jesse Phillips nowhere to go and no room to come through. So, yes, fantastic driving from Zach Drummond to take his second heat of the day.
Indeed, his second win of the day, of course, pending Paul Klassen. He went through quite a few drivers there. There are your provisional race results, of course. We've done the top 10. Kit Bolosky there in 11th place. Morgan Moore finishing in 12th place for the young Irish driver. Noah Baglin finished in 13th place, just in front of Harrison Mackie. Then it was George Edgar, Zach Green, Ben Smith, Henry Carter, Daniel Sofronair, Archie Lovett, Ethan Woodward, Sky Parker, Kanish Rao. Then it's Finley Buck, McDermott, sorry, get it out. Flynn McDermott, there we go, that's the name. Josh Murphy, Cooper Snedden, then it's Cameron McPhee, Harley Musk, and Jensen Ackerman rounding out. 30 karts started the race, 30 karts finished the race.
Brilliant.
Very good from IAME Cadet there that we see there.
So just an update on the socials. We've got FlyKai555 has said, hi everyone. Hello, FlyKai. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're enjoying the coverage.
Indeed. Well, that was a busy grid. Now we come to an also very busy grid. It's now time for Senior X30. So, Senior X30 will be taking to the track in just a moment for their second heat. Again, one group of drivers for this one. And again, only a couple of penalties in that last one. And they were all nose cone penalties, as you can imagine.
Okay.
But, yeah, so they went out to Oscar Joyce, Lewis Johnson-Cool, and Gary Edwards, all with those 3 nose cone penalties in that one. Here's how they're going to line up then for their second heat of the day. Darryl De Leon again on that front row with Harry Platten alongside Guy Cunnington, and then Sam Heading on row number 2. Thomas Fleming for Dan Holland Racing and Marcus Littlewood alongside championship leader 75 Clayton Ravenscroft with Thomas Turner on row number 4. Archie Tillett and Aaron Walker on row number 5. Then it's Lewis Gilbert, Gus Lawrence, Caden McQueen and Alessandro Serenetti on row number 7. Theo McCorus, Lewis Mackey, Joseph Taylor and Jamie Rogers round out row number 9. And Brad Purnell and Daniel Butterworth round out the top 20. Then it's Oliver Greetham, Caleb Marshall, Thomas Wood, Ben Higgins, Casper Scusa, Tyler Reed, Gary Edwards, Connor Clifford, Alex Moody, Lewis Johnson-Cool. Then it's Adam Fitzgerald, JP Sleater, Oscar Joyce and Ben Watson.
Yes, indeed, and Daniel Butterworth, no relation.
Again, no relation, between yourself and the driver out there.
No relation at all, but do hope he goes well.
No, exactly that. Ravenscroft took the win on the first race with Guy Cunnington in second place, Darren de Leon in third at the end of that one. Let's see what they can do this time around, and please, can we get a green flag first time around, please, drivers?
Well, they are going very slowly out the back section of the circuit here, so fingers crossed the O will go this time. Let's see. They are gridded up very nicely here. Noah's Ark 2x2. Let's see them come around the final corner. It looks like we could be getting ready to go.
Is it going to be a green flag this time around? It is. Green flag first time. We broke the streak in towards turn one. 3 wide this time as they go through. But amazingly, they all stay on the circuit. They go into the break. Oh, no, I say that. I said too soon. One of the cuts has gone off. It looks like one of the
69.
Is it Vision or is it Chaos
It's Jamie
Sports?
Rogers.
Jamie Rogers, Chaos Sports. Jamie Rogers off very fast into the barriers. He has got back onto the track, albeit he has broke the barriers slightly, so they'll need to be repaired. But a good start from the rest of the field into the braking zone of turn number 3 and back into the infield section. 7.5 minutes plus the 1 additional lap to go. We're only at the midfield section of lap 1 yet. Into the hairpin. Good stuff from them. The race leader, though, still. Darrell de Leon holding on to that one as they go through. He's opened up a bit of a gap from the rest of the pack just behind him. I believe that's Harry Platten still in second place for Dan Holden Racing. No, it could be Thomas Fleming, the number 8. It is Thomas Fleming. What a start!
Yes, fantastic for Thomas Fleming, up 3 places already. So your top 10 over the line for lap 1 is de Leon, Fleming, Cunnington, Platten, Heading, Tillett, Walker, Littlewood, McQueen and Gilbert.
There we go, good stuff from there. There, the number 6 you can see on your screen. Caden McQueen didn't have the best race finishes in the first one, but he's looking strong in this one now because he's up into P7, looking very strong. He's got Archie Tillett just in front of him as well, so he's going to want to make sure he gets past that one ASAP. 6.5 minutes into the hairpin again we go. A couple of side-by-sides, looked like the 23. Or it could have been the 29. No, it was Lewis Mackey for Fusion Motorsport down the inside, gets another position, moves up 1 place. And there on your screen, the number 5, ooh, the 96 going side by side as well. Serenetti there with Gus Lawrence. Yeah. Into the final corner again. So, calm start then for the main pack, because here is where all the action is. It's from the number 20, I think it was, or the
29, I think, of Lewis Gilbert.
I think you could be correct, yes. In 9th place, we've got 2 little main battles at the moment at the front. You can just see there, they whiz past. Yeah, there is the 29 there of Lewis Gilbert. He's got a bit of a train forming behind him with the number 12, Marcus Littlewood, right behind him for the Jade Racing team. Again, had a good start earlier on. Where did they finish earlier? Marcus Littlewood finished 7th place in the last one as well. So, you know, he's had a good old race in this one, or a good weekend so far.
Lots of drivers having a half look, which actually meant that they all went line astern up the inside into the final hairpin, or the penultimate hairpin, should we say, of Larkhall.
Yes, indeed. Through turn number 1 they go. Very fast through here. Proper commitment from the drivers. Like I say, I went out in the corporate cuts earlier on in the week, and I was flat out through turn 1. Much slower speeds than what these drivers were doing. I can't imagine how terrifying it is.
Much slower than I went, apparently, as well, DJ. But let's not rub that in, shall we?
We don't need to talk about that, do we? 5 minutes plus the 1 additional lap going. So it is now Thomas Fleming who is leading the way from Harry Platten. Darrell de Leon now into 3rd place. Sam Heading in 4th. Guy Cunnington into 5th place with Archie Tillett as well alongside. That battle of drivers is going round into the penultimate corner now.
That was Sam Heading and Guy Cunnington overtaking Darrell de Leon for 3rd place overall.
It was indeed. So across the line, Fleming now leading the way from Platten, Heading, Cunnington, de Leon, Tillett, McQueen, Walker, Gilbert, Littlewood, Lawrence, Turner, McCurris, then it's Serenetti, Taylor, Ravenscroft, Mackey, Higgins, Marshall, Pennell, Greetham, Butterworth, no relation, Wood, Reed, Moody, Edwards, Johnson, Cool, Clifford, Joyce, Sleater, Rogers, Watson and Fitzgerald. Still got all 33 karts out on track.
And just while you were reading that through, we had Caden McQueen setting the fastest lap of the race as well with a 49.78.
Nicely done, Caden McQueen. Looking like he's got some pace out there. Down the inside goes the 52
That's
of
Cunnington.
Yeah, on Heading. moves up now into P number 3.
And much like the previous lap, De Leon following him through. So it looks like if you get up the inside of the NASCAR banked hairpin there, you can actually lose 2 spots if you don't play it right.
There we go. NASCAR hairpin slingshot maneuver. That's what we see. Down the inside, though, the 14 of Daryl DeLeon on Cunnington gets that job back. Again, Thomas Fleming in the front pack, leading the way. Fastest lap of the race, 49.770, responds to Caden McQueen's quickest time. In towards then turn number 3, they go very fast through here. There is Caden McQueen on your screen in 6th place. He's got those 2 Strawberry Racing carts just in front of him. So he's
it's a 5-car battle for 3rd place now as well, and there goes McQueen up the inside. So, that was robustly defended, wasn't it?
It was indeed, yeah. Got the job done, but had to stay behind.
Sam Heading.
Less than 3 minutes to go now across the line, plus that 1 additional lap. Here, back at the front, you could just see. Oh, I say, it's getting very close between Fleming and Platten. I have to say, there's a whisker between the 2 of them, I will say.
Nose to tail, I think they will be by the end of this lap. Platten getting a good slipstream now from Fleming, and that's brought him right along very quickly. And they've gapped De Leon behind Cunnington, Heading and McQueen. And even Archie Tillett is now getting involved in that battle for 3rd place.
They have indeed. So the fact that Thomas Fleming is setting the fastest up of the race, he's not the fastest out on circuit, because down the inside goes Platten. Tried to get the move done into the NASCAR hairpin, can't quite do it. Has slotted back now in towards 2nd place. Round the final corner they go across the start-finish line.
McQueen had a half move up the inside as well there of Cunnington, and it actually cost him a place to Archie Tillett in the end.
It did. Now Tillett just got in front of him there and has just said, you know, let's think, okay, yes, you lost a place there, but let's work together, let's close that gap up and try catch up to the main pack. There's less than 2 minutes to go, so they're nearing that sort of time where we're going to start to see those last lap lunges, of course, all the way around the circuit as they whiz past our camera here. Again, Caden McQueen there, just a bit of a no man's land at the moment. Is like he's not losing places, but he's not gaining them at this point in time as well. Still very close here at the front, though, because Fleming, still leading the way for Dan Holland Racing, has got Platten in the BMR cart right behind him still as they go through. Then the rest of the pack go through. Darren DeLeon still there in 3rd place. He's again just a little further behind. He's got a bit of breathing space in front of him and behind him, but he's got Heading, Cunnington, Tillett and McQueen still very, very close there.
Yeah, we saw De Leon put it on pole in time qualifying, but hasn't actually been able to replicate that in the races so far today. We'll see if he can get anything sorted for Heat 3. I mean, still on the podium, not a bad result at all, but was definitely the quickest in time qualifying. As we see Theo Makuris set the fastest lap of the race, down in 12th place at the moment, but is in a battle for 10th, which that 10th place battle goes all the way down to 33rd. That group, so very close action.
It is very close action all the way through the field here. Here's a look further back. That's the 96 of Alessandro Serenetti on your screen. He's got the close company of Mackie, Higgins and Pennell behind him. But that is a big group of drivers that he's got to defend from as they go round the final corner. All action here at the front, though, because defensive did go Fleming there, and now he's under massive pressure from Platten, who has closed up right behind him, heading with the fastest lap of the race. But here up front, you can see there, defensive goes Fleming in towards the turn 3 corner. Out they go there, run slightly wider than Platten. Platten's got a good opportunity here to go round the long way here. Tries to get the switchback move here. Now he's on the inside into this next kink, but can't hold on to it. Slots back in behind. All the meanwhile, Darren DeLay on the number 14 is closing out. Oh, whoa, that lunge came from a different postcode. Where did that come from? Down the inside of Platten goes De Leon.
He must have heard me be critical of his race pace because he was right there immediately. As soon as I'd said it, he closed right up onto the tail of the front 2 and immediately wasted no time. Moved straight into 2nd place and now sets about Thomas Fleming for the lead on the final lap of the race.
Great driving from there that you can see again. The number 3 of Platten going defensive because now he's got Sam Heading for Strawberry Racing all over his rear bumper trying to get past as well. Down the back straight they go, and again very close racing.
Half a lap ago Platten was going for the lead and now he's worried about being off the podium.
I know, it's dramatic stuff of course, in this heat race for them. Of course, podiums come later in the finals, but again, now the 52 of Guy Cunnington is trying to get past Sam Heading as well. The two teammates from Strawberry Racing have got to be very careful here. Here's Caden McQueen as well, but it is final lap, of course, that we are on, and it is still Fleming who's leading into the final corner. Darryl De Leon, though, he had pulled the pin. He's tried to get past. He can't do it, or can he? Across the line, very, very close, but Fleming takes the win from De Leon. Platten crosses in third place from Sam Heading. Caden McQueen crosses in 5th of 8 positions. Great result for him. Guy Cunnington, Archie Tillett, Aaron Walker, Lewis Gilbert, and Gus Lawrence round out the top 10.
So was it De Leon just biding his time, looking after his tyres perhaps, due to the temperatures?
So. You never know.
Because he was almost nowhere. Although he was in third, he was a good way back from the front two. They had the slight little battle, and boom, he was there and straight up the inside.
Yeah, it was a great overtake, wasn't it?
It was, in fact, and to be honest with you, I was mildly critical of his pace, of his race pace that I was. He certainly proved me wrong, so well done, Darryl De Leon.
There's a look at the pending Paul Klassen race results on your screen. Of course, we've gone through the top 10. Thomas Turner finishing in 11th. Theo Makuris, he had the fastest lap earlier on, finishes in 12th place. Then it's Marcus Littlewood, Clayton Ravenscroft, Alessandro Serenetti, Lewis Mackey, Joseph Taylor, Caleb Marshall, Oliver Greetham, Ben Higgins, Brad Pinnell. Then it's Alex Moody, Tyler Reed, Thomas Wood, rounding out the top 24 for ST Racing. Then it's Daniel Butterworth, again, no relation, Connor Clifford, Jamie Rogers, JP Sleater, Oscar Joyce, Ben Watson, Adam Fitzgerald, Lewis Johnson-Cool, and Gary Edwards, rounding out the 33 karts. Like I said, all 33 karts started. And we actually had 34 karts, so it was so big I didn't see it. Casper Scusa was actually a retirement in that race, so I didn't spot him. Finishing in 34th, a big shame for Casper, because he's a very quick driver indeed. Well, an excellent finish then for the senior X30 for their second heat. They'll be back out a little bit later on, but in our meantime, of course, the championship being graciously sponsored by the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Let's have a look at some of their products. Well, a great look there at, of course, the products from Wera Tools, and we can't thank Wera Tools enough, of course, for sponsoring this year's British Kart Championship. They have provided a great deal of support, of course. With the Driver of the Day, you get the chance of winning a lovely trophy, of course, which we saw a new breed of that one that Jesse Phillips won. And, of course, a £2,500 toolkit as well that can go to the Driver of the Day after every weekend. So, again, huge support from themselves as well. So we do thank them dearly for their support. But now it's time for Mini X30, and it's their second heat of the day. The one grid of this one, Macaulay Bishop earlier on, he won the race with Eden Spanswick alongside the two PM Mark drivers, the 68 and the 69. Again, very easy to spot which one is which because they've got very similar number and identical karts, and of course I think they've got the same coloured helmets still. Here's a look then at the grid for heat number 2 then. Here's how they're going to line up. Macaulay Bishop on the front row with Henry Jocelyn alongside Jack Hobson and Lewis Bird on row number 2. Eden Spanswick and Cameron Pratt-Thompson on row number 3 with Wesley Swain and Leo Robinson, the Algerian driver. Great result for him earlier on. Fred Green, Thomas Behrman, Tommy Harfield and Rylan Eschberg round out row number 6. Ashton Wiggins, Jack Cunningham and Aidan Hassan on row 7. Aidan Hassan on row 8 with Thomas Cucurullo on row 8. Isaac Phelps, Taylor Orridge, Joey Brown and Brandon Truman round out row number 10. And rounding out the grid of 21 karts, Charlie Morrison-Jones.
So really looking forward to this one. Mini X30s. Looks like they are gridding up quite nicely, although they are going a lot quicker than the seniors were at this point of the track. So we will see if they can back it down, and we will get going first time. Only one race has gone first time so far today.
Yeah, please don't break that streak. There we go. They close up now, albeit they are still a bit spread out at the back. Come on, slow it down into the final corner. Bunch up. There we go. That's looking good. Are we going green this time?
Green flag!
It is, yes. Green flag. Away we go in towards turn 1 again. Good start then from the front of the field because Macaulay Bishop breaking away already into the braking zone of turn number 1. Defensive again. Down the inside goes the number 10 and Lewis Bird. Slots back into position and then it's 3 wide at the background as well. The 64 there in the middle of it. Aidan Hassan had Cucurullo and Cunningham alongside as well. So in towards, out of there they go. Down the back straight, and there on your screen, the 35 Isaac Phelps, Jay's Racing team there, looking strong and closing the gap.
Looks like Hobson made his way up to second. We've got the 54 and the 12 have gone off there, off circuit. I'm just trying to...
Charlie Morrison-Jones, who went off for Jade Racing team at turn number 3, which is a shame.
It definitely was a 54, but I'm not seeing it on timing. Sure, we'll see when they come over the line, because they will be the last 2, I believe, on circuit.
There we go. Out of the final quarter then they go across the line. Here's how they line up then after the first lap. Macaulay Bishop, Jack Hobson, Henry Jocelyn, Spanswick, then it's Lewis Bird, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, then it's Wesley Swain, Fred Green, Leo Robinson. As well as they go through, that is the top 9. Tommy Harfield, then it's Thomas Behrman, Jack Cunningham, Ashton Wiggins, Rylan Eschberg, then it's Orridge, Brown, Phelps, Truman, Cucurullo Yeomans, Hassan and Morrison-Jones. That's how they lined up there. The 26 down the inside though of the 69. Henry Jocelyn getting back at Eden Spanswick after he did get alongside again at turn number 2 and fights back because he's down the inside at the infield hairpin.
3 overtakes in 3 corners for these two, and back again, or having a look around the outside, is the 10 of Lewis Bird.
Yeah, he tried to also follow Spanswick through, but couldn't quite follow the move. Who's that who's just shot through? Was that the number 8 of Wesley Swain? I saw it was indeed Wesley Swain moving up a couple of positions as well, just behind this group. 6 minutes plus that 1 additional lap. They go down the infield straight towards the boot section. Ooh, little nose to tail through there. The concertina effect closing in, but everyone getting through. Down the back straight they go. So Bishop leading from Jack Hobson. They're a kind of 1-2 separated. They've kind of got an open bit of clear air between them. All down the inside goes the number 10 of Lewis Bird on Wesley Swain. Says thank you very much, I'll take that one. Oh, and a bit of more side by side action there. 5-second time penalty for Charlie Morris-Jones, who's down in 21st place and also receiving a 5-second time penalty for his troubles as well.
Yes, I think that was the right-hand kink. Turn 3, are we calling that?
Yes.
Yes, through there. Very, very tricky right-hander as well, especially when you're 3 wide on the first lap. Very tricky corner to get right, and we see drivers running really wide there out of the final corner. That's the 66 of Taylor Orridge going up the inside of the 19 of Jack Cunningham.
Yeah, that was just after Cunningham had said, think about it, let's work together. Oh, missing the braking zone is the 74. Oh, dear me, that's Joey Brown for ST Racing. Missed the braking zone into the boot section. Thread the eye of a needle through the pack and has come to a stop on the outside of the corner. I'm not sure if he's got going again, but we'll have to keep a very close eye on that one. But he has gone right to the back of the grid.
And that was Wiggins overtaking Brown as well through that tricky right-hander that we've said. And what we haven't pointed out so far today at all, DJ, is actually that... Oh, hang on, who have we got here? The 57.
57 in the middle of the track.
That's Ashton Wiggins, and I said he'd just taken a place as well. So must have carried on into the hairpin and then lost it on the way out.
There we go. That's a disaster there for Ashton Wiggins. But yeah, he's got back going now, albeit a little bit further behind where he was originally placed.
So as they come up to this boot section, what I was saying there is just as we're about to come through this boot section, then there's the right-hand kink, and then there's the left-hand hairpin. Now, that left-hand hairpin is actually uphill as the apex.
Yes, it is.
So there's a bump and a kink coming into it, which unsettles the car, under braking. Very, very tricky section to get right. Very, very tricky into this hairpin coming up right now, and then they turn uphill through the corner.
They do.
There
indeed.
it is.
There it is on your screens. Yeah, the uphill section now. Then it flattens out. Then it's back uphill again. Then it's back downhill again through this section. So there's a lot of up and downs, undulation changes here.
Because of that uphill, with it being such a slow corner, that's the slowest corner on the track as well. It's all about the bottom end of the engine to get out of that corner as fast as you possibly can.
Indeed. Right, so now 3.5 minutes to go. Bishop leading the way, but the 69 of Eden Spanswick is back up into second place. But has got the train of karts behind him. So it's PMR in first, second and third with Macaulay Bishop, Eden Spanswick and Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Great running from them so far in this Mini X30 race. Henry Jocelyn is still there in fourth place. Then it's Jack Hobson, Lewis Berg, Wesley Swain and Leo Robinson in eighth place. Tommy Harfield and Thomas Behrman round out the top 10. They're all in one big group alongside with the 11th place driver of Taylor Orridge for Croc Promotion. So they are all slotting into position at the moment. All bit of side-by-side action there. The number 6 of Hobson dives down the inside of the 26 of Henry Jocelyn as they go through. So that is another position gained. But Henry comes straight back at him and says, back down the inside I go. And all that meanwhile, that's now allowing these drivers at the front to break away. But he comes back. Look at this. Oh, boys, calm down. That's 3 overtakes very quickly, isn't it? Line astern, nose to tail. Here we go into the boot section.
This is normally last lap action, but there's still 2.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go here in Mini X30 Heat 2.
Tommy Harfield, fastest lap of the race at the moment. 51.820 for him. Currently in 9th place at the moment on track for KR Sport.
And 0.3 of a second quicker than our leader on the previous lap.
I have to say, yeah, that is correct. You just saw there the number of 10.
Whoa, touch in there. There was a big touch between the 10 and the 26. That's Bird and Hobson. Sorry, Jocelyn and Bird. And they were jostling for position.
They were indeed, yeah, jostling for position there. Under 2 minutes to go, round the final corner. And again, all running slightly wide out of that final corner now. Get a very rough, heavy curve there. So, how's the gap looking? Bishop checked out. Cameron Pratt-Thompson is now moved up into second place. Who's this on your screen? The 26 there of Jocelyn is under real pressure from Leo Robinson as well. I think as they go through, Leo Robinson actually managed to get past. Now he said, right, hand up, thank you very much, let's go, let's chase him down, because here comes all the number 8 as well of Wesley Swain is trying to follow his teammate through. Does he successfully do so? I think he does, albeit now he's opened up a bit of a gap. So they have managed to get past, so now those two teammates are going to work together to try and close that gap, but I think they've left it a little too late as the 66 dives down the inside. Taylor Ulrich on Tommy Harfield, getting that job done into the banking section.
That'll be 9 places made up so far this race for Taylor Ulrich, so flying through the field. Up into 9th place now, and indeed 9 places made up. If only he had another 9, he had enough time to make up another 9, he would be in the lead of this heat.
Well, yeah, exactly. Quick maths there. Quick maths, there we go. Less than a minute to go then, plus that 1 additional lap. And how's that gap looking at the front? Because, like I say, Macaulay Bishop has checked out at the moment. He's cleared by 1.6 seconds. He's going into the hairpin now. Then it's the 2 other PMR drivers who are closed nose to tail. Cameron Pratt-Thompson, Eden Spanswick. Then it is Jack Hobson and Leo Robinson who are wanting to close in. Or Jack Hobson's kind of on his own. He's in a bit of a no man's land there in 4th place. Then you've got the 4 karts just behind, starting with Leo Robinson, Wesley Swain, Henry Jocelyn and Tommy Harfield, who are line astern. So again, this race bit spread out at the moment, but I suspect when we go in, there'll be a close battle for second place.
There we go. Up the inside is the 11 on the 8. So that's Tommy Harfield on Wesley Swan. Lovely move through the entry into turn 1, which of course we count that triple apex as just 1 corner here at Larkhall. A little bit similar to turn 8 at Istanbul. Only it's 3 apexes rather than 4.
Rather than 4.
But it's just left.
It is, yeah.
And it's a brilliant section of corners, as you well know, having driven the circuit.
Well, yeah, exactly that. So, as we go through, the timer strikes 0. Your race leader, Macaulay Bishop, 1.4 seconds in the lead at the moment. But it's all getting very close for second place, I have to say. Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Eden Spanswick very close across the line. Final lap board comes out. And here we go. They are on your screen now, the 33 and the 69. Two PMR drivers, of course. Two teammates. I don't expect we'll see anything from them, but will that happen? Will it not?
What's the ultimate rule of being a teammate, DJ?
Take him out.
Quite the opposite. Quite the opposite.
I say it is quite the opposite. Yeah, you don't take out your teammate. That is the golden rule #1. You just don't do it. There's Hobson. There is Leo Robinson as well, just slotting into shot there. Into the final call, into the final section we go. There is your race leader, Macaulay Bishop. Again, that gap still around 1.2 seconds. They have closed that gap up slightly. I think Macaulay's just bringing it home now. Doesn't need to push too hard and make a potential mistake. He comes around the final corner, and he is going to take the checkered flag. It's 2 for 2 for Macaulay Bishop. Cameron Pratt-Thompson crosses in second place. Eden Spanswick crossing in third. Jack Hobson in fourth. Leo Robinson in fourth. And then the long train crosses the line. That was 7th all the way back to 12th. Tommy Harfield, Wesley Swain, Thomas Behrman, Henry Jocelyn, and Taylor Orridge. That is the top 10 as they cross the line. Taylor Orridge, like you said, up 8 positions from his original starting point out there. Great result, though, for Macaulay Bishop, last year's IAME Cadet champion, and now looking very strong at this Larkhall weekend.
Yes, indeed, and once again, just short of 47 miles per hour average lap speed around here.
There is your race results. Of course, we've done the top 10. Lewis Bird in 11th place with Thomas Cucurullo-Yeoman in 12th place for Croc Promotion. 13th place, Isaac Phelps, Rylan Eschberg in 14th place with Jack Cunningham, Aidan Hassan, Freddie Green, Joey Brown, Charlie Morrison-Jones. He did get a 5-second time penalty though, so that will put him in 20th place. So he moves down a couple of positions, or just one position. Brandon Truman and Ashton Wiggins rounding out the 21 kart grid. Well then, that was an exciting Mini X30 race from them, but now it's time for the Heat 1 now, because up next it's going to be the 4-strokes. It's time for Honda Cadet.
And we're into my wheelhouse now, DJ. 4-stroke engines.
Oh, yes.
Very much more my comfort zone.
We do like 4-stroke engines, don't we?
We do, but we love the smell of 2-stroke so much more.
I do love the smell of a 2-stroke engine early in the morning.
There is nothing quite like it. When you get to the track, they're doing practice, and you open the door to the car and get that waft of 2-stroke. There genuinely is nothing like it in this world.
There's a beautiful shot there on your screens of the distance. We'll say we're quite up high here. I'm not sure what town that is in the distance, but could be Motherwell. That's very close by.
Could even be Larkhall itself.
It could be Larkhall itself. You've got the mountains in the background here. Lovely Scotland. This is my first time at Larkhall. My first time in Scotland as well, I will say.
Is it?
It is my first time in Scotland.
Well, welcome. As a semi-local, I can welcome you to the region, to the country.
Thank you very much. I feel very welcome here. Like I say, we went out for a meal in Glasgow the other night, didn't we? And it was very good. They took a very suspicious photo of us. It's quite.
We wondered what they were doing.
We wondered what they were doing. But yeah, it looked like out of the three of us, myself, you, and the producer James, it looked like only James was enjoying himself with a smile.
No, but we had a fantastic meal out here, and Glasgow has been very welcoming to all of us, especially myself. I've lived up here for about 15 months now, and yes, love being up here. When the sun is shining, it really is possibly the most gorgeous part of the world.
Probably you could be correct. Now though, it's time for the Rumble in the Jungle, because the Honda Cadets are going to be coming out in just a moment. The qualifying results from said Honda Cadets. Joshua Graham for Ambition Motorsport, he was the fastest driver out there. Lewis Islin was the second fastest driver at the end of qualifying with a 58.43. Owen Neve qualified in third, with Max Cuthbert in fourth place. Thomas Spearing in fifth place with William Murtaugh in sixth. Timo Youngling, current championship leader, qualified 7th here. Leon Hasty in 8th. The S-plate, the Scottish champion. He is there sporting that S-plate. So for SFR Heinz Motorsport. Noah Wolf, again, who's back out in this one. You know, he was out in the IAME Cadets. Now he's out in the Honda Cadets. And here's how they line up there. Joshua Graham, Lewis Island on row number 1 with Owen Neve, Max Cuthbert on row number 2. Row number 3, Thomas Spearing and William Murtaugh with Timo Youngling and Leon Hasty rounding out the top 4 rows. Noah Wolf and Kenzo Craigie on row number 5 with Albert Friend, Cole Denham on row number 6. Harrison Whitacombe, Aris Majukas on row number 7 with Lucas Blantford and Jarrett Clark on row number 8. Oscar Tumulty and Noah Pikes on row 9. Noah Barham, Gregor Reed. Then it's Luca Holmes-Ballack, Jack West on row number 11, Harley Musk, Max Endicott, and rounding out the field is Kai Clark.
Very well done again, DJ, to get
thank
through
you very
that
much.
so quickly. And yes, really looking forward to Honda Cadets. What we should point out as well very quickly while they are forming it up is it's a double-header weekend for IAME this weekend for all the IAME rounds, but it's only a standard weekend for the Honda and Bambinos. So they have their finals tomorrow and their heats today.
And this is, of course, the standing start.
And of course, yes, it is indeed. But yes, the IAMEs will have finals today and finals tomorrow. So they do a full day of heats and finals today and tomorrow. And the Hondas and Bambinos will just do heats today and then another heat pre-final and final tomorrow.
They will indeed. Right, here we go then.
Just for our 4-stroke fans out there.
There is kartpicks.net Chris Walker there getting his photos. Chris, we love Chris's work. He does some excellent work here for the British Kart Championships, and we do love having him here every weekend. He was at Silverstone yesterday taking photos, but now he's come here because it's much better fun.
Absolutely, and a long drive up as well. So as a Northamptonshire local, or as a Northamptonshire previous resident, I can assure you that driving up here is a very, very long way.
It is indeed. Looking like we're ready to go here for the Honda Cadet. Everyone lined up ready. The 4-stroke Rumble in the Jungle is about to get underway here at Larkhall for their first heat of the weekend. The thumbs up at the back of the grid. The revs raise. The lights will go out. 5 lights. And away we go. Green flag, and it's a good start from the field. Again, instantly, everyone diving to that inside line. No 2x2 here because they all slot single file as much as they can. You can see Tumulty, the number 9, is on the outside there. Careful because you don't want to get forced out wide. The train snakes to the inside, back to the outside, in towards the boot section. 3 wide. The 21 diving down the inside there. Harley Musk, but SFR gets the job done, holds that position. Out the corner they go and down the main straight.
Yeah, fantastic action already from the Honda Cadets. Line of stern as they came through turn 1, which was great to see. Lovely and clean.
The number 4, Jensen Graham, still leading the way, has got the very close company of Lewis Island still there in 2nd place behind. Then it is still the 65 of Owen Neve in 3rd place as they go through. The number 10 looking to the inside. Oh, but there's a move down the inside. Who was that? That was the number 8, I believe it was. It was Timo Youngling on William Murphy, moving up a position.
Yes, Youngling, as you said earlier, is our championship leader at the moment, so absolutely flying in Honda Cadet. And yes, we need to make sure that we don't get ourselves confused between the 8, the 5, and the S plate.
Oh yes, yeah, very easy.
I think that's going to trip us up at some point.
Whenever I see a letter out there, it's always like, was that an 8 or was it an S? I'm not too sure. There we go. They've always got to figure that one out. Into the boot they go again once more, avoiding those big old curbs. 8.5 minutes to go, plus that 1 lap. Down the main straight again, and we just see this long slipstream event. The long train appears as they go round, and everyone's slotting into position. No lunges into the final corner. A little bit defensive there. Looked like one of the Ambition Motorsport karts. That's the number 20 in your shot. That is Noah Pikes for CHDD.
And being pushed wide, we have, who is that? That's the number 5 tumbling down the order. That's Lewis Island.
Oh dear, Islin under pressure now.
Was 2nd as they crossed the line.
It was, yeah.
And has now dropped all the way down to 8th.
That's a disaster, but there is Timo Youngling down the inside. Forces the 66 slightly wide as they go through, but as they go through, yeah, Islin all the way down now, P10.
So from 2nd to P10 in essentially 1 corner as well, so that's a bit disappointing, but we'll look for him coming back through. on the Synergy Race Team Kart.
Like we say, Graham leading the way from Cuthbert. Youngling now up into P3. Now is he in P2? Has he managed to get the job done into P2? He has. Look at that. The number 8, Timo Youngling, championship leader, up into P2 now, and is wanting to close that gap up. But Joshua Graham now with a slight advantage, but now you'll see this probably won't work for his favour, because the long train of karts, if they start working together, they can really close that gap up quickly, because they get the slipstream effect, they get all the help with the push, the bump draft and everything like that. So expect that gap to close up sharpish. Across the line they go, and it is still Graham from Youngling, Hasty, Cuthbert, Spearing, Murphy, Wolf, Neve, Denham. Then it's Islin, Craigie, Friend, Majuskas. Then it is Clark, Tumulty. Then Whitcomb, Blandford, Barham. Then Holmes, Ballock. Then it's Pike, West, Endicott, Clark, Reed and Musk.
And Youngling setting the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap as well. So both Youngling and Hasty have made up 5 places so far this race, and Youngling just showing his class there as the championship leader. Not the best of qualifying, but he's already up into P2 and with the fastest lap of the race.
Indeed, you could be correct. 6 minutes plus that one additional lap. As they go through again, there you go, look, that gap's already gone. You can just see now Graham is now at the front of this very long train. Well, the system can't make heads or tails of it. It's saying it's from 1st to 25. That's one big group. This is the battle for first place, and it involves 25 karts.
Yeah, I think that was William Murphy as well, making a move on Spearing, and it was, and Noah Wolf followed him through as well. So that's Spearing dropped down 2 places to 7th, and Murphy up to 5th.
Indeed, through they go into the boot section. No lunges here. There is Noah Wolf, the 45 on your screen. Timo Youngling, the number 8, again, another fastest lap of the race, 58.54.
Right onto the tail now of Joshua Graham.
He is indeed, yes.
And he's brought Hasty with him as well.
He has indeed brought the Scottish champion, or the Scottish plate holder, with him. Down the inside, though, goes Youngling, and look at that.
Oh,
Hasty follows.
Pushed off, unfortunately, there for the number 4. That was Joshua Graham, so tumbling down the order. So went from 1st to 3rd in one corner, and then immediately pushed off and dropped down.
Yeah, tried to hang it around the outside there, and that curb there gets very rough. Oh, there's a bit of contact at the hairpin again. 2 of the karts have gone awry, but it looks like they get back going again, so no yellow flags, they clear quickly.
And Graham down into 5th place as they cross the line as well, so from that one corner incident has now dropped down 5 places, that's 5th.
Yes, indeed. So now your new race leader is your current championship leader, Timo Youngling for SFR Motorsport. Then it's Leon Hasty as well in 2nd place. Then a big gap, and then what? Then it becomes an ambition synergy sandwich. It's William Murphy, Noah Wolf, Joshua Graham. Then it's Thomas Spearing, Cuthbert, then Denham. They're the kind of main pack up the front here, with Owen Neve and Lewis Islin as well, the number 5 plate, all alongside the top 10, all in one big group. Side by side here, the 75 of Spearing tries to go down the inside of Cuthbert, holds on to that position as they go through in towards the S's section. And all line astern, albeit the 45 diving down the inside there. Was it the 49 of Denham? Yeah,
Denham, yeah.
It was indeed. Get past Owen Neve.
So Islin now has been your, in fact Owen Neve has dropped 7 places now, unfortunately, down into 10th place. But Youngling and Hasty still working together, moving away at the front. So they've been together since the start of this race and made up 6 places, both of them, and have just followed each other through.
They have indeed, but they've not broken away too much, because fastest lap that last time around was William Murphy in that 95 Ambition Motorsport kart. He's right there in 3rd place.
Is he going to break up this train?
Well, potentially so. I suspect he's probably going to become frenemies with them and try and break away from the main pack, wait until the last lap, and then it's all going to go P-tong.
Oh, no, we don't want that. We want him to send it up the inside straight away, and let's have an interesting race for the final 3 minutes plus a lap.
Well, no, we might see it.
Why bide your time?
This is Honda Cadet. Anything could happen. There we go. Out of the first corner they go, over the curbs. Your top 3 on screen, leading the way and breaking away comfortably. They've got a 1.7 second gap from the next pack behind, which is led by Noah Wolf. Fastest lap of the race is the 75 of Thomas Spearing. He is in that second group, right behind Joshua Graham in that number 4. So keep an eye on that pack because they're starting to break away now. So we've got 2 groups breaking away. If the front 3 start scrapping too early, that's going to allow that next group of 2 who are just behind to close in, or next group of 4, I should say. They're kind of 2 by 2 by 2 at the moment, aren't they?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, they are 2 by 2 by, yes.
2 by 2 by 3.
Yes, close enough.
Close enough.
Yes, yeah, I think this 2 by 2 by 3 will close up though. We're using the slipstream again. I think the ones in front are just slightly too far ahead, but we shall see. 2 minutes plus a lap to go as they come across the stripe. That is the 45 that we're looking at of Noah Wolf, who's made up 5 places so far in this race. And a 5-second penalty for Owen Neve in 9th place.
Yeah, that is a huge shame there for Owen.
Not sure what that was for.
Could be out of position in the start of the race. So yeah.
Certainly not.
Oh no, that couldn't have been because it could have been a false start there. Could have been a false start. Could have been. We don't know. We'll find out later on. Here we go, though, at the front. Still 1.5 minutes to go, and our front 3, it was 1.7 seconds the gap between themselves and 4th place Noah Wolf. It's now 1.1. So despite the fact that they may be working together and not going for any overtakes, they are still losing time because the gap visibly is smaller into the final corner. You can see there the 2 just behind of Noah Wolf and Joshua Graham are working very well together to close that gap up. But here at the front being led by Timo Jungling, a little wide out of there, turn 1. Again, very heavy curve there, very harsh on the kart and the tyres, I will say, because the gaps are quite big between those lumps.
Yes, absolutely, and Hasty is very much working with Jungling as well. Although Jungling didn't seem to have the best exit from the 3rd apex of turn 1, Hasty had no intention of making a move past him, just pushed him along very nicely.
Yeah, he did indeed. Last 30 seconds left to go then. I suspect they're going to get another lap out of this as they go through. I don't know how long it takes to get from the...
It's about 20 seconds. It's going to be touch and go. I think they're just going to make it.
Oh, there we go. We'll find out whether or not this could be the last lap coming up. I suspect Mr. Jungling wants it to be the last lap. Whether or not he's going to get it, 8 seconds to go before they get to the line. Oh, with only 4 seconds to spare, they've got an extra lap to go.
Yes, indeed. So here we go, penultimate lap then. Let's see what Hasty's been keeping his powder dry, playing his cards close to his chest so far and just working with Jungling. But if he's not careful, William Murphy, he's going to send it up the inside of both of them.
He can indeed, and of course with that huge timing task provided by Motorsport Timing UK, of course, big thanks to them. You can go check out the live timing, of course, on motorsport-timing.co.uk, and Larkhall will be there right at the top. You can click on it, live timing, if you want it at home. You've got an extra screen to watch it on. But here we go, yeah. Timer has struck 0. They will have seen that on the board, so they know that the last lap board will come out this time around for this group. What's the gap now? It is just 1 second between this top 3 and Noah Wolf and Joshua Graham. Again, looking out the window, again, I can see it visibly is closing in as well, and the driver just behind as well. Who's that? It's Thomas Spearing, who's been setting the fastest lap of the race as well for Synergy Racing, you know, as following suit as well. But here we go. Last lap time for heat number 1. Of course, it's only heat number 1. We don't have to get too excited just yet, but we're going to get excited anyway because there we go. You can see Hasty there try to go down the inside of Jungling. Couldn't quite do it there, but again, it's all slotting into position closely.
Has Hasty played the genius move here of just finding out where Jungling's faster and slower than he is, and is going to time this move?
Oh, he tried to go down the inside of turn number 3, almost took his front nose cone off. That's really allowing the next 2 behind to close that gap up. In fact, look at that lunge from Noah Wolf out of nowhere there. Gets down the inside of William Murtaugh and pushes him out of the way. There was no major side-by-side potting, I will say, but yeah, he got past there nice and cleanly and gets up into 3rd place. Jungling is now broken away because I think Hasty was a bit shocked there that move was done. Look at this, 3 wide into the final corner now. Out they go, but the checker flag's going to go out to Timo Jungling. Wolf under pressure, it's close. Oh, Noah Wolf for 2nd place, gets it by absolutely nothing from Leon Hasty, and Thomas Spearing in 4th place. Joshua Graham, William Murphy, Max Cuthbert, Lewis Islin, Owen Neve and Cole Denham round out the top 10.
So Noah Wolf in the final half of the lap going from 4th to 2nd from absolutely nowhere, and William Murphy, who sat there in 3rd place for 90% of that race, goes from 3rd place all the way down to 6th.
Well, that just shows you how close Honda Cadet racing is. You can't call a podium on even into the last corner. You just can't.
You can't. It looked settled.
It did.
Run us through the rest of the results, DJ.
How quickly they proved us wrong, wasn't it there? We've gone through the top 10. Then it's Aris Majuskas crossing the line in 11th place. Albert Friend in 12th place for SFR Motorsport. Kenzo Craigie in 13th with Jack West, the two Ambition Motorsport drivers. Noah Barham in 15th. Jarrett Clark in 16th place. Noah Pikes, Oscar Tumulty and Lucas Blanford in 19th place. Max Endicott. As they go through, who else we got? Kai Clark, Gregor Reed, Harley Musk, Luke Holmes-Ballock, Harrison Whitcomb. 25 Karts started the race, 25 Karts finished the race.
And Theo Dirt has got in touch on social media to say that was a great race.
It was indeed a great race.
I would second that, and I believe you would third that.
I would indeed. I'd third, fourth, fifth, and sixth it.
Yes.
That's what I would do.
Fantastic action in Honda Cadet.
There we go. Well, of course, great stuff from them. But again, we'll have a quick break, and we'll hear from some of our sponsors.
To enter our competition to win a HRX branded race suit, a Fens driver website, and a Drift Limits driving experience in a McLaren GT3, just like this one.
Well then, there is time for the Bambinos, of course. They'll be heading out into the circuit in just a moment, and there is an overview look. That is the town of Motherwell.
It is.
Just over the way, all the high-rises that they've got in the town. They do certainly show the landscape very clearly there, don't they?
You know where you are when you see those.
Yeah, you do. That is Motherwell. There we go. So, Bambinos, they'll be heading out onto the track for their first heat in just a moment. One grid of drivers, of course, but the results in terms of championship points, Austin Newstead leading the way after 2 rounds with 130 points from Jack Baker. Then it's Colby Patterson, Max Taddy. Then it's Grayson Worthley, Austin Oman, Josh Cormack. And Morgan West, they're the top 8. Max Gilman and Drew Davidson, that is the top 10 in the championship points there. The wind doth pick us up.
It has indeed. And we were looking at that shot there, and one of our Bambinos, the female driver, Amelia Diel, actually is from Motherwell.
Oh, there you go.
So
very
yes,
local driver.
Literally from there, not where those high rises are, just a little bit further the other side. But yes, very much local to this track.
Well, 6 out of our 17 drivers are Scottish.
Yes.
So, you know, that makes a very interesting race. Very home races here for the Bambinos here at Larkhall. Qualifying earlier saw Max Gilman go fastest with a 1:12.1 from Otis Clearly. Austin Newstead qualified third with Harper Das, Jack Baker, Grayson Worthley, Joshua Griffin, Josh Cormack, Maximilian Abrahart, Max Taddy, then it's Colby Patterson, Austin Oman, Charlie Munns, Drew Davidson, Harry Neeson, Amelia Dazil, and Fraser Anderson. That is how they ordered, and the karts will make their way out onto the track. Well, it's apparently Amelia DL. There we go. Get my names right there. Well, the karts make their way out. Here's how they grid up then for their first heat. It is Max Gilman on the front row with Otis Clearly just behind, Austin Newstead and Harper Das on row number 2. Jack Baker and Grayson Worthley on row number 3 with Joshua Griffin and Josh Cormack on row number 4. Maximilian Abrahart and Max Taddy on row number 5 with Colby Patterson, I should say, and Austin Oman on row number 6. Charlie Munns, Drew Davidson, and Harry Neeson, Amelia, how was it? DL, thank you. Amelia DL on row number 8, and Fraser Anderson rounding out the grid of 17 karts.
Yes, indeed, and as much like the Honda Cadets, it will be a standing start for these Bambinos, and what you will see, if you've never seen Bambino racing before, is the helpers on the grid. And what they will do is they will line them up onto the grid, they will lift the back end of the kart up, and you will see the driver gunning the engine as fast as they can. It clears that carb out that's on these Coma C50s, and they will clear that carb out, and then they'll drop the kart down, and they'll do that a few times before they are told to clear the grid last second by the Motorsport UK representatives. Now, I'm quite lucky in the fact that although I have been coming into this particular day in this championship quite vanilla, in terms of I haven't actually commentated on a lot of any British Championship races before, and therefore most of the entries. I have actually commentated on quite a few of the Bambinos that are here today, so that's quite lucky. I can tell you a little bit about them, I hope.
Well, there we go. Let's hope so. You are a Bambino expert, aren't you there, Tom?
Well, I would say out of the two of us, I know the most, but I wouldn't go so far as to say I'm an expert. Always say
we're saying it now. Tom Butterworth, expert on Bambino.
Well, I always say I know a little bit about a lot of things and not a lot about anything.
Well, there we go. Story of my life, that is. Green flag.
Here we go. Green flag already.
Yep, and we're going to get this race underway for the Bambinos. They're heat 1, 3 red lights, 4 red lights. They go out and away they go. They hop it up and down. Here we go as they try and get as much as they can out of the karts as they exit out of the grid slots in towards turn 1.
And a good start from Max Gilman, who's moving clear already from the 74 of Newstead, and Cleary dropping down into 3rd place, although immediately fighting back as they go side by side into the boot section.
Nice and clean. There's Ken Potter there, one of the Motorsport UK stewards. Or may not be a steward, there we go. But out of the corner, there we go. Nice and clean, side by side in the backpack.
So what we will see here is actual heavy braking into the hairpin as they head down towards that for the first time. The slowest part of the track. Now, these Coma C50s, it's all about momentum with these karts. It's got to be about keeping up your minimum speed. The second you come off the throttle, it's going to lose you places, as we see from, I think that might actually be Colby Patterson. It could well be. It might have been Jack Baker, actually. Yeah, getting bolt slightly coming out of the hairpin, and that makes all of the difference. The second you lose momentum compared to the rest of the field around you is the time that they will capitalise on it, and they will move through and jump on you and, take advantage.
There we go, yes, indeed. They cross the line then at the end of lap number 1. And it is Max Gilman who leads the pack from the front from Harper Das. Austin Newstead in 3rd place in the 74. Otis Clearly down a couple of positions, but still there in 4th place. Grayson Worthley in 5th place. Jack Baker in 6th. Joshua Griffin in 7th place. Colby Patterson in 8th place. Austin Oman in 9th place, Maximilian Abrahart in 10th place at the moment as they stand, but they are very close all the way through this pack. It's all about the momentum that you can carry through the corners in Bambinos, isn't it?
It is indeed, and you just saw the 74 there of Austin Newstead just clipping that curve on the right-hand kink as well. The curbs here at Larkhall, absolutely massive. If you want to know how big the curbs are here, if you've got a size 10 shoe, it's that size. Put your foot at the bottom of the curb and your toes will just about be at the top of it.
I love this camera shot here. It really shows the banking that they've got. The track is not flat there. It's all the way along the side. It's just sideways. So you kind of got to hug it up the top there, and you also got to let it kind of flow out wide here over the start-finish line side by side, because the 74 of Austin Newstead is trying to get past the 95 of Harper-Das and successfully does so through turn number 1. Moves up again into 3rd place.
And Max Gilman has cleared off well and truly at the front of the grid. And that was Max Abrahart clunking the inside of that boot. The first section of the boot there.
I will say, yeah, it's a very harsh curve, that one, but
it is
managed to get through it.
We've said it's very similar to Wilton Mill, only much tighter. However, that curve is very different to the one at Wilton.
Oh yeah, very, very, very different there. Into the infield though, and look at that, Max Gilbert, the number 50, clearing away. 2-second advantage at the front, looking very comfortable for young Max.
Oh, and we've got a car off at the outside of the circuit. That's number 95. That is Harper-Das. So Harper-Das was in 3rd. Looks like he's been beached on that curb on the outside. Perhaps, or is there damage, or has... Seems okay. He's out and walking away. I can see out of the window. Marshall very quickly attending to that and moving the car away and off circuit, and will be cleared and green flagged before the drivers come round, we hope.
Well, here we go then on your screens. This is the battle for 2nd place that you're seeing. You can see Otis clearly back up into P2. Great running through turns number 1 and the final corner, moving up those positions. So great result there. But is still under pressure from Austin Newstead, that 74, who is right behind as well. Grayson Worthley is also there, right behind in 4th place. And actually, I say he's right there in 4th place. Joshua Griffin, the 33, has moved up into P3 by the looks of it. 2
places in 2 corners for Joshua Griffin, I believe. So fantastic move there. Oh, and we've got 2 off as well in the hairpin. Oh, and drivers going here each way and every way. Was that? That is the 61.
It was the 61 and the 68.
Max Abrahart, and then it might have been the 66 Max Taddy.
Yeah, Max Taddy for the 66. Yeah, I think you could be right. So disaster there at the hairpin. Not sure what happened. It was off screen.
We'll give you an update as they come across the line.
And again, hugging that inside line does the 33 of Joshua Griffin to defend from the ever-waiting 22 of Otis Clearly, who clearly wants to get past at some point very swiftly, I suspect.
And it was Tadai and Abrahart, unfortunately.
There we go.
Caught up in that incident. Fastest lap of the race from Josh Griffin. So despite a 2.5-second gap to Max Gilman, certainly hasn't given up the ghost.
He definitely hasn't either. So 4.5 minutes plus that 1 additional lap to go.
And Josh Griffin as well, making up 5 places already in this race. Oh, and side by side with the 22 of Otis Cleary. And then we've got the 16 and the 24 as well, side by side. So that is Colby Patterson on Austin Oman, 2 drivers I am very familiar with.
There you go. 4 minutes to go, and it's very close here. Austin at the front of this group now.
Colby Patterson, in fact, is the Teesside Sprint Round champion of 2020. So got good pedigree there.
And he's just gone down the inside of the hairpin. Can't quite capitalise and hold onto it through the section. So slots back into position. But back there now, Joshua Griffin, who's back now up into P2, but albeit side by side across the line.
Otis Cleary, you'd think he would have scrubbed off the speed by using that much tighter line, but managed to get fully alongside. It was only at the end of the straight where Griffin managed to get back in front. Fully defensive from the 74, that's Newstead. So Newstead taking 2 places down that straight. Yeah,
you could just see, I think Newstead had the better line through turn 1. Again, like we talk about the momentum that you have to keep and gain as much as possible, and he just sailed past both Otis and Joshua now to get 2nd place, and it was so much that you just saw Joshua just say, you know, go past. He's just waving him past to just say, don't worry, I'm not going to defend. You've got way more speed than me. So, you know, clever driving from such young drivers.
Yes, indeed. Very, very young drivers as well, these. So showing wisdom beyond their years so far. Fantastic action.
Side by side there, the 17 of Jack Baker goes down the inside of the hairpin there.
That was Austin Oman, who immediately gets the cutback, keeps that momentum that we've talked about. It's all about momentum in Bambinos, keeping that minimum speed up, trying your hardest not to brake, which is why it looks like they're four-wheel drifting through the final corner, purely to keep that momentum up and keep their foot in.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, they do brake, of course, for corners, but for those faster ones, they just lift off and just kind of throw it in and just hope that they can keep the revs up and keep their foot on the power slightly.
It's much more about keeping your foot down as much as possible and using the steering to scrub the speed up, using the grip of the tyres to scrub the speed up, because the second you lift your foot and then reapply the throttle, it takes forever for these engines to come back up to their top revs.
Yeah, they are very little engines here. The little fuel tank is on top of the engine that you see, and it's only a tiny fuel tank as well, so it runs out very quickly, I will say, and yeah, they get through these races quite quickly. Less than 2 minutes plus that additional lap to go then, after 6 laps. Max Gilman leading the way now by nearly 3 seconds is the gap from Austin Newstead in the 74 on your screen there, the 33 Joshua Griffin and Otis Clearly on your screen. Then is Austin Oman, Jack Baker, Colby Patterson, Grayson Worthley, Jack Cormack, Harry Neeson, Drew Davidson. Then it's Charlie Munns, Fraser Addison, get my words out, Max Taddy, Maximilian Abraha, Amelia Dale. DL, sorry, I'll remember it, DL, because it's got a Z in it and it's a completely silent Z. So DL there, and Harper Das, who has unfortunately retired the 95. Of course, we saw his kart get beached at the exit of the infield hairpin. Austin Oman, though, 16. Thank you, you've written it down, just DL.
DL.
There you go, that's a good way of putting it there,
Nice
just DL.
easy.
Less than a minute to go then, plus that one additional lap, side by side for 3rd place.
Yes, we have the 33 of Griffin moving up on the inside of the 22 of Otis Cleary.
Oh dear.
Oh, quite literally grass cutting for the 48 and the 10, which is Charlie Munns and Harry Neeson, and they're going to tumble down the order and bringing a lot of grass onto the track as well. So the next heat out is not going to thank them for that, which will be our Junior X30 Heat 3. They are not going to be thanking them for that, but very deep grass there as well, really slowed them down, and actually probably a safety feature.
Yeah, good little grass stop there, isn't it? Out of the final corner, across the line, what is that gap down to? It's actually down to 1.6, so Austin Newstead, now he's got the clear air, and just then set the fastest lap of the race, 1:11.5.
8 of a second quicker than Max Gilman, so maybe Max Gilman had to have a little lift somewhere, made a slight mistake. You do see that a lot with these Bambinos as well, that because they've got such a short wheelbase, but there's huge amounts of grip, but then when the grip goes, when they reach the limit of that grip, it very quickly snaps around, and it's very difficult for them to control. So if you do make a slight mistake, again, that's going to cost you a lot of momentum and potentially 8/10 of a second.
Well, it could do indeed, yeah, because of course these drivers are not on slick tyres, they're on the treaded, grooved tyres that they've got, so they do suffer slightly in these dry conditions with those. They don't have as much traction as what a slick tyre would have.
No, indeed, but extremely short wheelbase as well for these Bambinos, so that does offset what they lose in the treaded tyres over the slicks. However, that does benefit them greatly in the rain.
It does indeed. So the timer strikes 0. Last lap board will come out this time to Max Gilman as he crosses the line. That gap now is less than a second, but he's only got one more lap to do it. We'll have to keep an eye on it, but you can see here that the 33 of Joshua Griffin is all over the back of Newstead into the braking zone, doesn't go for a lunge, stays behind. He's going to wait, I think, for turn 3.
And Newstead was in fact 8/10 of a second quicker, and was only 9/10 behind on this lap. So again, Austin Newstead has taken nearly 2 seconds out of Gilman.
Oh dear, that's the 22 of Otis Clearly, who is going slow and has managed to, I think, lost a few positions.
Another 4/10 for Newstead, closing up on the back of Gilman now, and here we go into the hairpin. Is he going to have a look? Not quite close enough this time, and we look at Gilman going slightly wide. We've also got in there Josh Griffin looking very racy as well, and Gilman having to look behind for the first time.
Oh, blimey me, this got close very quickly. Gilman very defensive, suffers on the exit line there. It's now side by side for the lead. Newstead got the inside line into the S's here. Oh, yes, B, he was going to take that one nicely in towards the final corner. Here comes Joshua Griffin. Can he do it as well? He can. Out of the final corner, it's going to be Newstead taking the win from Griffin, and Gilman, after leading all the way through this race, loses it on the last corner.
So what happened to Gilman then? Because he was, well, the best part of 2 seconds clear and ended up losing the race.
I'm not too sure, but
what happened to his pace at the end of the race?
Not too sure, not too sure. Austin Oman crosses the line in 4th place, Colby Patterson in 5th place, then it was Jack Barker, Grayson Worsley, Josh Cormack, Otis Clearly, and Max Taddy rounding out the top 10. There is the race winner, Austin Newstead, the 74. What a race from these Bambinos.
Yeah, fantastic action, and certainly Austin Newstead keeping going all the way to the end of the race and never giving up, and that's what's given him the win.
Definitely so. There is the pending pool class and race results. Maximilian Aberhart finishing in 11th place, then it was Fraser Addison as well alongside. Then it was Drew Davidson, Charlie Munns, Amelia DL, and Harry Neeson rounding out the top 16. Harper Das failing to finish 8 laps down in 17th place. Well, an exciting race from the Bambino. They're all the way to the last lap.
Yes.
Good stuff.
And it just shows Austin Newstead, fantastic.
And
Joshua Griffin. That wasn't a round of applause, by the way. That was DJ screwing up yet another piece of paper in the commentary box. It did sound like someone was giving us a cheer, though.
Did it? Well, there you go. There you go.
Maybe they can give us a cheer through the YouTube social channels if you want to get in touch. So we've had Deafening Octopus has been in touch and said great avoidance there. I think that was when Tadei and Aberhart had their incident at the hairpin, and said great avoidance from everyone. These kids always impress me, and indeed I would second.
enter our competition to win a HRX branded race suit, a Fens driver website, and a Drift Limits driving experience in a McLaren GT3. Just like this one.
Well, as it said there on your screen, it's time now for Race 11 Heat 3, and it's Junior X30 who are lining up on the dummy grid area, and they've obviously gave us some very interesting races a little bit earlier on. Race results from the previous race. Well, actually, let's go over the grid first, shall we? Let's do that, shall we? On pole position, Archie Walker with Bart Harrison alongside. Then it's Fionn McLaughlin and Oliver Stewart rounding up row number 2. Sam Shaw and Charlie Webb on row number 3 with Brandon Carr and Jessica Edgar on row number 4. Aidan Lynn, Marcus Luzio on row 5 with Charlie Rippin and Josh Agambar on row number 6. Finley Harrison and Lorenzo Cordell on row number 7. It's Olivier Algieri on row number 8 with Milo Pilfold alongside. Michael Rapsey and Freddie Allam on row number 9 with Harry Cottrell and local man David McIntyre on row number 10. Jack Cox and Nathan Clifford on row 11 with Mackay Singh and Shan McGavel on row number 12.
Nailed it again, DJ.
Thank you very much. There we go. They're on track now, furiously testing their steering.
Yes, indeed. Safety procedure.
Indeed. Nothing more, nothing less. There we go.
Looks like they're going a bit quick again, though.
They are going indeed a little bit quick, so I suspect they're going to need to really slow it up now because...
Like really, really slow
it up. Really, really slow it up, yeah, because the rest of the field need to catch up promptly. We've gone 2 for 2 now with good starts first time around. There we go. We're getting the close-up signal. That's the international karting signal of slow down, speed up.
I've got a feeling we're not going to go.
We're definitely not going to go again. We're definitely not going first time around.
That's so trust the juniors to not get us going.
So they've gone 3 for 3 now, false starts in each one of their false
yes,
starts.
They have, and it's been different groups as well.
It had different, yeah, a couple of different drivers in each one. Well, this gives us time to go over some of the results from the A&C race results from Heat 2. Archie Walker won that race, of course. Connor Duncan came second. Sam Shaw came third. Great result then from those drivers. They were top and tail all the way throughout. Fionn McLaughlin, the Irish driver who's out in this one, he finished 4th earlier on. So keep an eye on that one. A couple of penalties again, both nose cone penalties. Gabriel Still, James Barty received those.
And this looks a little bit more likely as they come out of the hairpin. They will slow right down, bunch the grid up, and yes, as you can see, that's Bart Harrison on the outside of the front row.
It is indeed. So, here we go then. Heat number 3.
This looks much more likely. Why they couldn't do this on the first time round, I have no idea.
They wanted an extra lap to test their steering.
Yes, probably, yes.
Exactly.
I can't blame them, to be honest. Having driven on cold tyres, it is awful.
Exactly that. So
I wouldn't want to go into a race on cold tyres, that's for sure.
There we go. Oh, you got pointed out there for the don't you dare do that. There we go. How dare you test your steering? Into the final corning.
That guy's a dad.
Yeah, 100%.
Definitely. That's the dad point.
Here we go then. Revs rise. The smoke plumes. Green flag, and we are not racing. It's another false start. Another false start. I think they accelerated a little bit too soon because they were accelerating halfway round the final corner, and of course that meant people right at the back who had to then brake to then accelerate again, of course, get a little bit of disadvantage from that. So again, I think the front runners just got on the go pedal, the go juice pedal, a little too soon.
Yes, indeed. Hopefully we'll make this third time's a charm, third time lucky, rather than the hat-trick of false starts.
Nigel Edwards there in the middle of the track has said, I'm looking at you. There comes back over to the start-finish line. Obviously a little bit too exuberant on that go pedal, of course, out of there. But again, let's hope. Third time's a charm then for these drivers as they make their way round the track. Only a couple more corners to go. It's a fairly long lap here, even though it's a short time. It's it's still less than a minute. With the track at 1,140 meters in length, it goes all the way one way, all the way back the other way, all the way that way, and back again. That's right.
Yes, it loops inside and outside of each other.
It does. It does.
But it's a brilliant track here, and I think we're very lucky that to be commentating here today.
Oh yeah.
Especially in this weather as well, because it is beaming down here. Just a few tiny little fluffy clouds in the sky, but yes, around 23, 24 degrees. In fact, it says in our commentary box it's 28.9 degrees in here at the moment.
In here, yeah. It's a bit nicer outside. It's warm.
Are we going to go accelerating early again out of the final corner?
Is it green flag? It is. Here we go then. Heat 3 for Junior X30 in towards turn 1. Good start from the field. Doesn't look like anyone was running wide there. Everyone through turn 1 cleanly. Into the braking zone of turn number 2. Again, good start from there. And
like Harrison's dropped down into 4th place.
Yeah, he does indeed, doesn't it?
Distinctive St George's cross on his helmet. I think it's Archie Walker leading the way.
Scotting through they go. In towards now the right-hander into the infield hairpin there. No changing really. A couple of grip position moves in the background. A bit defensive there. The number 7, Sam Shaw, looking to the inside there. Couldn't quite do it. Got blocked. The 24 as well, slotting back into position. 2 positions behind Bart Harrison.
Almost reversing it into the NASCAR-style hairpin.
Indeed. Out of the final corner. They cross the line. They break the timing beam. There they are, your race leaders. Archie Walker, Fionn McLaughlin, Oliver Stewart as they go through. But they have changed around because McLaughlin has got past Walker into the braking zone of turn 2 now.
Indeed, and it's Oliver Stewart going with them in 3rd place, and right behind is Bart Harrison in 4th as well. So these 4 nose to tail bringing along 5th and 6th as well. So yes, Fionn McLaughlin taking the lead with a lovely move up the inside into turn 1, and we've got side-by-side action into the hairpin as well. That is the 3 of Bart Harrison moving through, and we've got another car off the track as well. I think that was it was the 17 of Oliver Stewart, who was in 3rd place over the line and has already dropped down to 11th. So huge loss for Oliver Stewart there. Coming out of the hairpin and onto the grass. Very, very wide out of the final corner, taking lots of that rumble strip. And as we said before, that is not the fastest line out of that final corner. Because it's so bumpy, it will break traction on the rears and you will not get a better drive.
The number 14 going to very defensive in towards turn number 2. Josh Agenbart for Premium Karting slots back into position. Doesn't lose or gain any time. Here we go then. The 24 diving down the inside of the number 30. So that's Webb getting back past Brandon Carr.
Returning the favour.
Yeah, indeed, returning the favour. Out of the hairpin they go. A little bit of side-by-side jostling. Oh, and there's 2 cars on top of one of each other. Oh, it's the number 30. Oh, my goodness me. That just shows you, and that is a very broken rear bumper. Who was that?
Probably a very
screen?
damaged front bumper as well.
Probably a very bad. Here's a replay. So, what happened here?
That's not a replay, is it?
Into the final corner. No, I don't think. So we'll keep an eye on that one. We'll try and get that replay for you out of that. Oh, big clout with the curb there from the 17 of Oliver Stewart for Jade Racing Team.
Yes, Oliver Stewart had a very big moment coming out of the hairpin and all dropped all the way down to 11th, but from 3rd place. But he's now making his way back through. Clunked that curb big time, and we saw fastest lap of the race as well for Bart Harrison with a 50.98. So the only one who's gone sub 51 so far this race.
Potentially could have been Milo Pilfold and Olivier Algieri who had the coming together out of the hairpin because they've dropped down significantly from their previous lap. So we'll keep an eye on that one and we'll see if we have any retirements into the pit lane. But there is a very slow kart coming out of the back section, and I think he is coming in. Yes, he is. So a damaged kart retiring. Which is a huge shame. 4.5 minutes to go then, back here at the sort of front end of the field.
Milo Pilford, who's retired, I think, as Bart Harrison sets the fastest lap of the race, going quicker again with a 50.7. There's only 2 drivers in the... Oh, sorry. There are a few further down the order that are in the 50s, but only 4 or 5 who have gone sub 51 so far this race. Bart Harrison has done it on the last 2 laps. So those tyres and engine are really starting to come in 3-4 laps into this race now for Harrison, and it's not about how you start this race, how you get the first 3 laps done. It's much more about the end, as we've seen. It's about managing those temperatures, keeping everything nice and cool, keeping it in the right window so that you can attack at the end of the race, as we saw from with Gilman and Newstead in the last race.
Indeed, you are correct, yes. 3.5 minutes to go then on this one. Fionn McLaughlin leading the way at the moment. He's got a slight advantage. Half a second he's got to spare from Bart Harrison, but with Harrison setting fastest lap after fastest lap, he is closing that gap up slightly. Then it is back to Archie Walker in 3rd place in the 91 plate. You can just see there, he's closing that gap up as well. He's right behind Bart Harrison. And then he's got the company of Charlie Webb for Fusion Motorsport. So it's Fusion Motorsport 3 in a row with Charlie Webb, Brandon Carr and Jessica Edgar, 4th, 5th and 6th place respectively for them at the moment as they come into the final corner now. Out they go. And across the start-finish line, you can see 1st place, only a very small advantage. And then 2nd, 3rd and 4th, right nose to tail. 5th place there just in the background, that is Brandon Carr. You just see they've started to slowly break away now as they've gone through. But still, looks like everyone is running. Of course, we have off Milo Pilfold. He has retired into the pit lane, like you said earlier. Tom, that is correct. But yeah, I'd say a fairly tame start from the Junior Rec 30s.
Well, you speak for yourself. I think you've been very exciting so far.
Ah, it's just tame from the juniors. This is tame.
This is tame, is it? Okay. Well, I'm certainly enjoying it. So we've got a Fusion Motorsport 1st, 4th, 5th, 6th train going on with Charlie Webb setting the fastest lap of the race at 50.68, and most drivers now are into the 50s, certainly in the top 10. They have dropped into that sub 51 second bracket. In fact, Bart Harrison now has done a 50.67. So Bart Harrison just going faster and faster and faster through this race and is now closing up on the back of McLaughlin.
He is indeed. There it is for confirmation on your screen, courtesy of Motorsport Timing UK. And that gap is slowly disappearing to nothing. And down the inside goes the 24 of Webb on Walker. Gets that job done, moves up into P3 now, and is wanting to close that gap up to these front 2 as well. So hopefully these 2 now start to work together to close that gap up, because I guarantee Bart Harrison is going to want to go for a lunge anytime soon. But with 1 minute 20 seconds plus that 1 additional lap left on the timer, expect it in the next couple of laps or so.
The thing I'm really interested to see is what's Bart Harrison's pace going to be like. With we've got roughly 3 laps to go here. What's Bart Harrison's pace going to be like on the last lap of the race? Because we've seen that he's set up to go very quick right at the start of the race. So once everybody else's temperatures come up, are they going to start going quicker than he will?
Maybe so. Here's a look further back. Sam Shaw leading this pack from 7th place onwards. Marcus Luxio just behind him with Jessica Edgar, Charlie Rippin and Aidan Lynn. Josh Agenbar as well, 12th place, kind of in a no man's land with the Lorenzo Cordell just behind as well for Cato Motorsports. They're all working well together as they go through on that midfield pack there, in towards the hairpin there. Nice clean racing. The 48 just looking to go down the inside. That's Aidan Lynn on Charlie Rippin. Can't quite do it. 47 there on your screen. Jessica Edgar working well.
And Oliver Stewart fighting his way back through the field as well. He's up to 5th now.
Indeed, yeah. Sam Shaw at the front of that, though, managing to break away only ever so slightly. We saw a slow kart there, just getting out of the way of that front group. Not sure who that was as they go round. But the timer striking 0 now. There we go. It's going to be what can happen on the last lap this time around, because the gap between Fionn McLaughlin and Bart Harrison is absolutely nothing.
He's right there, isn't he, now, Bart Harrison? So as we said, it's going to be interesting to see what Bart Harrison's pace is going to be on this final lap, because he has been going quicker and quicker, but actually...
I say that, Bart Harrison has taken the lead by the looks of it, because Fionn McLaughlin went wide out of the corner and now he's battling for 3rd place. Look at this. This is drama I didn't expect to see. So that, I don't know what happened there. Is that a potential issue for Walker potentially, or is he just defending that inside line and kicking up some dust across the line though? Bart Harrison now leads the way on the final lap.
McLaughlin's dropped down to 4th, and where did Charlie Webb come from?
I know, Charlie Webb's right in this now in 2nd place. So this is now Mick Barrett Racing from Fusion Motorsport, 1-2. So Bart Harrison leading the way comfortably now. He's got a gap of 0.8 per second. He's checked out. That timed out perfectly for him because now he's comfortable. He may have won this race. There's contact though further down the field. 2 of the carts that look like a precision racing cart got caught up with someone else. Not sure who that was, but this race has just come wide open here for Bart Harrison, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. Something happened there with McLaughlin because he seemed to get beaten up a little bit and drop from the lead all the way down into 4th place. As we come through the final section of the final lap, it is going to look like a very comfortable win on the timing sheets for Bart Harrison. It was anything but. And here they come across the line, and it's going to be Charlie Webb in 2nd from nowhere, Archie Walker in 3rd, Finn McLaughlin in 4th, Oliver Stewart, Brandon Carr, Charlie Rippin, Jessica Edgar, Aidan Lynn and Josh Agambar in your top 10. And we've got Marcus Luzio dropping like a stone on the final lap, dropping down to 17th place and out from the top 10.
Yeah, so a very interesting Junior X30 race. It took us a while to get the race going in the first place. The woman did get it going. It was a very up and down one there. But there it is, confirmed on your screen. The number 3, Bart Harrison, taking the win. And again, out of nowhere for that one, wasn't it? So, yeah, very interesting stuff. There is a look at the provisional race results. We've done top 10, of course. Lorenzo Cordell and Finley Harrison there in 11th and 12th. We've done all that as well. Where did you get to?
I got to about there.
You got to about there?
Yeah. So 13th place was Freddie Allen, then Sam Shaw, Harry Cottrell. Nathan Clifford, Marcus Luzio, as we said, was inside the top 10 on that final lap, but dropping down to 17th. David McIntyre, Olivier Algieri, Mikai Singh, Shravan Shangmagavel, Michael Rapsey, Jack Cox and Milo Pilford were the only 2 non-finishers. So it may well have been Jack Cox who was in the lap traffic, might have had a technical issue and kept well out of the way of the field.
Could have been. Could have been. Well, a very exciting stuff then from the Junior X30, and once again I look out the commentary box window and I see a sea of colours and shapes and sizes, and of course that means that coming up next must be the final of
I'll say it for you. IAME Cadet.
IAME Cadet, yes. There we go. But yeah, they'll be making their way onto the circuit in just a moment. It looks like they're having a quick chat from Embodder there. What have you...
I just want to say again, please do get in touch with us on the YouTube channel. We have had some good comments come through so far today, but please do keep them coming in. We will give you a shout out, especially if you give us a proper name.
Exactly that. Here's a look then at the grid for the final of IAME Cadet Race 12 for the first day, and Zach Drummond, local boy, starts on the front row with Jesse Phillips, last time out IAME's driver of the day, on the front row. 2 very strong drivers. Lewis Werrell, he's had a great weekend so far, starting on the 2nd row with Roman Kamyab alongside on row number 2. Noah Wolf on the 3rd row with William Murtagh, Aston Sharp and Henry Domain, 3rd and 4th. Then on the 5th row, Jensen Graham, Noah Baglin. Then it's Jacob Ashcroft and Zach Green on row number 6. Row number 7, Morgan Moore, George Edgar, Kit Malowski and Harrison Mackey on row number 8, with Daniel Sofronea and Ben Smith on row 9. Henry Carter and Sky Parker rounding out the top 20. Flynn McDermott and Archie Lovett on row number 11, with Ethan Woodward and Finley Buck on row number 12. Row 13, Kanishk Rao, and then it's Joseph Murphy, Cooper Snedden and Cameron McPhee on row number 14. Harley Musk and Jensen Ackerman rounding out the 30-strong grid on row 15.
And a little fist bump from the commentary box.
Yeah, exactly that.
Oh, that was... Who was that going wide there? Is that 53, is that?
Calm down there, you're not racing yet.
Zach Green. Already off the circuit on the formation lap. Managing to recover it quite well, but I'm sure he will be testing his steering to scrub that grass off that he will no doubt have picked up. And it looks like they're pretty quick into the final corner. I'm not sure we're going to get going. We might do. We could well do. Are we going to go?
No, it's false start.
False start.
No, they were very spread out there. They were
just a bit
I tell you what, these IAME Cadets, they're so eager to get going. It's their final. Of course, as soon as they're done with this one, they get to have a chin wag down in the pit lane. They can relax. They can watch the rest of the racing and can just enjoy it.
Bag of chips and a pint.
But what? I don't. Think
maybe not for the cadets. maybe not for the cadets. Of course, I jest.
Well, yeah, maybe so. Right then, so slow down.
Yeah, still going quite quickly on this 2nd formation lap. This is the kink that we were talking about, so that's where they get a little bit of air. and then heavy braking into this hairpin. Very, very tricky to keep the kart stable under the brakes. The kart doesn't quite settle over that bump before you've got to get on the brakes, so that's what makes it tricky. The back end constantly wanting to come round. Now they're getting the slowdown, still going rather quickly.
They're accelerating.
Keep it steady, boys and girls. Come on, slow it down a bit, and maybe we'll go this time. Are we going to get a green flag?
No, another false start.
Another false start. That's the problem. They're just going too quickly through this right-left section. As I've described before, it's a little bit like the back end of the Wera circuit. The great thing about Larkhall is it seems to be a brilliant amalgamation of many other circuits that we've seen. So you've got a boot section, a bit like Wilton Mill. You've got hairpins, a little bit like Fullback, perhaps, or certainly PFI. You've got a couple of hairpins in a row, a little bit like PFI. Then you've got a downhill right-left section, very much like Wera. So yes, and then you've got the Istanbul style triple apex here, turn 1, where it goes left, left, left again. And if you're in the right kart, it will be flat out through all three of them.
It will be indeed. Right now, these drivers really, really, really have to slow down. I know that they're two-stroke, and I know they don't want them to bog down at all.
In fact, the start marshal has moved right down the circuit now to slow them right down, because there we go. That looks much better.
It does indeed.
And here we go. I think we're going to get a green flag this time.
Is it going to be into the tram lines? Green flag out this time. 15 minutes plus 1 additional lap. Here we go then for the final of IAME Cadet here. Race 12 of the weekend. Big contact.
Big crash. Who was that? That's the 65 and gone right back across the circuit. We've got somebody else off as well. The 65 is Henry Domain. So not the best start to a final for him, is it? But looks like he's going to be okay.
It's a big coming together there. I'm going to get told off for saying contact again, aren't I?
You are.
But there we go. Yeah, it was a big one there. But yeah, they go through. It looks like, I don't know, manager, if they can get away. I think we can have a look at what happened there, because the dust kicked up. We couldn't quite see it. Let's see if we can try slow it down quite a bit. So there we go.
16.
You can the 65, on the outside. And
William Murtaugh was the 16, and he just managed to stop himself from hitting anybody else as he came back across the circuit. So actually, decent recovery there from Henry Domain to not make contact with anybody else.
We say it many a times, don't we? 3 into 1, don't go.
Absolutely, and unfortunately, that is Murtaugh out of the race.
Well then.
So he came off worse on that, definitely.
So as they cross the line then, Drummond is leading. Very close behind, though, is Noah Wall. Very close driving from him at the moment. Then it is Jensen Graham, Lewis Werrell, Aston Sharp, Jesse Phillips, Morgan Moore, Daniel Sofrenair, Jacob Ashcroft and Henry Carter. That is your top 10 at the moment. Cooper Snedden with a warning flag for number 81.
Down in 23rd place as they cross the stripe.
There we go, but at the front at the moment in this final, Zach Drummond, Noah Wall, two very, very quick drivers, nose to tail here for this final. They are teammates in this one. Oh, someone runs wide and goes skating across the sausage curb there. Again, a little bit more jostling in the background as everyone goes for a defensive line.
I think that was Henry Carter and Jacob Ashcroft.
It could be, the 53 there, I think it was, or the 93 of Morgan Moore and Jesse Phillips as well, I think, getting involved.
We've had contact at the hairpin as well, and I can just see them out the window. It looks like we've got a driver not in a particularly good state at the moment.
Right.
Out of the kart.
So Battenberg flag is out. A full course yellow has come out, so everyone must slow down into a single file. So
it is out of the kart and looking, okay, up and about now, and yes, okay. So looks to, and he's walking away. So that's good to see.
So it is Archie Lovett who's there, the Sam Pollock Racing, who is being walked away there by our brilliant marshalling team and safety stewards here at Larkhall.
Extremely well looked after as well. We must point that out as well.
Right.
And the marshals were straight over. I could see the marshal here sprinting across the circuit as well. So it was immediately with Archie Lovett there.
There we go. So full course yellow Battenberg flag out then at the moment in the IAME Cadet final. Our first full course yellow of the weekend. And through the final corner they go. We'll wait to see when we will restart and get that green flag back. But at the moment, everyone's in a limbo mode. No one can overtake. It's in a calm state of affairs now out there on circuit. They're just waiting for that time to see that green flag.
lots of them testing their steering again, DJ.
Indeed, yeah. Oh, and testing their steering so much that 3 of them have gone off, and which is why they're not allowed to actually test their steering.
Exactly.
There we go. That is the rule. That is the reason why.
Exactly why we have this rule.
It is exactly why we have that rule.
I couldn't have said it more perfect. There we go. Thank you very much for demonstrating why we have a rule.
Yeah. There we go. The 32 there looks like it's come to a stall as well.
32 is Jensen Ackerman.
Yeah. So Jensen having to push his kart out of the way. Fortunately, obviously,
Oh dear.
heavy old karts there, but that is a huge shame. So the yellows disappear from our timing screen, which means potentially it could be a green flag this time. Or I will say though, it's back out. No, so it's back out. Yeah, because I think because of that we saw there the 32.
Oh, and are we green? Yes, I think we are. We have a green flag out over the start-finish line.
We do indeed. So
we are racing again.
We are racing again. As you can see there, the kart now get out of the way. Yeah, it's stripping at the side. So it's in a safer place. So that will be out of the way now. 10.5 minutes to go then, plus that 1 additional lap. We're off and racing again for IAME Cadet for their final. And still Zach Drummond with a good start. And still got that very close company of Noah Wolf right behind. But look at that, the number 11 as well of Ashton Sharp is right there at the sharp end of the spectrum. With Lewis Werrell, the number 6, alongside as well.
Tries to go for third.
Yeah, he did. Dive down the inside at the infield hairpin. Very easy to make that move go wrong, but managed to hold on to that instantly. Straight back, loses it, and also loses another position to the 26 of Jesse Phillips as well for good measure. Almost. Oh, well,
wow.
No, almost lost a position, I should say.
Very much chopped the nose off there. Very nice. That's how you defend a position coming out of the NASCAR hairpin.
It is indeed, yeah. Just swing it back across the track, no worries at all. Round and down the next straight, in towards the boot section they go. And all line astern, no defensive driving, no lunges that we've seen from that main pack. Everyone hugging that inside line and slotting into position. So everyone in the same place as they enter the back straight. Will they be the same as they exit? No, they won't, because down the inside goes the 23. Well, it could have been the 93 of Morgan Moore, I should say, who's gone through. Oh, and Moore jostling there for position. At the hairpin, the 26, Jesse Phillips, has gone down the inside, I think, of Ashton Sharp again as well as they go through. It's all closing up here now, because you can just see there the 11 being nerved out slightly wide.
And if you are held to the outside of that hairpin, you really are going to get freight trained by everybody going up the inside.
You are, yeah.
Yeah, and we can see it again through the final corner. It's a very similar principle there as well.
Whoa. Very wide out of the final corner, hugging that inside line side by side. The 72 not giving that position up. Henry Carter, yeah, with Ben Smith alongside, was not going to give that position up and stayed there.
Oh, more over the top.
Yeah, more bit of a collision there
that
in
was
towards
the 17 and the 44. So that's Daniel Sofarina and George Edgar.
Yeah, so that was a disaster there. Heavy nose cone damage. The NASA panel twisted and bent on one of those karts, and yeah, I think we can get a replay for that just to see what happened again. So again, we'll slow it right down for you at home into the inside. You can just see there the contact.
So on the inside, and then yes,
yeah,
boom, and up and over the shoulder as well of Sofronea. So
yeah,
that's going to be a sore one in the morning, but looks like he can continue.
Well, he continued, but he'll get the meatball flag if he stays out with that nose cone bent like that. So expect him in the pit lane. So
I'll keep an eye out on whether it's coming in.
7 minutes to go, or 7.5 minutes to go, I should say, plus that 1 additional lap. Let's have a quick rundown then after that time, because we've had many an incident all the way around the circuit at this final. It's been a very dramatic final so far. Your top 3 as are follows. Zach Drummond still leading the way with Noah Wolf right on his tail. Noah Wolf setting the fastest lap of the race that last time round as well. Lewis Werrell in 3rd place, holding position nicely there. Jesse Phillips in 4th. Jacob Ashcroft in 5th place. Then it's Harrison Mackie in 6th. Up 10 positions it is for Mackie, so a great start for him at the moment. Morgan Moore in 7th place. Jensen Graham in 8th. Then it's Roman Kamiab in 9th. Henry Carter 10th place, up 9 positions. Great running for him at the moment. Then it's Ben Smith, Aston Sharp, Kit Bolofsky, Zach Green, Noah Baglin, George Edgar. Then Flynn McDermott, Sky Parker, Ethan Woodward. Then it is Kanish Rao, Joseph Murphy, Finley Buck, Cooper Snedden, Henry Domain, Daniel Sofronea, Cameron McPhee, Harling Musk, Jensen Ackerman, Archie Lovett and William Murtaugh. Unfortunately, we have lost those 3 drivers from this race so far.
Quite surprising that George Edgar as well is still running the 16th despite the boot coming together.
He may have just pulled the nose back across and it's been deemed safe enough to continue. So
no, that's Sofronea who's got the wonky.
Oh, right, okay.
He's down in 26th at the moment.
Right, let's keep an eye on that one. So 6.5 minutes to go. So we've got first and second place, nose to tail. Third place in a bit of a no man's land. Oh no, the 72 Henry Carter for Oliver Rowland Motorsport is off the track and has come to a stop there. That is a disaster. That looks to me like the exit of turn number 3, the fast right-hander before the infield straight. And yes, he is. He's being seen to by the marshal now. It looks okay to me, but yeah, he is. Yeah, a bit of a nightmare there for him. He's had to come to a stop. That's
unfortunate as well because he'd just cracked into the top 10 and had made up 9 places throughout the race as well. So, real shame for Henry Carter there.
Yeah, big shame. 5.5 minutes to go then, and all eyes on the midfield pack here. We've got a nice little jostling pack here. The 93 of Morgan Moore. We've got Jacob Ashcroft just in front of him, I believe. And then it's Harrison Mackie, Jensen Graham, and Roman Kamiab also in that back. There we go. Daniel Sofronea, technical flag. Meatball flag comes out for the young driver. So I did suspect it may happen, and unfortunately it did.
He may still be able to continue, though, if they...
meatball flag is...
No, is that it? An instant out?
Yeah, that's an out.
Okay, all right. I didn't know whether they would come in straight up and he could still gain some
Maybe.
points.
We'll have to see, but I think that could be an out-out on that one.
An out-out.
An out-out, yeah. 5 minutes plus that one additional lap to go. Oh, look at the heavy front damage there to that 93 car. On that nose cone, Morgan Moore, PMR, he's got a big... dent in that front nose cone.
Oh, indeed.
So he's got to be very careful when if he finishes in the top 5 scrutiny, or of course all of them get spotted. They all get checked for the nose cone penalty. So
yes, in fact, that this one as well. Is that the 22?
Potentially, so I couldn't quite see. There we go. There's the number 5, Zach Drummond, leading the way. Noah Wolf has backed off slightly here. But again, that just could be a technical thing, you know. Let Drummond get comfortable there in the lead, and
when you least expect,
and we've seen lunges galore from Mr. Wolf in the Honda Cadet class. So yeah, and maybe expect something in this one, of course.
Exactly. And Lewis Werrell now unfortunately finds himself in no man's land, out sort of on his own. And in fact, Jesse Phillips, our previous driver of the day from the Kim Bolton round, also finds himself out on his own, as does Jacob Ashcroft. As well, so yeah, kind of not much between them now, Phillips and Ashcroft, but yes, a second gap down to Werrell and then another 1.2 down to Noah Wolf.
Yes, you are correct.
So, Drummond very much showing Wolf the way around here. And Zach Drummond was very kind enough to lend us his time yesterday to give us the track walk. Local chap from Clydebank, and yeah, gave us the track walk around here, and now he's showing Noah Wolf exactly how it's done.
Exactly that. Noah Wolf, of course, racing in the upcoming Kart Masters event in a few weekends' time at Paul Fletcher International. Of course, a very exciting race that I think most young drivers here will be taking part in various classes. I'll be there as well, so be sure to catch you there. So yeah, good stuff on that one, and of course here on your screen as well, the battle. Jesse Phillips, Jacob Ashcroft there, the 42. You know, Jacob as well. Recently he got Nickelodeon as well, and he was on Nickelodeon.
He was on Nickelodeon.
He was, yeah. He did a bit on him. I think it was at Wilson Mills. So you know, inspirational children it was. So yeah, it's. Excellent stuff on that one. It was a good watch, and you can go back and watch that as well. I do highly recommend it. It was a very good watch.
Absolutely. I'm sure it'll be on YouTube or something similar to that.
No, it was on Nickelodeon.
Originally.
There we go. Great little scrap, though, for him here, because he's right behind the 26 of Jesse Phillips, holding on strong. Again, they're just working together, not really fighting, battling, because they're waiting for, I suspect, the two at the front to start scrapping away. Yes, they may be teammates, Mr. Drummond and Mr. Noah Wolf in this class, but expect fireworks near the end of the race.
Yes.
There's the next pack just behind. That is Roman Cameo, Harrison Mackie, and Jensen Graham.
That's the hat trick of fusions as well.
It is indeed. Back here at the front though.
So we have a brace of fusions followed by a hat trick of Oliver Rowland Motorsport, followed by 4 more Fusion Motorsports.
It is. There's always a battle between those two big teams before in this one as well, and then you've got the other teams as well who like to come into the battles as well. We saw last time out Kim Bolton as well. We saw great driving from some of the Ultimate R drivers. Finley Buck as well was right up in the sharp end as well at Kim Bolton in this class. So, you know, great
Zach
running.
Green is our highest privateer.
Yeah.
So Zach Green in 12th place at the moment.
Holding strong in his position. He's not gained, he's not lost anything. So he's having a good race so far, holding his position in P12.
Yes, and up against the might of the Fusion and Roland Motorsport outfit, doing a very good job, I would say, as well.
I would definitely say so indeed. 1 minute plus that one additional lap to go, and Drummond still comfortably at the front with Wolf right there behind still. Lewis Werrell there holding on to 3rd place with Ashcroft and Phillips nose to tail. Roman Kamiab, Harrison Mackie in 6th and 7th. Then it's Graham, Sharp, Belovsky, Smith, Green, Edgar into 13th place. Noah Baglin, Henry Domain, Kenish Grau. Then it's Sky Parker at the top 17. Ethan Woodward, Flynn McDermott. Then it's Finley Buck, Cooper Snedden, Joseph Murphy, Cameron McPhee, and Harley Musk rounding out the top 4. We have lost 6 drivers. Morgan Moore, Daniel Sofrenair, Henry Carter, Jensen Ackerman, Archie Lovett and William Murtaugh.
As we say, it does look like Archie Lovett is okay as well, which is great news.
So, I have to say, look at that. That looks like to me that Lewis Werrell has closed right up into the back of the top 2 there, or am I looking at a different battle there? I think I was looking at a different battle, but here's a change though, because Ashcroft has got past Jesse Phillips and has moved up into P number 4. So that is excellent stuff from Jacob Ashcroft. He's waited to that last possible moment. Now we've got to defend for the next 2 laps as they go across, because the last lap board did not come out that time around. The last lap board will come out this time. As you can see, absolutely nose to tail, big look over the shoulder there from Ashcroft into the braking zone of turn number 3. Holding his line there, nice and strong there. Jesse Phillips right behind, looking maybe for a move here. No, doesn't, stays behind. So he stays behind into that infield hairpin now. 1 more lap to go for these 2 drivers as they exit out of the banking section, or they enter the banking section now. They exit, down the hill they go, over the bumps on your screen as they go through. Right, now, but drama at the front, because now Noah Wolf has now taken the lead across the start-finish line, has got past Drummond, so now Drummond on this final lap has got all the work to do. Here we go then, down the main straight. Defensive goes Wolf. Drummond tries to switch to the outside here now, sliding back into position. Can he get the switch over move here on the exit of the boot? No, he can't. Stays behind. It's now going to be the slipstream move. Can he get the inside line here? Hugging that inside line is Noah Wolf. Looking over his left-hand shoulder here. Can see that Drummond is right there, nose to tail. Drummond tries to get the move done here, but he can't quite do it. Wolf holds on to that inside line. In through the kink. Defensive into the outside here. And Drummond tries to go the long way round. Can't quite do it. He said there was going to be a lunge. There wasn't a lunge there. There could be a lunge here, though. But again, Drummond has to go the long way round the outside. Again, a good opportunity for a switchback move here, but can't do it. Look at that. Wolf is just hugging that inside line, left, right, and centre, all the way round into the final corner. Lunge from Drummond there, side by side. It's going to be a race to the line. Who's going to get it? It's going to be... Oh, it looked like Drummond.
It looked like Drummond. Wow, that was close.
The timing says Drummond, but we'll confirm as well. What a close finish that was.
We've got a replay across the line.
Who's going to be? Can we slow it down? Who's going to be across the line? That looks to me like that is going to be Drummond crossing the line.
Wow.
Goodness me.
And what we've said all day, going way wide coming out of that last corner, is not the fastest line. So Noah Wolf slightly pushed out there, we shall say, because of the had to use the line and keep the momentum up. Because Drummond was up the inside, I wouldn't say that Drummond pushed him out there, because that wasn't the case. But because of the way to keep the momentum up, and yeah, that's where he needed to go. But unfortunately, unfortunately for Wolf, Drummond managed to get that drive out of the corner and take the win.
Well, there are your provisional race results for the first final of the weekend. Zach Drummond takes the win from Noah Wolf. Lewis Werrell, Jacob Ashcroft in 4th place, Jesse Phillips in 5th, Roman Kamiab in 6th place, Harrison Mackie in 7th, Jensen Graham in 8th, Aston Sharp in 9th. Kip Bolosky round out the top 10. Zach Green crosses the line in 11th place. Ben Smith in 12th. Then it was Noah Baglin, George Edgar in 13th and 14th. Henry Domain in 15th. Kanishk Rao in 16th place. Sky Parker in 17th. Ethan Woodward in 18th place. Finn McDermott in 19th place. Then it was Finley Buck in 20th. Cooper Snedden in 21st. Joseph Murphy 22nd. Cameron McPhee in 23rd, and Harley Musk in 24th. And I've got to get my running legs on because I've got to go down and do an interview.
Well, you go and do an interview, and I will tell people about why that last corner is so tricky. So what happens is, as we said, it's very, very bumpy. Once you go over that concrete section that's past the curb, you've got the concrete section, which is, of course, ribbed, there for extra grip. However, it is very uneven, and then further out from that, it's extremely bumpy. So even for that microsecond, just as it breaks the traction of the rear tyres, that gave Drummond enough drive on the smooth part of the tarmac to pull through and win the race by 0.04 of a second. And as DJ finally gets his kit together and heads down to do the podium interviews, we will look forward to your next final of the day, which will be your Senior X30s. So these will be the fastest karts of the day. If you haven't watched much else of the rest of the day, the Senior X30s are the fastest karts here. Pretty much about as fast as you can go in a kart without having gearbox on it. Super sticky Comet tyres. Very, very fast karts, having a small amount of experience in driving these. A few sessions round Wilton Mill, I can tell you they are absolutely savage, brutal pieces of machinery. And how these guys get them around here for as many laps as they do over the course of a day is a feat in human fitness and endurance. Just as we wait for DJ to get organised. So I'm looking down at the grid for your Senior X30s. And it looks like on pole position we've got Daryl DeLeon. I'll just wait for the official grid to come through. Here we go. So your race.
Oh my God, there we go, there we go. Well, we're here with our race winner, Zach Drummond. Zach, oh my goodness me, that was a photo finish all the way to the line, wasn't it? But we saw it on the replay, by a whisker, you managed to get that one.
Yeah, it's unbelievable how close it was. The last corner, Noah left the door open, so I thought I could make a dive for the win. So I went and then tried to hold it round outside, and then we were side by side for the win.
Well, yeah, very close indeed. Now, talk us through it about the final as well, because, you were leading the majority of that one, of course, all the way through the race, and, it just looked like a very controlled race. You were working well with Noah just to try and pull away from the main pack, which you did, which gave you that opportunity to have a little scrap. But, yeah, from your point of view, was that a good final for you?
Yeah, after this Battenberg start, me and Noah just pushed away, and then we got, like, a wee gap to Lewis Wirral, and then we just try our hardest for the rest of the time, and then the last lap we just had a battle.
Well, excellent stuff. Well, as it stands at the moment, it is going to be a race win for the final for you here at Larkhall. Your home circuit, must be very happy with that one.
Yeah, delighted.
Excellent stuff. Anyone you'd like to thank?
My mum, my dad, my gran, Macna sponsors, Ross Promotional, and Fusion.
Excellent stuff. Well done, Zach Drummond.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Great result then for our IAME cadets. The next race, though, is coming up very, very shortly.
Yes, looking forward to your Senior X30 final. Please keep your comments coming in on YouTube. We will endeavour to read them out. We haven't had any for quite a while now. I have been refreshing the stream, but please keep your comments coming in. Let's get some support going for your drivers. Thank you very much indeed, as I get handed the results and grid for Junior X30. DJ to get up and sort through this one. Yeah, so please keep your comments coming in. We will endeavour to read them out as fast as humanly possible. And of course, the action does take precedence here at Larkhall. Sun still beating down. Lovely, lovely day. We couldn't ask for more here. Just to the west of, southwest of Motherwell and the south of Glasgow. I can assure you that being a semi-local resident to Larkhall, I can assure you that usually it rains every single day in this area. Every single day, without fail. It might just be the slight spot of rain. It could well be an entire deluge for 24 hours. But we have been very, very lucky today that we have got such glorious weather. 24 degrees at the moment. I can assure you it's 29 in the commentary box, so it's very warm as DJ gets back into the commentary box.
I am not built for running.
You're a lot slimmer than I am. Oh, here we go. So James Fitchu has said hello on the live stream. So hello, James. I can even say hello to him from across here because he's actually in the commentary box with us. And we've got Flykai who said, "Don't worry, I'm still here," from Kian as well. So welcome along, Kian.
Excellent. Well, now I've got my breath slightly back. Senior X30, it's their final time. And here's how they're going to be starting. Thomas Fleming starting on the front row with Daryl DeLeon alongside the front row with him. Guy Cunnington and Harry Platten on row number 2. Then it's Sam Heading, Clayton Ravenscroft, current championship leader, on the third row. Archie Tillett, Caden McQueen on row number 4. Then it's Aaron Walker and Lewis Gilbert on row 5. Marcus Littlewood, Gus Lawrence on row 6 with Thomas Turner and Alessandro Serenetti on row number 7. Lewis Mackey and Joseph Taylor on row number 8. Oliver Greetham, Jamie Rogers, Caleb Marshall, Connor Clifford round out the top 10 rows. Then it's Tyler Reid, Theo McCorris, Brad Pennell, Thomas Wood, Daniel Butterworth, no relation, Oscar Joyce, Alex Moody, Ben Watson, Ben Higgins, Casper Scusa, JP Slater, Gary Edwards, Lewis Johnson-Cool and Adam Fitzgerald. I'm so out of breath.
Well, you better catch it quickly because the Senior X30 is about to take it away again, I hope. Some fantastic action. We will see whether they can get going first time. They've actually, well, they were pretty good on the last heat, and indeed they are backing right up now. Although I say that, they've just sped up a little bit and we're just waiting on a few more to catch up.
Well, there we go now. They've really slowed down into the final corner. Are we going this time around? Let's find out. Into the tram lines. Is it green flag? It is. First time around again for the Senior X30s in towards turn 1. Great start. 3 wide on the exit as they go through the kink. Oh, a bit more jostling there as someone's get punted out wide there. Oh, and there's a bit more jostling for position. But I think everyone keeps it on the track. Only just. There we go. Good start.
It looked like Cherenetti in the 96. Moving, doing a bit of grass cutting there for the Larkhall circuit, free of charge.
Oh, yeah, free. Well, they did it all the other day as well, so there we go. In towards then turn number 3. Oh, someone's gone straight off there at the turn 3 section, and again, looks like a mechanical issue. It's the 16. That looks to me like a rear puncture for JP Sleater there for Red Rough Racing. He's not had a great weekend.
No, he's had a very poor day so far, but fortunately we have a second header of the double header tomorrow.
We do indeed, so we can make it up tomorrow.
Absolutely, he's got all the chances to go again tomorrow.
There we go then. 14 minutes plus that one additional lap. Out in towards turn 2. And
Harry Platten having a good look at the inside of Cunnington there. Into the boot.
He did, yeah. Couldn't make it stick though, so Fleming still leading the way from Cunnington and Platten. Darren DeLeon there in 4th place still, holding on to that one. He has had a fairly good day. fairly consistent, has Darryl DeLeon. It's always been at that sharp end.
And Ethan Poole has been in touch to say Darryl for the win. Well, we shall see.
There we go. We'll keep a very close eye on that one.
He's been very strong at the end of races.
He has, yeah. He's always been back up there at the sharp end. Well, he's been at the sharp end all the way through this weekend. So, yeah, we'll keep a very close eye on that one.
But like you say, does tend to drop back a little bit early on in the race, but then absolutely flies at the end.
There we go then. So, you just saw there on your screen, Caden McQueen, currently 9th place. He's got Gus Lawrence and Lewis Gilbert for company in his little sandwich. 13 minutes to go then as they go through into the braking zone of the boot section. Again, no lunges there. Everyone, oh, there is a lunge there. The 29 looked like he went for a lunge down the inside there. Who was that? Or it could have been the 26. It could have well been...
The 29 of Lewis Gilbert for 10th place.
It was definitely not 10th place. It was further down the order. So it could have been Connor Clifford for Chaos Sport. But we'll find out.
We'll find out.
There we go then. Through they go. Round the kink. In towards the banking section. Here's back with the race leaders. Oh, it's very close there. Harry Platten's all over the back of Cunnington.
It looked like the 6 of Caden McQueen lost 2 places and was immediately going to take one back. So we'll just get them as they come across the line and see where they filter through. And in fact, McQueen has lost another 3. So McQueen has lost 5 places on that lap. In the final half of that lap.
Indeed, yeah, so he's got to really watch out for that one. There's Clayton Ravenscroft with the fastest lap of the race in the number 75. Currently in 6th place at the moment, not gained or lost any position so far in this final, but with our current championship leader being himself, expect good things for him, to see him shooting at that sharp end of the field.
And we've had support coming from Scott Goldsby saying, come on Sam Heading, head down lad.
There we go, yeah.
And Sam Heading currently in 5th place at the moment, and setting decent lap times as well. The only one into the 49s so far has been Darryl DeLeon.
There we go. Bit of jostling here in the mid-pack. It's all closed up here, and Constantine up because side by side is the 15 there. Who is that? Was that the 15 or the 12? I think it could have been Marcus Littlewood and Lewis Gilbert who were side by side. Across the start-finish line there as they go through. Clayton Ravenscroft, another fastest lap of the race, 49.720. Very quick time around here at the moment. Here at the front, the long train forming. Defensive, though, goes, and down the inside goes the number 4. That was Thomas Turner on Caden McQueen, I believe so, into the turn 3 section. They get round it cleanly, and I think that is a position gained.
And up the inside as well, that looked like the 24, was that? Might have been the 74, might be Theo Makuris coming through. Theo Makuris had a retirement earlier on today, I believe.
Did, yeah.
Hence the low start, normally well inside the top 10.
Guy Cunnington, you can just see there in the middle of this pack. He's got Sam Heading, Archie Tillett just in front of him as well. So, very close little knit battle here. You can just see the 14 of Darryl DeLeon at the front of this pack, because your race leader at the moment, Dan Holland Racing, Thomas Fleming, that number 8 has somewhat checked out, clear by 2 seconds at the moment. This is the long trainer battle. Oh, someone getting nerfed out wide there. That looked to me like a 63. Dan Holland Racing, Caleb Marshall, 11th place. He's up at 8 positions at the moment, but it looked like he just ran a little bit wide there and went skating across that sausage curve where it grabs you and then you just have to slide across it until you get to the other end.
Yes, you kind of get beached, don't you, on it? But yeah, 2.2 seconds for Thomas Fleming over Darryl DeLeon. But as we've said, Darryl DeLeon, great pace towards the end of the race. So even though there's 9.5 minutes to go, do not count out Darryl DeLeon. And he will be bringing Harry Platten and Clayton Ravenscroft with him. Clayton Ravenscroft setting fastest lap after fastest lap so far this race as well. So Clayton Ravenscroft, the championship leader, great pedigree, in 4th place.
There was a huge lunge there from Ravenscroft, dives down the inside to go up into P3. Gets Harry Platten for that position. It was a very big lunge, but it was a lunge nonetheless, and he made it work and moves up that order. So your current championship leader now moving up those positions now into P3. It's Dan Holland Racing from 2 Chaos Sport drivers. Thomas Fleming, Darryl DeLeon and Clayton Ravenscroft. And
Darryl DeLeon was around about 4/10 quicker on that last lap. As we've seen, the gap now is only 2.1 seconds.
Indeed, yeah. So that gap has...
So this is what we're saying, is Darryl DeLeon, his pace will really come on towards the end of the race. and he will bring Clayton Ravenscroft and Harry Platten and Sam Heading with him. Possibly even Archie Tillett and Guy Cunnington can even get involved as well if they manage to remain in the slipstream for the final 8.5 minutes.
Maybe so. We'll have to keep a very close eye on it. There is the 52 on your screen of Guy Cunnington. He has got Gus Lawrence just behind him as they go through. 8 minutes remaining, plus that one additional lap of this Senior X30 final.
Another 10th quicker for Darryl DeLeon on that lap over Thomas Fleming. So Thomas Fleming could have done the old Sebastian Vettel tactic here when he was at Red Bull of clearing out of the DRS in the first couple of laps and then leaving the rest to fight it out. Well, it looks that way, but Darryl DeLeon is certainly starting to claw him back now. Has he got enough time? 7 minutes and 50 seconds plus a lap. And that plus 1 lap could be key here.
Well, let's find out.
Will the gap drop under 2 seconds this time around? We shall see as they come across. In fact, it does as they enter Sector 3. Another 10th quicker for Darryl DeLeon.
So, for the final, Senior X30, race 13 of the weekend. It's Fleming from DeLeon, then Ravenscroft, Platt, Heading, Tillett, Cunnington, Lawrence, Gilbert, Littlewood, Mackey, McQueen, then it's Reed, Turner, Marshall, Greetham, Taylor, McCurris, then it's Serenetti, Pennell, Rogers, Wood, Walker, then Clifford, Scusa, Moody, Watson, Higgins, Butterworth, Joyce, Edwards, Johnson-Cool, and Sleater, who is still out on track, albeit a little further down the order. So he had that issue. I guess it wasn't a puncture. He did get it back out and going again. So we've still got all of our karts out there. No, so we've lost Adam Fitzgerald, 34, from Barrett Racing. He has retired, so he's not gone out on circuit. It looks like he didn't start the race. Yes,
I would agree with that. And so coming across the line, as they will do now, Clayton Ravenscroft with the fastest lap of the race at a 49.7, a full 10th quicker than both, 2 tenths quicker than Darryl DeLeon and a 10th quicker than Thomas Fleming as well. So Clayton Ravenscroft really starting to make his way back up to the rear bumper of Darryl DeLeon. As you can see on screen, the 75 there of Ravenscroft, your championship leader at the moment.
Indeed, so there they are on your screen. The 75 of Ravenscroft is slowly reeling in DeLeon as he goes into the hairpin. Again, these two now, you would think at this point, should really work together to try and close that gap up. It is closing just. It's now down to 1.8 seconds. Ravenscroft, as you said earlier, with the fastest lap of the race so far as they go through the final corner over the start-finish line.
And Ravenscroft again with the fastest lap of 49.6. He just took almost a quarter of a second off his previous best lap of the race.
Yeah,
so absolutely flying now. And you can see he is right there with DeLeon.
Well, let's see.
Another 2 tenths quicker than Thomas Fleming in front as well.
What does DeLeon do in this situation? Of course, he's got his teammate behind him who is lapping faster. Does he allow him to get past and follow him and then wait for the final, or does he try and stay in front?
I'm more interested as to what Ravenscroft does. Does he work with DeLeon and push him along, knowing that DeLeon has got pace, or does he just go through and hope to pull along DeLeon or drop him?
Or you could have a third
option. Run his own race.
Yeah.
Is what I mean.
Or they could do the third option, and that's just have a scrap and lose loads of times. We do see that in other classes as well. So.
Yes, indeed, we do.
Well, I hope we don't see it in this. I do hope they work together and try to close that gap up to Fleming, because, of course, we do always like an exciting final. Fleming doesn't want that. Fleming wants this nice track. He wants to keep his nice lead that he's got at the moment, doesn't he?
And again, both drivers were quicker than Thomas Fleming in front, but 4 minutes and 40 seconds now. They're only taking maybe half a tenth to a quarter of a second. Sorry, somewhere between a tenth and a quarter of a second every lap now, whereas they were taking 3 to 4 tenths out of them up to that point.
All the meanwhile, Harry Platten and Sam Heading, the 3 and 57, are working together. The BMR and Strawberry Racing driver in 4th and 5th place are working together. You just see them in the background there. They are closing in. Then it's got this group of 3, Archie Tillett, Guy Cunnington and Gus Lawrence. They're all working together as well to try and close on this battle. It's all just line astern at the moment, a bit of a limbo mode with the 4 minutes to go. No one wants to overtake, no one wants to lose any time. They just want to try and gain time by working together.
And Darryl DeLeon and Clayton Ravenscroft setting the exact same lap time, lap round to the 100th of a second.
There you go. So The two teammates working very, very well together here at Larkhall for their final.
Oh, and there he goes. There's Ravenscroft up the inside. Now, that will cost them time.
Oh, it didn't cost them a lot, though. It was a very clean overtake, and it looked like De Leon knew it was coming and was just like, right, okay, down the inside, here we go. Visibly, yes, it does look like they've lost a lot of time there.
2/10 it was.
2/10, yeah, but now they're just going to try and work together and now try and pull away because, yeah.
Well, let's hope for De Leon's sake that that's what he's got in mind rather than scrapping, because that's going to give Thomas Fleming another bit of breathing room. 3 minutes to go plus a lap, so we're looking at least 4 laps here.
Oh dear. Lewis Mackey, the 23, receiving a 5-second time penalty from 12th place for Fusion Motorsport. That's a disaster. That would, if the race results finished as they are now, that would put him potentially all the way down.
24.
Yeah.
23rd, 24th.
Yeah, 23rd, 24th. So, yeah, that's a nightmare for...
Quick maths.
Yeah, exactly that. That's a huge shame there. For
so it's going to be, around about a 10-place drop at the moment. Hopefully, in his hopes, it's, the field spread moves out and it won't be quite as many positions.
Exactly.
Who have we got? That's the 95.
Who is the 95 on my screen?
Oh, that's Oscar Joyce.
It is, yes, indeed, you are
Premium
correct.
Karting.
Oscar Joyce, and that is a nightmare. You can visibly see the frustration there. Oh, and there's a bit of contact out of the final corner, the 69 and the 27. That was Jamie Rogers and Joseph Taylor. And where's De Leon gone, actually? De Leon's down into...
Where is
oh, there he is, he's on your screen.
Harry Platten has somehow come from nowhere. Or has De Leon looks like he's had a massive moment somewhere, because he's dropped his second off the back of Clayton Ravenscroft, and Harry Platten is now in 3rd place.
That is a disaster for De Leon. Not sure what happened to him out there with 1 minute 40 seconds to go. There's Ravenscroft. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened. Maybe it was a lunge down the inside from Platten to just get that move, and unfortunately that just means that he suffered there. Oh dear, there is the Premium Karting's 95.
That's Oscar Joyce.
Oscar Joyce, yeah, that is just absolutely gutted for him, that is.
So Harry Platten now with a gap over Daniel De Leon, and Sam Heading looking very racy as well. Is he going to have a look at the inside into the hairpin through the very tricky right-hander, and over the bump and into the braking zone for the hairpin. Uphill they go now, and they bear left it slightly off camber, turning into this corner, as then they go uphill once again and over the banking and the washboard effect of the ripples as they exit there on the semi-new tarmac here at Larkhall on the extended circuit.
There we go. So the gap now down to 1 second between Ravenscroft and Thomas Fleming. It's the closest it's been so far in this race, and there's 30 seconds plus 1 additional lap remaining of this one. There's lots of support on the stream for Fleming. There's lots of support on the stream for Ravenscroft, but who's going to come out on top in this Senior X30 final here at Larkhall? In they go towards turn number 3, and we watch here Ravenscroft, the championship leader currently, as he goes through in towards the hairpin. And you can just see there, it is visibly closing, is that gap. 8/10 of a second, or just under 9/10 of a second is the gap now. What will it be as they next cross the line? That will be the next timing beam that they do cross. The rest of the field coming through. There is the number 14 of De Leon. It looks like he's got back past Platten for 3rd place. We'll see if that is the case. No, it isn't the case. No, Platten is still there in 3rd place.
2/10 quicker on that lap for Clayton Ravenscroft. Thomas Fleming seems to only be able to do very, very low 1 minute 50-second lap, so 50 flat and 50.1 second lap. Clayton Ravenscroft perennially in the 49.8s and 49.7s.
Yep, I think you are definitely correct there. So it is final lap time here at Larkhall for the Senior X30 final. Fleming comfortably leading at the moment, but the gap has closed down tremendously. It's 8/10 of a second when they last crossed the line. What will it be at the end of this one? Because there you can see now the gap has massively disappeared. Ravenscroft is right behind, but there's only really one opportunity to do it, and by the looks of that camera view, it is definitely not going to happen. Out of the final corner it comes for Thomas Fleming. There it is with the hands, a final win for Senior X30 driver Thomas Fleming across the line from Ravenscroft, Platten and De Leon crossing in 4th place. What a race from these drivers.
Yes, indeed, and rounding out your top 10 will be Heading, Tillett, Lawrence, Cunnington, Gilbert and Marcus Littlewood. So the big questions of what happened to Darrell De Leon in that race Bear with me one moment while I just have a look at something. Yeah, sorry about that. So Thomas Fleming going round, taking the win, 49 mile per hour average lap speed for that race. So your final finishing order, we've done the top 10. So 11th was Caden McQueen and 12th Lewis Mackey. Then we had Thomas Turner, Caleb Marshall, Theo Makuris, Alessandro Ceranetti, Aaron Walker, Oliver Greeton, Tyler Reid and Brad Pennell were inside the top 20. Then Casper Scusa recovering 9 places in that race and the biggest mover into 21st place. Joseph Taylor, Jamie Rogers, Connor Clifford, Ben Higgins, Thomas Wood, Daniel Butterworth, no relation, Lewis Johnston Cool, Ben Watson, Gary Edwards, and in taking the last place was JP Sleater, but of course we saw his problems that he had. Put the 95 there, pulled over. Oh, is that a replay? I think that's a replay, isn't it? When he had his issue earlier. So it looks like that they're just going to recover the 95, which was Oscar Joyce. Put it on the trolley. Here it comes, and recover that back to the pits. So we've had Alexandra Blackwell has said on the YouTube comments, Fleming for the win. Well, I'm glad you were rewarded for your comment because Thomas Fleming took the win there, and it actually looked rather comfortable in the end, didn't it? As well. So well done to him. And Lincoln Bailey Arneson saying, Theo Makuris, what a geezer! What a geezer he is! Theo Makuris coming home after some issues throughout the day, but coming home in 15th place. So didn't have the best of heats, but recovered well in the final, and we go again tomorrow with more heats and a final. So we are going to, we're going to move on to our Mini X30s next, but first of all we're going to go down to Anthony.
Thank you very much, Tom. As you can see, Mr. Fleming is enjoying the revelries there. Well, the last time we spoke was at Shellington. It didn't go the way we wanted it to, really, at the end. But this time it is. What a result that was for the final.
Yeah, it was brilliant. There's a lot of emotion. I'm really happy with this. In my eyes, I won both finals here at Shellington and here today. You know, kart's been really good this weekend. We had a bit of an accident last weekend, so we had to put a new frame down. Changed a couple of things, but yeah, when we lined up on pole, I was confident that on the colder tyres we could just break away, build a gap, and that's exactly what we did. Everyone was squabbling behind us. It didn't really matter if we had the pace or not, we just had the gap, and I nursed it to the end, thankfully.
Yeah, no, a fantastic running from you again. You just had a nice controlled pace all the way through that one. A great result for you as well. And we've got it all again. We've got it all again tomorrow as well. Another few races to go. But yeah, looking great for the start of this weekend here at Larkhall.
Oh, what a day.
Excellent stuff there from Fleming. Let's see if we can grab Clayton. Look at that. Look at the emotion there in the pit lane. Clayton, come, Clayton. Join me over here. Again, from you, what a final that was, because your pace was immense. You were closing that gap up. It just looked like you just needed a few more laps to get the job done, but you can be very happy with a second place.
Yeah, no, I'm extremely happy, just getting more points on the board, really. We've had some struggles today. We won the first heat, and in the second heat, we had a start failure. So starting at the back of the grid and then coming back through. So we started 6th in the final, and Tom just managed to get a gap at the start, and by the time I got to being able to chase him down, it was a bit too late, really. So, but I was really pleased with the pace coming through, and I'm really looking forward to the round tomorrow to see if we can try and win that tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. You can all do it again, so get a good night's sleep tonight, and yeah, we can recover and we can come back. Yeah, hit that reset button. You'd had to see you again working hard on the kart as well, but yeah, it's been a great result for you.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much.
Excellent stuff. Well done for Clayton Ravenscroft there. And third place man, let's see if we can chat to Mr. Platten. How he come through. Talk to us if I get you on that side for you. There we go. So, talk us through that race, because that looked like a tough one from your point of view.
Yeah, it was really tough. I mean, at the start it was a bit of a scrappy race with a few of the drivers. Let Tom get the gap he did, but big credit to him. He drove a great race. But towards the end, me and Clayton were definitely catching him. 1 or 2 more laps, the win could have been on the cards.
It could have been, definitely so. I mean, the weather here has been absolutely fantastic. Probably hard from your point of view. It's been, it's quite a hot day, and, in these suits and helmets and everything like that, it must be an absolute nightmare while you're out there.
Yeah, to be honest, when we're out there, it's not too bad. It's when you come in and the heat hits you. But obviously the pace has been good all weekend. It was good last weekend, so just carry that in tomorrow and hopefully come away with another good points finish.
Let's hope so. Well done on 3rd place.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Great to chat then to our top 3 drivers from Senior X30. A couple more finals coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Well, thank you, DJ, and thank you to Thomas Fleming, Clayton Ravenscroft and Harry Platten for taking the time to talk to us post-race. We will move on to your Mini X30 final as we wait for DJ to sprint back to the commentary box. Yes, so your grid, I'll just run through quickly and then we'll do it officially when it comes up on the screen, but it's going to be, your pole position is going to be taken by Macaulay Bishop, followed by Eden Spanswick, Leo Robinson and Jack Hobson. But we will very briefly, while we are waiting for DJ, we're going to have a word with Dave Richards about his F1 memories.
Mr. Richards, in your long and distinguished career in motorsport, what was your #1 British Grand Prix memory?
Well, I don't think I can categorise my #1 memory. I've got lots and lots of memories. Obviously, memories of when I was running the BAR team, Jensen Button on the podium and events like that. But I suppose as a family, we always used to go to Silverstone when the kids were very young. And we used to stay on the campsite, and the BRDC campsite, and always at midnight before the Grand Prix, the kids would be out on their bicycles, and they found a way onto the circuit, and the trick was to ride their bikes round the circuit at midnight, and they'd be sort of 8, 10 years old, the same age as the karting kids here are today, and it was, that was a memory they'll never forget.
It's an iconic event, it's an iconic British tradition, and some iconic memories as well for these kids in the paddock and your kids as well. Is that when you think that they got the bug bitten? Because everyone that gets the bug, the bug bites them, doesn't it?
Oh, they've been around motor racing all their lives, but you're quite right. To actually be part of it, right in the hub of it, to meet the drivers who are camping and staying in their motorhomes nearby, and then to ride round the circuit on a bicycle as a 10-year-old, that's something you'll always remember.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, David Richards.
Welcome back to the Wobble Box commentary box. And,
What?
as we've now nicknamed it, because every time somebody comes up the stairs, it feels like we're
About to tip over.
Yes, it feels like we're on the sea. But no, fantastic to hear from David Richards, the chairman of Motorsport UK, about his British Grand Prix F1 memories.
Indeed, indeed. Well, like we say, it's Mini X30 time. Have you gone through the grid yet? With
I ran through the top 5.
Okay.
But we're waiting on the official one to come up on the screen before that's the round of applause of DJs
screwing up a previous
yet
heat.
another piece of paper. Please keep your comments coming in on the YouTube feed. We will give them a shout out if we can, and give your support for your drivers if you are watching from home and you've got somebody going out right now in this Mini X30 final.
There we go. So you can just see there, right at the back of the grid there, the 74. That's Joey Brown. He's got his visor clear up. Nice thumbs up there from Ashton Wiggins. Again, local driver here from Scotland. There is Mr. Truman, Brandon Truman. He's not in his kart just yet. He's standing up, having the leg stretch. There again, 64, Strawberry Racing's Aidan Hassan. He's not decided to take a seat. There's the 15 as well. Fred Green with his green helmet. That's how we know it's him. There we go. Also mechanics legs there. There you go.
Lots of skin fades I've noticed from the mechanics as well. It seems to be the on-trend haircut if you're a karting mechanic.
Yeah, exactly.
You have to have the lots of hair on top and then a skin fade at the back.
There it is. The two teammates on the front row.
Otherwise, he's just not allowed in the paddock.
No, exactly that, exactly that. There we go. Macaulay Bishop and Eden Spanswick on the front row of this one. Two of the most similar karts ever. They've got the same livery. They've got the same helmet. You can only tell the difference between them with the number and their visor colour.
I was just going to say, the visor colours are different, and that's pretty much it. One's got a 68, one's a 69.
One's got gold iridium, one's got blue iridium.
That's it.
There we go.
Never the twain shall meet. You know what they're going to do, don't you?
Well,
next round they're going to swap them over.
Swap
just to confuse us even more.
Yeah, there we go. Quick brief chat there from Mr. Nigel Edwards.
Saying, slow it down, lads and lasses.
Let's have a green flag start first time this time.
And here we go. Comments coming in on the live stream straight away. So we've got Massey Bugach has said, go Leo. And we've got Carolyn Wiggins who said, go Ashton 57. Let's hope for some luck in the final.
Indeed. And this is how they are going to line up for said final. Macaulay Bishop on pole position with Eden Spanswick alongside Leo Robinson on that second row with Jack Hobson also alongside for company. Tommy Harfield and Taylor Orridge on row number 3 with Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Wesley Swain rounding out row number 4. Harry Jocelyn and Lewis Bird on row 5 with Freddie Green and Thomas Cucurullo on row number 6. Aidan Hassan and Thomas Behrman on row 7 with Isaac Phelps and Rylan Eschberg on row number 8. Jack Cunningham and Charlie Morris Jones, who got a penalty earlier on, which is a big shame, starting on row 9 with Brandon Truman and Joey Brown on row number 10. Rounding out the field of 21 karts is Ashton Wiggins for Red Waft Racing on the Xspirit chassis.
Ooh, very nice. So, after they're talking to on the dummy grid, are we going to get going first time?
Oh, contact. Oh, look at that. Oh, we're on the formation lap, and there we go.
The number 19 of Jack Cunningham, round he goes.
I've got to stop saying that word. I keep saying it, and I'm not supposed to say it. I'm not allowed.
Rhymes with schmontact.
Schmontact, yeah. I keep saying it. It's my go-to word for when it happens, so there we go.
Well, there was, and round he went.
It was, yeah. So
he's now trying to catch up before they get going. He's going to start the race out the back of the field.
Is it green flag?
It is green flag. We go.
We do go racing indeed in towards turn 1. Side by side, clean start then almost.
In the back from Cameron Pratt-Thompson as well. It looked like it was on Taylor Orridge.
Yeah, I think you could be correct there through the...
Oh, and more. Up over the back as well.
Yeah, but everyone getting back on track. So, like I say, a little bit of jostling there, but everyone's still going strong. The 66 diving down the inside there, and the 15 as well as they go through. Taylor Orridge diving down the inside, and Fred Green also going for a move. But Linus Stern at the front here. It's still the blue iridium visor of Macaulay Bishop, who is at the front of the field on that number 68. He's got the very close company of the number 2 of Leo Robinson in second place. As they exit out of the final corner, back onto the start-finish straight. You can just see there, it's Bishop, Robinson, Spanswick, Harfield, Pratt Thompson, Jocelyn, Orridge. Then it's Hobson, Swain, Green, Hassan, Bird, Behrman, Wiggins, Brown, Morris, Jones, Cunningham, Etchberg, Truman, Phelps and Cucurullo Yeomans.
And Carolyn Wiggins, your words for him for hoping some luck for the final for Ashton Wiggins. He's made up 7 places already.
He's had a good start in this final.
Start.
He has indeed. 13 minutes and 40 seconds plus that one additional lap into the infield hairpin they go. And again, line astern, no lunges as of yet. Everyone just hitting those brakes as hard as you possibly can and as late as you possibly can to just try and gain any sort of place you can. Here we go, side by side though. There's 74 diving down the inside. Joey Brown on Ashton Wiggins. He may have gained a place, but it looks like he just lost a place there. But I'm sure he'll fight back for that one swiftly.
Looking very racy so far in this race is Ashton Wiggins, so we will monitor the progress throughout the race. Cameron Pratt Thompson setting the fastest lap of the race on the second lap, a 52.3.
There we go. So Bishop and Robinson, they are the main protagonists in this championship, with Leo Robinson leading the way in the championship with Macaulay Bishop in second, only a few points between them. These are the main two on your screens that we were watching all season so far. Last year it was Leo Robinson and Vinnie Phillips. This year it's now Leo Robinson and Macaulay Bishop. They're your two that you need to keep an eye on throughout the entirety of this season, because those two are breaking away at the front of this championship at the moment.
You can really see Macaulay Bishop's kart moving around under brakes as well as he brakes extremely late. The kart constantly trying to break traction, right on the limit of grip, pushing really, really hard on these opening laps.
On the limit of adhesion.
Absolutely, and Cameron Pratt Thompson again with the fastest lap of the race in 4th place. So your top 10 as it stands at the moment is Macaulay Bishop from Robinson, Spanswick, Pratt Thompson, Jocelyn, Harfield, Orridge, Hobson, Swain and Fred Green is in 10th place.
Cameron Pratt Thompson, fastest lap of the race at the moment for him. 4th place, 51.99 for him out there. We look here at the number 33 of Pratt Thompson, as he is right behind Spanswick for 3rd place. Not going for a lunge yet because, of course, they are two teammates. So, again, they hopefully will be working together to try and close up that battle, because we've got a PMR Fusion sandwich at the moment. Leo Robinson, the lone Fusion driver in this PMR top 4.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be the PMR show at the moment if they can catch up with Leo Robinson. Interested to see that. That will be, there's less than a second between the front 4 at the moment as they come towards us down the back straight through the right-handed kinks opposite to the left-handed kinks. And we've got the 33 has moved through. That's Pratt Thompson has overtaken Spanswick now, and that's Pratt Thompson moved into 3rd. So a couple of quickest laps, followed by a move into 3rd place.
Indeed, yes. So into that final penultimate corner, I should say. Nearing that 10-minute marker to go. And again, all is, I would say that they are pretty calm at the moment, this grid of Mini X30 drivers. They are all just line astern now, working together. The first 3 laps are pretty mental. Then it goes quiet, and then I say that, who's going to ruin it? It's the 66 who's going to ruin it for me. Taylor Orridge with a great move down the inside of the boot section and moves up now into P number 5. Leo Robinson setting the fastest lap of the race and is right there. Oh, look at that now. Bishop and Robinson absolutely nose to tail as they go through the kink into the hairpin. No lunges there. Stays behind, but look at how close they are. Again, working together, frenemies until 2 minutes to go.
Yes, indeed, and we've got support coming in online as well for Jack Cunningham, I believe that would be, from Joe Rippin. We've got Ashton Wiggins and Macaulay Bishop support coming in for them, as well as Leo Robson.
There we go, we'll keep a very close eye on that one as they go through turn number 1. Again, super fast corner. Just like we talk about the G-forces, you see the recent video from another championship that's currently racing at a big racetrack somewhere in the UK at the moment that we're not paying attention to today. But of course, they're pulling 5Gs around some of those corners there at Silverstone. And of course, round here, turn 1, I suspect they're pulling not 5G, but you know, something.
It's going to be a good couple at least.
Well, I wouldn't say it was that much, but you know, they definitely.
I don't know. Those slick tyres are pretty sticky.
Well, maybe so. I'd love to get a geometer on one of these.
A proper one that works.
Yeah, proper one.
I've seen some on various onboard laps, and they look a little bit ambitious, to say the least, pulling 3.5 to 4G. But you never know. It could be close to that. I think it's going to be at least 2.5.
Nissan Micra at Donington Park, and he's pulling 3G. I don't think so. There we go.
Well, these are definitely not Nissan Micras, I can assure you of that.
These are quicker than a Nissan Micra, I have to say, probably.
Certainly around here they will be.
Certainly around here they will be, yes, indeed. Under 9 minutes to go then, we're looking here at the number 26 having a good scrap. That's Henry Josselin. He's got Taylor Orridge just in front and Tommy Harfield just behind as well. Lewis Bird, look at that. Fastest lap of the race. Where's Lewis? Lewis is currently in 10th place, holding strong in. That is number 10. There we go, 10 for 10.
And we've got that's the battle. That's Taylor Orridge and Tommy Harfield going at it down the back straight.
It is, yeah, into the braking zone they go. Again, just look at that. Look, do you know how difficult it is to drive absolutely nose to tail with another driver and one behind you without making any form of...
I do. It's not impossible. I've tried it many times and it just doesn't work.
Exactly. Oh, bit of kick up at dust there out of turn 1. Someone running wide, but
yeah, somebody in the front 3, I think that was.
I think it could be right, but yeah, I think everyone slotting through there. Oh, what's happened there? Is that... No, that's second place. Okay. Oh, okay, so... What's happened to Leo Robinson? Because Leo Robinson was right behind Macaulay Bishop. He's now a second behind, and now he's got the company of Cameron Pratt-Thompson just in front as well. So Cameron Pratt-Thompson managed to get in front of Spanswick as well. So Pratt-Thompson's on a good one here, but it looks like Leo Robinson now is under pressure and looking like he could be going down to 3rd place in this one.
Potentially. Pratt-Thompson's got to make the move first yet. Oh, and there he goes, up the inside, into the final corner, just as we say it, and that is Pratt-Thompson moving through into 2nd place. Now, will he give the old tap of the helmet, let's work together?
Well, probably not, because he doesn't want to work together. He doesn't want a fuse rod to catch up his teammate, does he?
But Eden Spanswick's right there now as well, so this is a full-on 3-car fight for 2nd place.
It is indeed, yeah. With that timer slowly ticking down, it's looking very comfortable at the moment for Macaulay Bishop. That gap now 1.3 seconds.
And he set a purple sector 1 through that first sector as well for Macaulay Bishop. So let's see what he does through sector 2. There could be a fastest lap as well to really apply the pressure on 2nd, 3rd and 4th here.
Oh, yeah.
Start to gap them.
Oh, yeah, just to show that you've got that raw pace, you've got that talent to, yeah, you've got past me, I'm on my own and I'm still pulling away.
There's around about a 10th off in the middle sector.
Oh, someone running very wide there. It's the 15. That is Fred Green for privateer driver. Yeah, is in the 10th place. He just went very wide out of the NASCAR corner. Yeah, the banking there, and that's a huge shame. He's gone very wide and he's had to slot back into position now, albeit Fred Green in 13th place. I lost 3 positions from that.
Yes, indeed, and Pratt-Thompson now 1.4 seconds behind Macaulay Bishop, so Macaulay Bishop fastest on circuit that lap, 51.92. It wasn't the fastest lap of the race, but he was the fastest one out there.
Indeed, so a little look further back then, we've got the number 10 here on your screen. This is Lewis Bird for 7th place. He's got a bit of a train behind him in the form of number 6 Jack Hobson for MLC Motorsport, Wesley Swain, Thomas Behrman and Joey Brown forming just there on your screens. You can see he has got the 2 drivers just in front as well. That is Henry Josselin and Taylor Orridge. So he's not losing any time to them, but he's not gaining anything. Again, a bit of a limbo mode as the rest of the field are. There's the 86 and the 7 screeching past your shot. That is Thomas Cucurullo-Yeomans and Rylan Eschberg, promotion and privateer driver. Back here though at the front, and that is Cameron Pratt-Thompson now up to 2nd place. Has got past Leo Robinson. So Leo now down into P3 and under pressure from Eden Spanswick.
I'm keeping an eye on Thomas Behrman. And I shall tell you for why. He's just cracked into the top 10. Already dropped Joey Brown from where he overtook and cracked into the top 10, but he's setting very, very quick lap times as well. He's almost the quickest guy out there. He's almost as fast as Macaulay Bishop, leading the race, who is, again, a 51.98. Thomas Behrman a 52.01. So you can see only 0.03 of a second between them. So we'll keep an eye on Thomas Behrman if he can close that 0.8 of a second gap to Wesley Swain in 9th place.
Indeed, yeah, we'll keep a very, very close eye on that one.
4 minutes plus a lap to go.
And here is Mr. Leo Robinson on your screens once more in 3rd place. Again, he may have, you know, Pratt Thompson may have got past, but Leo's a very quick driver and he's still right there, and so much there. He's actually gone down the inside there of Pratt Thompson and has got the move done. Moves back up into P2. That allows Bishop to break away a little bit more, but now he's got the clean air, and now we might expect to see Robinson now start to use those tyres a bit more.
Absolutely, and we've also seen Spanswick as well, who is able to keep up while these two are battling, but when they are line astern and not quite working together, but when they're not fighting each other, he's unable to keep up with them so far. However, we've seen setup changes where karts are very quick at the start of the race, very quick at the end of the race, and very quick in the middle section of the race. So we'll see what Eden Spanswick, what kind of setup he's gone for, and what kind of race he's going to have towards the end with 3 minutes plus a lap to go.
Exactly that.
Can he get himself back on the podium?
Well, let's find out in this time remaining. On your screen there, battle for second. Robson, Pratt Thompson, Spanswick, as you see them there. Then a little further behind, Jocelyn, Orridge, Bird, Hobson. Then it's Swain, Behrman, Brown, Green. That's the top 12. Hassan, Harfield, Cucurullo, Yeomans. Then it's Morris Jones, Eschberg, Cunningham, Truman, Phelps, Wiggins. All 21 karts still round the circuit at the moment, separated by 18 seconds. Down the inside, the 66 there. That is Orridge on. Harry Jocelyn gets that move done, moving now up into P5. So a good move there down the inside into the boot section. That is allowing the number 10 of Lewis Bird, PMR driver, to close that gap. 1-1 Racing.
Yes, fastest driver on track. Once again, that lap was Macaulay Bishop. Or in fact, it was Jack Hobson, down in 8th place, but only by 0.03 of a second.
It's up in 8th place.
Up in 8th.
Yeah. Optimistic. Up in 8th place.
Up in 8th place, and very soon he could be up in 7th place.
Less than 2 minutes to go then, plus that one additional lap. We are looking here at the battle. Well, I say we're looking here at the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th place that we're seeing at the moment. But Macaulay Bishop leading the way comfortably at the moment from Leo Robinson. Gap now 1.6 seconds for that lead battle. Cameron Pratt Thompson there holding in 3rd place. And Eden Spanswick as well, just slotting in behind. But here is the 66 of Taylor Orridge with Henry Jocelyn behind and Lewis Bird. And also, who is that slowly closing in? Is that Mr. Jack Hobson? In number 6, MLC Motorsport Karting. I think it is indeed.
Oh, we said he was quick.
He is indeed, yeah, we did. And through the banking they go. Again, that just shows you how much camber that they've got through that corner. And they swoop through that right-hander. Quick direction change into the left, heavy on the brakes, into the final bend. Out they go round turn 1. Oh, down the inside goes Mr. Hobson. Gets that move done and moves past Lewis Bird for P7.
2 more to go.
Oh,
and that's going to probably be a full course yellow, I think, with the barrier in the middle of the circuit.
I suspect you could be right there.
41 seconds plus a lap to go. This could well neutralise the race here.
It could indeed. So, yellow flags at the moment, though, out in that sector.
Oh, they are actually recovering the barrier just as the kart came through as well. So we'll keep an eye out. It is yellow flags, but they are green through the final hairpin.
So they've got a yellow flag
into the
green
tight
flag,
hairpin, and actually I've
green flag again.
Just seen somebody do an overtake out the window.
So
particularly clever.
Okay, so the number 7 driver being helped out of his kart, that is Rylan Eschberg. And looks to be in some form of discomfort, but he is walking back to the pit lane. So with 0 seconds to go, Macaulay Bishop at the moment is leading the way. Pratt Thompson, though, has managed to get past Leo Robinson for 2nd place. Once more, they go into the yellow section now, so no overtaking through this one. out of the hairpin. They pass the incident. They are now allowed to overtake again because it's green flags. And overtaking there is, as there we go. Leo Robinson, the number 2, gets back past Pratt Thompson, back into second place. All eyes are going to be on that battle. Who's going to get that second place one? Because across the line, we start the final lap. And here he goes. Battle for second place. Defensive goes Robinson.
Macaulay Bishop 2.2 seconds now in front of this pack, barring the unimaginable. That's going to be a final win for Macaulay Bishop.
I have to say, that was Spanswick going around the outside of Pratt Thompson there like there was nothing. So now we've got Spanswick right on the tail end of Robinson, but he's got a clear advantage by by about a tenth. At the moment, though, race leader Bishop leading the way, comfortable still. There is still yellow flags in that section, so no overtaking is allowed. Then they go into the next hairpin. Another look over the shoulder for Robinson. He can see that there's no one close enough for a lunge as of yet. So it looking comfortable at the moment with only one more real opportunity to get it done. But into the final corner, Macaulay Bishop comes out and gets a race win. And look what it means to win. Robinson with second and Spanswick with third.
Oh, well done, Macaulay Bishop. That's how you celebrate coming across the line. For those who win regularly, win races regularly in karting, or certainly even in the British Championships, if you're a perennial front runner, then that is how you celebrate a win. Well done, Macaulay Bishop. So your running order was, or your finishing order was, Macaulay Bishop from Leo Robinson, Eden Spanswick, Cameron Pratt Thompson, Taylor Orridge, Jack Hobson, Lewis Bird, Henry Jocelyn, Wesley Swain and Thomas Behrman round out your top 10. Unfortunately, Thomas Behrman couldn't actually capitalise on his mid-race pace. Then we had Tommy Harfield, Joey Brown, Fred Green, Aidan Hassan, Thomas Cucurulo Yeomans, Isaac Phelps, Jack Cunningham, Brandon Truman, Ashton Wiggins with that great start. Unfortunately couldn't make any further progress and ended up finishing 19th. Charlie Morrison Jones was your last of the classified finishers, with Rylan Eschberg retiring in 21st place. So we will wait for DJ to get into position, and we will have one more final today, which will be your Junior X30s, and then we will have heat number 2 of Honda Cadets. So 2 more races to go today. Thank you for sticking with us. Thank you for your comments on the live stream. Please keep them coming in. We've got Massey Bugach, who said, well done, Leo. And Remy Gilbert giving good support for Taylor Orridge as well as Tom Yeomans. So thank you for those, and keep them coming in. If you have somebody you are watching for in the Junior X30 final, which is coming up next, please give them a shout out and we will say hello to you, and we will make sure that they are well represented. So looking down for your Junior X30 final, it is going to be Bart Harrison on pole position, followed by Archie Walker, Harry Burgoyne Jr. and Finn McLaughlin. Charlie Webb will be in 5th place, with Jessica Edgar in 6th, Oliver Stewart 7th, Connor Duncan 8th, Sam Shaw 9th, and Dan Gunchard, your championship leader, will be in 10th place. So that is your top 10 for Junior X30 final. Looking forward to that one. The sun still beating down. It is 29.8 degrees in the commentary box, or the wobble box as we've nicknamed it today. So very warm. Looking forward to a very cold drink at the end of today. 2 more races to go, as we've said. And yeah, really looking forward to this one. This will be the final of the day. And thank you for sticking with us. We've got Jay Kennedy saying, come on Harry. I'm assuming that's for Harry Burgoyne Jr. And I'm going to hand down to DJ with your race winners.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yes, we're down in the kind of winner's circle here with 1, 2 and 3, and we've got Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay, you crossed the line, hands in the air. That looked like it was meant a lot to you for that one.
Yeah, I've been waiting for this all the season. It feels just right.
I mean, talk us through the season so far, because of course it's been very tough with Leo. You know, he's been very quick out there, but to come here at Larkhall, taking the first final win, of course, for you, you've got it all again tomorrow as well. But yeah, that must be a great feeling for you.
Yeah, at the beginning of the season we struggled a bit here. Yesterday, practice, really fast pace, and in the race just kept it. I knew he was behind. I sort of found a little bit of pace, pulled away, and then just managed to open the gap and keep it there.
Is there anyone you'd like to thank? Of course, a great victory for you.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Paul, Gossie, Grice, my mum and dad for bringing me here, my brother for supporting me, and all the other people.
Excellent stuff. Well, a great result for you and another final win.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Macaulay Bishop, your race winner. Let's see if we can trap to Leo. Leo, come on over. You still got your helmet on. You must be cooking in there, eh? Well, what a final that was. Talk us through it, because, again, you were right behind Macaulay at the start of it, but then you started to drop back. What happened?
Yeah, we were right behind. Then I got a snap of oversteer going through the second corner, and I went onto the gravel, which lost some time. Then I managed to keep second place for the rest of the race.
So what you're saying here is that you are the best driver in the world for kicking the back end out, going on the gravel, holding on to second place and still finishing there. But that's excellent recovery for you. But yeah, it's been a fantastic season for you so far. You know, you've had many wins in the finals. Here at second place, it's still a good result for you, and you've got tomorrow as well to try and redeem yourself.
Yeah.
Lots of stuff for it. Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank all of the Algerians for supporting me, my mechanic and my dad for bringing me out here.
Excellent stuff. Well, Leo Robinson, great race for you. I reckon a few more laps, you could have had that one.
Yeah.
Let's hope so. Very well done. We'll see you tomorrow. Excellent. Great chance to that one. Let's have a word with our third place man, Mr. Spanswick. Come on over. Let's get you over here. Right. So that was an up and down race for you on that one, but we came back with another P3 for you. Well done.
Yeah. It was quite a tough race, but I got at the end.
I mean, talk us through what happened going into the boot, because we saw your teammate, number 33, go quite defensive, and then you just nice move around the outside. It looked very fast from our point of view.
Well, I don't think I was going to overtake him, but I just outbroke him.
You just got it done there, around the outside. It was a good old move, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was a nice one. Talk us through the race. You know, it looked tough, but talk us through your start procedure, of course, because the start's here at Larkhall, turn 1, very fast, isn't it?
Yeah, in the start, I'm just going through YouTube and looking through all the starts at Larkhall, seeing how to get the best second place start.
How to do a lap at Larkhall, was that what you typed in?
Well, yeah.
Excellent stuff. Well done on a third place, and we'll hopefully be chatting to you again tomorrow.
Okay.
Excellent stuff. Well done to our top 3 then. One more final to go, and then it's almost the end of our first day. But back over to you, Tom, in the comms box.
Okay, just while we're waiting for the Junior X30 final, we're going to do a quick little video that we had, an interview with Rob Smedley about his F1 memories.
So, Rob Smedley, you must have a cornucopia of British Grand Prix memories. Do you care to share a couple of your favourite ones?
Well, the two favourite ones I'm going to give you, one is from a work point of view, and the other one is from a fan point of view. And the best one from a work point of view was 2012 in Ferrari, where we didn't have the best car that season, and it was a wet, dry condition on the Sunday morning. We were wondering what to do, and even on the grid it was a little bit damp, but you know, we decided to go for slicks. Fernando Alonso, who, you know, in my opinion at that point was the greatest driver, you know, of that bunch. He just got what Fernando needs in a situation like that. He got a sniff of a victory. He was qualified about fourth to sixth on the grid. By the time he got on the Wellington Straight, he got himself into first position, tiptoeing through them damp conditions. And then it was just awesome. It was just a Fernando Alonso masterclass. And I remember Stefano Domenicali sitting next to me saying, but we haven't got the best car, we'll never win it. I said to him, Stefano, when this boy gets in front, he's got the inch, we've given him the inch, he's going to take the yard. And he did, and he never ever looked back. It was absolutely brilliant. So my favourite British Grand Prix memory as a fan, and I have to say it's my favourite Grand Prix memory of all time, was the first time my dad took me to Silverstone. It was 1988. We had those incredible engines. I didn't know anything about Grand Prix racing. I still know very little, in fact. But I walked into the paddock. He took me to Silverstone, and you know, I was 10, 11 years old, something like that. And we walked into the paddock, and I remember seeing that iconic 88 McLaren car whiz past, coming out of Woodcut at some ridiculous speed with a ridiculous noise, and I was just absolutely blown away. And I decided on that weekend, 11 years old, I was going to be a Formula 1 engineer. And it was kind of like a lifelong vocation to get there. But absolutely brilliant, you know, and I've got such great memories of going to the British Grand Prix with my dad.
Rob, thank you so much. That's such a unique perspective, you know, obviously winning it from the pit wall, but also, like everyone, that first time as a spectator where you got bit by the bug with your dad. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
And lovely to hear the thoughts of Rob Smedley. Talking of Fernando Alonso, we've actually got 2 drivers here on Alonso chassis.
We did.
In our Junior X30 final, I should say, not just across the entire field. I mean, just in this next race, we have Mikhail Singh, who's on an Alonso chassis for Dan Holland Racing, and Olivier Algieri as well, also for Dan Holland Racing, using an Alonso chassis. So perhaps that will bring them some good luck for the final.
Well, maybe so, maybe so. We'll find out in just a hot second. But and speaking of hot, it's very hot out there. The timer that you can just hear in the distance is the beeping of the entry gate to the dummy grid. If you don't make there before that beeper goes, you don't race. So, yeah.
Well, fortunately, it looks like everybody's been nice and organised and got here nice and early. The main reason everybody's nice and organised is that the weather has, and I keep touching upon it, but it's only because I'm so shocked at how good the weather has been here today, and it's forecast for it to be tomorrow as well.
I know.
It's genuinely, it's quite unusual up here to have weather like this, and we embrace it with both hands. But that's why everybody is here and nice and organised, because they haven't got to worry about tyres, because it's slicks, as slick as you can get them.
Exactly that. So, yeah, obviously they do get their tyres from the truck at the beginning of the weekend, and of course there's a frenzy of activity to get the tyres as quick as possible. There is a look at the current weather, 28 degrees. The wind has picked up, but the rain is null.
Definitely less than 10%. Yeah. I'd say less than 0.1% today.
I'd say 0.
Which is, as I say, very much unusual, because normally there is a 100% chance of rain at some point during the day in this area.
Not today, though. Not here at sunny Larkhall. We wouldn't want to spoil the last final of the day, which of course is Junior X30, and then we've got our final race of the day, which is actually a heat. So this is our last final of the double-header races, and then we go into the normal weekend for Honda Cadet a little bit later on as well.
Absolutely. So yes, the Junior X30 final followed by Heat 2 of Honda Cadet. 2 more races to go today. I'm glad you can join us. Keep your comments coming in. It's all gone a bit quiet again on the YouTube comments. If you've got somebody going out in the Junior X30 final, please give us a comment. Your grids are coming up now.
Indeed, yeah. Let's.
DJ will run you through them.
I will do my very best, I will. There we go then. They appear on the screen. They head out to the circuit. So, Bart Harrison starting on pole position for the final with Archie Walker alongside Harry Burgoyne Jr., the local lad, with Fionn McLaughlin on the second row. Charlie Webb, Jessica Edgar rounding out row number 3 with Oliver Stewart and Connor Duncan on row number 4. Sam Shaw and Dan Ginchard on row 5 with Kanato Lee and Brandon Carr on row number 6. Hayden Lynn and Josh Agambar on row 7 with Lorenzo Cordell and Harvey Ryby on row number 8. Charlie Rippin and Marcus Luzio on row 9 with Finley Harrison and Olivier Algieri. 11 with Gabriel Stilp and Reese Lomax on row number 12. Michael Ramsey, David McIntyre on row 13 with Mackay Singh and James Barty on row 14. Row 15, Freddie Allen, Joseph Rippon with Shavran Sham McGarvel on row 16 with Kian Gohill alongside Jack Cox and Henry Cottrell. We just about get to the end as they're coming into the final corner, but something tells me that they are not going green this time around because the field is spread out like... I'm not going to finish that comment. So, full course,
I'm trying to figure out where you were going with that. I genuinely still don't know. But yes, they were spread out.
Yeah, exactly. Full start.
Far too far apart.
Yeah.
So while they're going around in the formation lap, let's have a look at your YouTube comments. So we've got Hugo Gilbert has said, "Come on, Stilpy, get going." That's number 12, Gabriel Stilp. starting down sort of mid-pack. Where's Gabriel Stilp starting?
Gabriel Stilp.
DJ?
Gabriel Stilp. Where is Gabriel Stilp starting? He's somewhere on my list. He's starting on row 12. So in
11th. No,
14th. 13th. He's starting 13th.
Check out our quick maths.
He's starting 13th.
Okay.
But yeah, false start that first time around. This is, they know they don't want me to rush with the grids, but I always rush through them anyway. So something tells me, you know, we're not going green this time around, because look, the field's still massively spread out. They're going so fast. It's another false start.
I was right. He is 23rd.
Yeah, don't ignore me. Yeah, because of course, what's 2 times 12? Yeah, he's 23rd. It's not starting in 13th. It's 23rd. It's been a very long day.
It's
a very
29.9 degrees in this commentary box.
It's a little bit colder outside.
By the way, if anybody is in the paddock and wants to bring us bribes, we will give you mentions on the stream. That's a joke.
No.
That's a joke.
No, we won't. Bad, Tom.
That's a joke.
Bad,
but
Tom.
cold drinks are accepted in the commentary box if anybody wants to come along. And ice cream.
I tell you what,
and cake. Cake normally will get a mention. I tell you what, I'm much more fickle. I will just accept cake.
I got given ice cream at the NATSCA round at Fulbeck last weekend.
Did you?
I did, and I ate it during one of the races and I got told off.
Well, don't eat it during a race. I suppose it would have melted by the end. Now, it looks like we are travelling much more slowly this time. The grid is much more bunched up, and it looks like we could, well, get going third time lucky. Here we go.
Who's going to take the win this time? Archie Walker or Bart Harrison. Green flag down. Away we go. Whoa, look at that. They fan out massively. 4 wide into the braking zone of turn 1. Well, I say it's braking zone. There's not really much braking going on through it because it's nearly flat out. Into the braking zone. Little bit of concertina effect as they go through. Again, everyone getting through cleanly though, but they're going to have to watch out for those nose cone penalties. They whiz out of the corner and they scream out of the track onto the back straight, and it looks like a clean start from the entirety of the field.
So far, so good for your Junior X30s. Big grid here of Junior X30s as well, and fantastic to see them all well, side-by-side action all the way down the grid, and it looks like somebody got beached on the outside, and that's caused a ripple effect through the field and into that hairpin coming out of it, and it looks like there was even more nudges bumping and boring.
Yes, exactly that. So they will come out of the final corner and across the line, and it is Harrison from Burgoyne Junior, Archie Walker, Fionn McLaughlin, Jessica Edgar is up into P5, Connor Duncan, Oliver Stewart, Dan Ginchard, Brandon Carr, Charlie Webb. That is the top 10 as they stand at the moment. But yeah, the rest of the field, who did we have collide there? I think it was Matthew Hyde, Gabriel Stilp, Michael Rapsey and David McIntyre, who all came together at that infield hairpin. Yes. And we have had a non-starter, Jack Cox for MDL Motorsport.
Yes, indeed. And Bart Harrison really with the bit between his teeth now, getting his head down, doing the human DRS, shrimping behind the wheel to try and get maximum airflow over the top of the kart and not slamming into his face in the front and his helmet and disrupting that and causing more drag. So that's why we see him ducking down behind the steering wheel. But Burgoyne is right there now, 0.290 seconds behind. Fastest lap of the race as well for Burgoyne Junior on that previous lap of 51.08, a full quarter of a second faster than pretty much anybody else on the field.
Yeah, exactly that. So very close racing and very fast racing as well that we're seeing here.
And what we've seen, what we've mentioned before through the day as well, is that Burgoyne Junior has done thousands and thousands of laps around this circuit. Very, very local. Lives about 25, 30 miles north of here. And yeah, thousands and thousands of laps. If you're going to follow anybody around and learn learn this track and learn its nuances, that's your man to follow.
Oh dear, more contact. Oh, I keep saying that word. All gone P-tong there out of the hairpin.
3 wide on the grass.
It was, yeah, and it looked like one of the nose cones got ripped off. So even if they do get going, that's definitely going to be a nose cone penalty by the end of this final.
Yeah, so 3 wide on the track is bad enough, but 3 wide on the grass is definitely not where you want to be.
Exactly that. So out they go. Oliver Stewart, fastest lap of the race. Currently P5. He's just managed to get past Connor Duncan across that last lap. As they go through, there is Dan Ginchard there, the 49, right behind Connor Duncan as well. They slot into the hairpin there, all line astern, nice and clean at the top end of the grid here. Side by side though for the lead, down the inside goes Burgoyne Jr. Gets that job done and Harrison can't respond.
Not initially anyway. Burgoyne Jr., as we said, if you're going to learn the nuances here, Bart Harrison is going to need to follow Burgoyne here. We've got a warning flag for Barty, that's James Barty in 23rd place. We'll just see where he comes across the line. He comes across the line in 25th place actually, so he lost 2 places on that lap and got a warning flag for it as well.
There we go, support out on the stream for Cian Gohill, currently in 27th place, up 5 positions at the moment, so doing had a cracking start. 4 laps in, 11 minutes to go, and Burgoyne Jr. at the front of this grid from Harrison. Archie Walker still there in 3rd, McLaughlin 4th, Oliver Stewart 5th, then it's Dan Ginchard, Connor Duncan, Jessica Edgar pushed down slightly to 8th place, Brandon Carr in 9th, Sam Shaw rounding out the top 10 at the moment. As they go through the final corner, back onto the start-finish straight. There they are on your screen. 5-second time penalty for James Barty. That is a huge shame.
And Harrison he's managing to keep up with Burgoyne at the moment, and there's still nose to tail. They have dropped slightly, Archie Walker and Theo McLaughlin.
And indeed, out of the boot section onto the back straight. Whizzing past our cameraman out there. And a little bit wide there was the number 11 of Marcus Luzio. Canato Lee looking for a move down the inside for Strawberry Racing. Unable to do so. And again, they slot back into position here. Out of the final corner, across the line. Your race leaders, yeah, it's a 5-kart battle for the lead here.
Yes, it is. They've really brought everybody down to Oliver Stewart. So Burgoyne, Harrison, Walker, McLaughlin and Stewart all now fighting for the lead. Archie Walker setting the fastest lap of the race, a 50.5. That's a good 10th and a half quicker than we've seen at any point in this race so far.
Down the inside there goes the 17 of Oliver Stewart on Fionn McLaughlin. Gets that move done and moves up into P4. It looked like Fionn had gone slightly wide into the braking zone of turn 3 and just had to surrender that position. No time gained or lost, but just a position. So as they exit around now the penultimate corner into the final bend.
And Archie Walker setting that fastest lap of the race on the previous lap. That's really brought him up to the back of Bart Harrison now.
And here comes Bart Harrison down the inside of turn 1. Gets that job done nicely. Moves back up into the lead. Instantly he might have to go defensive. Doesn't go defensive. Stays on the straight and narrow. And no more overtakes. But that's now allowed this top 5 to really close up. And Connor Duncan is also latching onto the back of this group now.
Yes, indeed, and there goes Burgoyne back up the inside into the very tricky downhill right-hander here at Larkhall before they enter the hairpin, and that's him taking the lead from Bart Harrison. Archie Walker as well, looking very racy, but actually it's going to cost him as Oliver Stewart goes up the inside.
Oh, but there goes the 29 as well. Fionn McLaughlin comes back through as well. Connor Duncan's now onto the back of this pack as well.
He certainly is.
You can see there, KR Sport, Archie Walker. It looked like he'd been pushed down a fair few positions there. Has he gone through? Yeah, he does. So.
And there goes Duncan, wasting no time at all getting past Archie Walker. So Archie Walker losing, was looking at going into 2nd and is now sitting in 6th. Yep. Just shows how quickly these races can turn around.
Connor Duncan's first year in Junior X30 class. He was very good in the cadets last year, and he's proving his worth now in the junior category. And down the inside again, the 17 of Oliver Stewart gets past the number 3 of Bart Harrison. So that's a big move there, because now he's right there in 2nd place and it's just Harry Burgoyne Jr. to go.
Yeah, Oliver Stewart really making progress quickly through the race, and that was Finn McLaughlin going past the 3 of Bart Harrison. So Bart Harrison now down into 4th place.
Yeah, I think Bart Harrison's like a deer in the headlights, has been caught out there and has dropped a couple of positions. He's going to want to try and fight back on this one ASAP, and I think he does so. Oh, and look at that. That is Archie Walker straight back at Duncan, moving back up past him through turn 1.
A repeat of the previous lap, but in reverse order. So that's exactly what Duncan did to Walker, and Walker's just returned the favour.
He has indeed, yeah. 7 minutes to go, and oh dear me, that's the number 20 who's had a retirement. That's Lorenzo Cordell for Cato Motorsport. That's a huge disaster all the way down the grid and out of this race.
Yes, that's unfortunate. So that will be our second retirement. So we've had Jack Cox, who was a non-starter, and now Lorenzo Cordell, unfortunately, not going to finish this race.
6.5 minutes plus that one additional lap to go, and it's all still guns a-blazing at the front here. Burgoyne Jr. leading the way by half a second from Oliver Stewart. Then it's Fionn McLaughlin, Bart Harrison, Connor Duncan, Archie Walker are the top 6. They're in one big battle. Connor Duncan's now moved down into 6th place. Sam Shaw in 7th is slowly closing in on this lot as well. Same with Jessica Edgar and Charlie Webb. So the top 9 now very close on our screens. We'll keep a very close eye on that one. Then it's Marcus Luzio, Kanato Lee, Harvey Ryby, Olivia Algieri. Then it is Josh Agambar, Finley Harrison, Brandon Carr, Aidan Lynn. Then it's Charlie Rippin, Reese Lomax, Daniel Ginchard. He's dropped 10 positions in this one. He's having a nightmare this weekend here at Larkhall. Matthew Hyde, Michael Rapsey, Freddie Allen, Nathan Clifford, Gabriel Stilp, James Barty, Henry Cottrell, Mackay Singh, David McIntyre, Kian Gohill, Joseph Rippin, and Shavran Shanmugaval on 32nd place.
And Oliver Stewart has closed right in on the back of Harry Burgoyne Jr. now.
Oh, yes, he
was 0.3 of a second quicker that previous lap. So is he going to keep that momentum and move straight through? Or is he just going to sit there, keep his powder dry, and hope that the two of them can work together for the final 5 minutes plus a lap of this race?
Yeah. The Jade Racing team, of course, ones to worry about in this junior XZ country. You know, they had the winner in last year. They had Danny Curl for Jade Racing team. You know, he won the championship, and now he's off gallivanting around Europe, of course. Well, hopefully he's...
Gallivanting.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly that. You know, he's...
Because that's all it is. It's just a jolly, isn't it?
It is. It's a jolly around Europe. That's all it is. He's enjoying himself out there. So let's...
And we wish him the best of luck.
No, we wish him the best of luck. He was senior at X30.
I'm sure he's joining us today at some point.
Well, let's hope so. 4.5 minutes to go then. There is Connor Duncan on your screen, the local Scotsman who, again, also I don't think lives too far away from the circuit himself. Sam Shaw as well, just behind. And the 29, Fionn McLaughlin, Future Motorsport, also just in front. Out of the boot section, down the back straight, down the inside goes Duncan, looks for it, clips the curb. Almost gets his nose cone ripped off there, stays behind, and all is still well.
For now. Oh, and there we go up the inside. Oh, there was a big lunge, a very late lunge there from Oliver Stewart. Desperate almost lunge up the inside, pod to pod, wheel to wheel action, but made it through and immediately goes defensive. White lines it down the inside to defend from Burgoyne Jr., returning that favour.
And look how much closer now Bart Harrison has got after that initial moment there at that hairpin. He has closed right in on this group into the boot section. Now it's 3 karts for the race lead.
Big clunk on the inside of the entry to the boot section for Oliver Stewart as well. That will not help his exit from that section. His chassis definitely won't thank him for it, that's for sure.
His mechanic won't thank him either.
No, indeed. They are savage curbs, about a size 10 boot, and in fact we might have a replay of it.
I think
there we go, bang, over the inside, all 4 wheels off the ground. That's exactly how you can see. And also fantastic demonstration there of just how the suspension of a chassis works as well, because it does flex and move. There are no suspension on these karts. If you've never watched go-karting before, it's all the movement up and down, that horizontal movement is through the tyres and through the chassis actually bending.
If I've seen an advert for a rib protector, that was the best one.
Exactly, yes indeed. That will, and like you say, his mechanic will definitely not thank him for that one. But going still applying huge amounts of pressure to Oliver Stewart, with Bart Harrison and Archie Walker now right behind, and even bringing with them, are they bringing with, oh no, it is Walker's now gapped, Phil McLaughlin.
Yeah, he has. He's now latched onto the back of this group, isn't it? So it was 3 for the lead. It's now 4 for the lead with 2.5 minutes to go. Oliver Stewart leads the way in the 17 from Burgoyne Jr. Harrison, I say he was leading. It's not anymore. Whoa, it was a second. Oh, no, goodness me, what's happening there? Burgoyne Jr. tried to go down the inside. It was a very defensive move there by Stewart, and that has now lost Burgoyne Jr. Another place. He's moved down into, look at that, 4th place he's gone down
to. He had his nose in front for the lead for about a quarter of a second, and now he's down in 4th place in the space of 2 corners.
Archie Walker will be liking that, now up into P3, and now trying to get onto the back of Bart Harrison. Of course, all 4 of these drivers are incredibly quick, incredibly talented and skilled. So let's just see what they can do. Down the back straight now, it's still Stewart leading from Harrison. We look a little further down the order. Here is the 7 of Sam Shaw. He's got the number 3 plate, I think that is. Or no, I could be totally wrong. I believe that's Charlie Webb, the 24 plate, just behind as well. So the 29 just in front as well. Fionn McLaughlin has not managed to latch on to the back of that leading group, has fallen down the order, despite the fact he did start in 4th place, or 3rd place, I should say. He has dropped a few positions. So less than 2 minutes to go, or less than 90 seconds to go. Out of turn 1, Fionn McLaughlin again dropping positions, but into the boot we go. Again, clipping that curb on the inside, but it seems to be working for Oliver Stewart. Out of the corner he goes, looks over the shoulder, checks. Bart Harrison is right there. Defensive goes Stewart once more. It's so early to go defensive because, yes, he may be there, but there's still plenty of laps to go. There's still at least 3 laps to go.
That was giving Harrison a look up the inside, but because they both took that tight to line, that's allowed Walker and Burgoyne to close right back up again. And so just from that one move, all 4 are back together, nose to tail.
That just shows it was defensive into the fastest corner. But look, this has actually worked out well for Stewart, because now he's kind of, what he's done there is he's backed Harrison up into the 2 behind him, and now he's having to defend from them, which is allowing him to break away.
Absolutely. So in the space of half a lap, you've seen Oliver Stewart go defensive and cause the other 3 behind him to then all go defensive, because they're also worried about losing a position.
13 seconds left on the timer. Last lap board will come out this time, and I can categorically say that the dinner bell will ring for this one.
Gonna kick off.
I suspect so. The timer strikes 0. Down the inside goes Archie Walker for 2nd place, but now the 68 as well of Burgoyne Jr. follows, and Bart Harrison at this point now is losing positions left, right and centre because Connor Duncan's behind. He gets pushed out slightly wide there.
Where's Connor Duncan come from?
I know, well, all that scrapping, it's come out of nowhere. Into the final corner we go, but this has worked out amazingly for Oliver Stewart, because he's opened up a huge advantage now. He's got nearly a second on this group for 2nd place. Final lap goes out, but it's all guns are blazing here for 2nd place.
Yes, indeed. Archie Walker now, time to perfection, has moved his way into 2nd, slowly been picking them off throughout the race. It's been getting quicker and quicker, and now he's in P2. Hounded, you've got to say, by Harry Burgoyne Jr. as well.
Keep an eye on Sam Shaw, though, because he's surely going to catch up to the back of this one. Nice pun. There we go, into the left, the right-hand kink there, into the braking zone of the tight hairpin here. It's all pressure now for Archie Walker. He's had a great day so far. He goes defensive into the corner. There goes Harrison on Connor Duncan. Gets that job done. Holds back onto, I think that is 4th place. He's managed onto that one. But Oliver Stewart out of the final corner. There it is. Race win side by side for 2nd. Walker takes it from Burgoyne Jr.
by less than a tenth of a second as well. So well done to Archie Walker. That was as much as Oliver Stewart really won that race and won it by 1.12 seconds in the end. Archie Walker really timed his run to perfection coming through. So well done to him. Harry Burgoyne Jr. rounding out your podium. Then we will have Bart Harrison in 4th, Sam Shaw in 5th, and Connor Duncan losing a place on the final lap, as DJ fully predicted, in fact, to Sam Shaw. So then it was Connor Duncan in 6th, Charlie Webb, Fionn McLaughlin in 8th, Kanato Lee in 9th, and Marcus Luzio will round out your top 10. 11th went to Jessica Edgar, fantastic drive from her. Olivier Algieri in 12th, Harvey Ribby in 13th, Josh Agambar in 14th. 15th for Brandon Carr, then Finley Harrison. Daniel Gunchard, our championship leader, actually ended up in 17th place. We believe there was a spin. There was a comment on the YouTube feed that said that Gunchard had spun and is actually down in 17th. Then you had Matthew Hyde, Charlie Rippin, Aidan Lynn in rounding out the top 20. Reece Lomax, Freddie Allen, Gabriel Stilp, James Barty, Michael Rapsey, Harry Cottrell, Nathan Clifford, Mackay Singh, Joseph Rippin, David McIntyre, Kyan Gohill and Shrevan Shanmughaval in 32nd place. 2 non-finishers, as we saw, Lorenzo Cordal and Jack Cox. So that was your final of the day, and we thank you very much for joining us for it. There is one more race to go, which will be the Honda Cadets Heat 2. So as we've said before, the 4-stroke Honda Cadets and Bambinos are running what you would classify as a standard weekend. So they have their heats on the Saturday and then their finals on the Sunday. And the IAME group of championships that we have are running a double-header weekend, so that's why we've had heats and a final today, and then tomorrow we also have heats and a final. So that's how that's broken down, and why we've had finals today, and why we have a bit of an odd sort of in the schedule Heat 2 for Honda Cadets as our last race of the day. So that's how everything's working out. I will run you through the grid once DJ heads back up to us. But we're just waiting on DJ to get set up in the pit lane with Oliver Stewart, Archie Walker and Harry Burgoyne Jr. So we'll look forward to a chat from them. So I'll hand now down to DJ.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yes, in winner's circle again, Oliver Stewart. Stroke of genius from you with that defensive move. You managed to push your opponents into each other and you managed to break away.
Yeah, it was a really good race. I just had to use my head and try and get away. I knew the others were quick, and almost some of them, most of them quicker than me, but I just had to use my head to get away, and it was a good race. Close, very close.
Very close indeed, yeah, of course. Watching you race away again, real kind of head turner really of what's going through your mind. And of course this track is quite technical. You do get a bit of a break down the back straight, but it seems to be a very full-on circuit, doesn't it?
Yeah, very, very, very. Yeah, it's just really, really hard. There's not very many overtaking manoeuvres, you know, you've got to try and force your way through everywhere. As you've seen in the heat before, I was running into the grass. It was really tough, but no, it was good. I enjoyed it, and you know, had such a good close race.
Well, no, excellent stuff. And of course, with your opponents there as well, you know, just from this, it's a double header for you this weekend. You've got it all again tomorrow, but it's a good start to the weekend.
Yeah, it's a good start, and I'm just going to keep my head. It's not going to get my hopes up or anything. You know, tomorrow's a different day, so we'll see how it goes.
Excellent. Well, anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, all my sponsors, my mum, my dad, for coming here. Some of my sponsors that actually arrived at the track today as well. Yeah, it was just everything they do for me. I wouldn't be here without them. So, yeah, it's brilliant.
That's brilliant. Well done, Oliver Stewart, on a race win.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Right, well, let's have a chat with our second place man, Mr. Walker. Can't get your suit back on. There we go. Sorted out. Oh, right. Well, that looked like a very tough race from your point of view. Talk us through it, because you managed to get back into second place with a nice little lunge down the inside of that infield hairpin. But, yeah, very defensive moves as well.
Yeah, in the middle of the race, I struggled a bit. We fell back behind Duncan, but just managed to work my way back through, really. Had a bit of a gap behind me every time. And then just obviously got the lunge on Bart on like the second last lap, and then managed to cover it from there.
I mean, talk us through it, because again, we talk about this track being quite technical with the heat as well today. It's been quite tough, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's a really twisty track in the infield, and then you've got the open bit for the second and first corner. So overall, it's a challenge, and obviously in the heat, it doesn't make it any easier. But overall, I think the team and my dad have done a really good job to get me to the front.
And like I say, you've got it all again tomorrow, and yeah, anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, just everyone at the team, and Louis for the engines, and then just my parents for supporting me.
Excellent stuff. Well, very well done, Archie Walker, second place. Let's see if we can grab our local lad, Mr. Burgoyne Jr. Head up. Right, so, well, whoa, what a race that was. You look a bit exhausted after that one.
Yeah, just a little bit.
This is your local track, of course. You've done many, many laps around here. You don't live too far away from here, do you?
Nah, I only live like half an hour away, so it's not too bad. I don't do that much laps around here because we're always down south.
Ah, no, that's fair enough. But, well, with it being so close, are you staying at home or are you staying at the track at the moment?
Staying at home tonight.
That's the benefit, isn't it? So you get your TV, you get your bed, you get your shower, everything like that. You don't have to stay in a tent or a camper van here. So yeah, that's a huge benefit for tomorrow as well, I must admit.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, talk us through your race. Of course, that looked like excellent running, but from your point of view, how did it go?
Yeah, I thought the race went well. Just a little bit unlucky that I got squeezed on the grass near the end with 2 minutes to go, but then just had to fight back and got third at the end, so it was a good race. I
mean, yeah, great finish, finishing third. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, my parents, my sponsors, Strawberry Racing, Shocks Performance. Yeah, and that's it.
Excellent stuff. Well done, Mr. Burgoyne Jr. We'll let you go off and enjoy the revels of third place. Well, excellent stuff. That's the end of the finals, but it's not the end of the racing today. There's one more to go. It's time for Heat 2 of the Honda Cadets.
And there we have on the screen our Chris Walker from kartpicks.net, and if you would like to go and have a look there on kartpicks.net, there are some fantastic shots, not just from today, but in general. Great piece of art. If you've got a man cave or a woman cave, or an office, or you're a motorsport fan or anything like that, go on there, get yourself a nice, lovely artistic print on a canvas, put it up there. It elevates your entire room. Trust me, I've got one. So, thank you very much to Chris. As we said, he was down in Silverstone yesterday. Oh, thank you very much. As we said, bribery works. Thank you very much. Sorry, what was your name? Oh, there we go. Right, thank you very much indeed. We've had ice cream delivered to the commentary box. Thank you very much for that. We've just had ice creams delivered up to the commentary box. So DJ, you need to scrabble back here sharpish and get involved here because, yes, as we said, bribery works. So just give yourself a little shout out here. Say, just tell us a little bit who you are, what championship you run in, and what number you run.
Well, I'm Jensen Ackerman, number 32 in IAME today, and I'm doing the British Kart Championship at Larkhall.
Yes, indeed you are. Indeed you are, Jensen, and thank you very much for the ice cream. We did say bribery works very well to get you on the stream, and it certainly has in your case. So thank you very much indeed for that, and yeah, good luck for the rest of the day and for tomorrow as well. Thank you very much indeed. So there we go. And there you go, DJ, an ice cream.
Excellent.
It looks like a Kimi Räikkönen special as well.
Yeah, well, there we go. I got told off for eating an ice cream last time on the stream. I don't think I'll make the same mistake again.
Oh, we've got a minute or so, haven't we?
No. The producer, the disembodied voice in my head, James, is saying, well, give it to me then. And be like, no.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Ackerman. We are very much going to enjoy this.
Yes, yeah, much appreciated. It does get rather warm and hot in this commentary box. But I can see Mr. Chris Walker there, Kartpicks photographer. He's taking a photo because it's just like unbelievable. How have they managed to get an ice cream and I haven't? There we go.
Well, it's nudging 30 degrees in the commentary box, as I keep saying. So these are...
It's nudging 30 degrees out there.
These are very welcome. So thank you very much, Mrs. Ackerman. And thank you, Jensen, as well.
There we go. Very nice. Very nice.
Very kind of you.
Yes. This is probably a good time to go to an ad break so I can eat an ice cream.
Well, it would be, but I don't think we've got one queued up. So instead, what we'll do is I will read you through the top 10 of the Honda Cadet grid. So we have Joshua Graham on pole, Lewis Islin in P2, Owen Neve P3, Max Cuthbert in P4, Thomas Spearing P5, William Murphy P6, Timo Youngling starting P7, but we did see him flying through in the earlier heat and leading for most of it. Leon Hasty with the S-plate, the Scottish champion, starting P9, and then it will be Noah Wolf in P10. So Noah Wolf, who we saw in IAME Cadet, is now running in Honda Cadet as well.
Indeed, you are correct. Karts make their way out onto the circuit.
And we're about to get brain freeze.
Exactly that. Joshua Graham starting on the front row with Lewis Islin alongside Owen Neve and Max Cuthbert on row number 2. Thomas Spearing and William Murphy on row 3 with Timo Jungling. He's had a tough weekend so far and he's capitalised on this one with Leon Hasty alongside the Scottish driver. Noah Wolf, fresh from his second place finish in the IAME Cadets, is back for his second heat in Honda Cadet with Kenzo Craigie alongside on row number 5, Albert Friend and Cole Denham on row number 6. Harrison Whitcomb and Aris Majuskas on row 7 with Lucas Blanford and Jarrett Clark on row number 8. Oscar Tumulty and Noah Pikes on row 9 with Noah Barham and Gregor Reed on row 10. Luke Holmes-Ballock, Jack West, Harley Musk and Max Endicott round out row 11 and 12 with the Kai Clark rounding out the grid on row 13.
Now, are we going to get going first time? It does look like they're slowing down quite early out of the back.
Standing
of course
start,
it is. It's a standing start for Honda Cadets.
4 stroke,
Of course it is. Yes, indeed. Well, that's handy.
Stop eating ice cream. It's impeccably unprofessional. There we go. But they're going to come round a grid start, of course. The 4 strokes, the rumble in the jungle is back again once more.
And you can see them just testing their steering as they come onto the grid.
I mean, it's completely unnecessary. Testing it there, they're going about 5 miles an hour. I don't think it's got any real benefit to it, but yeah, there we go. It is what it is. Now, look here. All the karts, the noses are pointed inwards.
Yes, indeed. In fact, who is that? Is that 98, 95? It must be William Murphy. Looking very racy. Almost at 45 degrees he was there. Pointing at the, not even at the entrance to turn 1. Oh, in fact, look, there's a few of them being shuffled back. I'm told to straighten up ever so slightly because that could well be an advantage.
Exactly that. Well, let's see how
they
go.
Look. So that was one who was aggressively angled over to their left, our right, as we look at it.
Well, let's see.
So we are about to get going for your Honda Cadet Heat 2. I'll try and take you through it as best I can. Green flag about to be raised at the back, so what we will see is 4 lights over the start line, and then we will see those lights go out, and here we have 3 lights, 4 lights, and away we go. Green flag here for Heat 2 of Honda Cadet. All looking very nice and clean so far as they go line astern through the 3rd apex of turn 1 and into the boot section for the first time. Very clean so far, very, very clean in fact. Lovely to see. Well done from our Honda Cadets, and they head out onto the back straight. Only 1 kart side by side, 2 now as they head further down the field, as the camera pans further down the field, and we've got, I'm just waiting for them to come across the line, it looks like Joshua Graham from Lewis Islin, from Owen Neve and Max Cuthbert, but I will confirm that. And in fact, we've had a warning flag already for Max Cuthbert, so that might have been starting out position, it could well have been a jump start. Not quite sure what that was for. Unfortunately, we don't get the details up here in the commentary box at the moment for penalties. But here we go, and we will get them across the line for the first time, and I will give you the rundown of the top 10. So it is indeed Joshua Graham from Lewis Islin, Owen Neve, Thomas Spearing, William Murphy, Timo Jungling, Leon Hasty, Noah Wolf, and Albert Friend, and we've actually lost Max Cuthbert, so there must have been an issue there. That's why he got the warning flag. He's dropped down into 12th place for Max Cuthbert from 4th on the grid. Oh, side by side here as well. That's the 75 and the 45. That's Noah Wolf and Thomas Spearing as well. So yes, Thomas Spearing down in 5th place, and Noah Wolf is really coming through the grid now. He's looks like he's up to, well, he's up to 8th, as you see. Move around on the timing screen, a bit like a fruit machine, up and down, everybody goes round and round, as is usual for the Honda Cadets. We'll be taking pretty much every corner for your Honda Cadet field. We love them. 4 strokes, completely different sound to the 2 strokes that we've been seeing for most of the day. These 200cc Extreme Honda engines. Different sound, different smell as well. Much more reliable engine, I've got to say. Much, much more reliable. But here we go. Down the back straight once more. 7.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. it is Joshua Graham from Lewis Isling from Timo Youngling. So Timo Youngling, who we saw before in the previous heat, starting lower down and working his way very quickly towards the front, has done so again. He's not quite bringing Leon Hasty with him this time. We've got a yellow flag. We've got somebody off. Who's that? That's the 95 of William Murphy off at the hairpin and has managed to get back going again. I can see out of the commentary box window he is going again. So, yes, unfortunate for Mr. Murphy. But he's going again now. And we have a nice little gap now for Joshua Graham from Lewis Isling. Timo Youngling is still working his way through, so he's still in third place. And Leon Hasty is now following him through, as we saw before in the previous heat, up to fourth place. Welcome back, DJ.
Thank you very much. It also gave me an opportunity to do my screen. If you did wonder why the cameras did go a bit funny for one moment, that's because producer James had to go out for a moment and he let the commentator have a go with the cameras, and well, what could go wrong with that one? There we go. So, yes, we're back now. We're all at full strength again. 6.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap. Talk to me. What's happened so far, Tom? What have I missed?
You've missed Timo Youngling and Leon Hasty coming back through the field, as they did in the previous heat, and absolutely flying back through. So they are currently running third and fourth, as you can see them on your screen. And in fact, Lewis Isling is now caught right up to the back of Joshua Graham, and looks like he might be ready to make a move very shortly.
Indeed, indeed. We'll keep a very close eye on that one. So
they are certainly going to bring Youngling and Hasty with them as well. So Youngling and Hasty, and in fact Hasty setting the fastest lap on that last lap as well. So he's going to work with Youngling again, and they're going to work their way back up to the front.
You could be correct indeed. The S-plate, Leon Hasty, fastest lap of the race, 58.610 for him at the moment. There is Noah Wolf there, just squeezing past your screen. Where is Noah? He's in 5th place at the moment, just behind Leon. So again, he's getting pulled along by him. He's got the very close company, though, of Kenzo Craigie and Thomas Spearing just behind him as well. Those three are going to have to work together to catch that top 4 group, as we can see there. Youngling, I think, tried to go around the outside for 2nd place, and I believe he's done so. Oh, a little bit of jostling there, and he's now lost a place there. So they managed to get through. 5 minutes to go. Oh no, 5-second time penalty for the 44, Kenzo Craigie. What a disaster for him.
And he's in 6th place at the moment as well. So not sure what the 5-second penalty was for, but Noah Wolf moving his way up through the field as well. So we've got Noah Wolf, Kenzo Craigie, Timo Youngling and Leon Hasty are your biggest movers so far, with Kai Clark as well down in 19th, has made up 6 places.
Indeed, he has 1.5 minutes plus that 1 additional lap. Graham leads from Hasty, Youngling, Islin, and it's Noah Wolf, Craigie, Spearing, Cuthbert, Denham, Neve, Majewskis, Whitcomb, Friend, Clark, Barham. Then it's Blandford, Tumulty, Pikes, Clark, West, Endicott, Reed, Musk, Holmes, Ballock and Murphy. 25 carts still running at the moment out there, as it's the rumble in the jungle from the 4 strokes.
And it's the rumble over the outside of the hairpin as well, over the washboard effect now. Unfortunately, we've got a black and white, sorry, a black and red meatball flag for Jack West.
It's black and orange.
Is it?
Yeah, it's orange.
Well,
there we go. But yeah, the meatball flag. No one likes to see the meatball flag. I like meatballs, but I don't.
I was going to say potato, but then nothing rhymes with orange. Like
no, nothing actually rhymes with orange.
I know. So that's why. So I couldn't do that with the
Exactly.
Sorry, the ice cream's gone to my head. Right, so fastest lap of the race last time round from Cole Denham. 58.5, a good 6/10 faster than Joshua Graham, our race leader.
Yes, indeed. Oh, look at this, though. Down the inside goes the number... Well, was it the number 4 of Joshua Graham getting back in front? It was indeed. Yes, it was. But here comes the S-plate once more.
And following it through is Youngling as well.
Youngling follows through, just slices.
And is Islin going to go through as well? Not quite. It was almost a 3-cart freight train coming through there.
It was indeed. But look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Count them as they cross the line. It looks like the top 10 are in one big group here for the lead. Round the outside. Or down the inside goes to number 4. Whoa, look at this.
It's all the S-plate.
It has indeed. Right, okay, so it's all changed positions again. So now it's Youngling who's leading the way. It's all kicking off now because Noah Wolf's in this as well. Look at the S-plate. Oh, what's happened to
Leon Hasty has dropped right down the order and is currently Well, according to the timing there in 4th, but I think he might even be lower than that.
I think he could be lower than that. So now the number 4, Joshua Graham
Whoa,
is
and
back
off again. He's off again.
He is
That was Leon Hasty again, wasn't it? On the outside of the track?
I think you could be right, yeah. Another one of the karts. It looked like one of the Ambition Motorsport karts had gone off as well. But side by side still for the lead here because it's Youngling and...
He's 9th now.
Yeah, Youngling and Graham side by side again. It's all kicking off here as they go through again. Everyone slotting into position. Oh, God blimey, I wouldn't like to be in race control for this one.
Leon Hasty is not a happy chappy behind the wheel of that kart.
Oh, wow, okay, so the 91 has just left the pit lane right in front of our race leaders. That's Albert Friend. He gets out of the way now, but, oh, blimey, that was close for him there. Oh, it was the 92, sorry, it was the 92. So
Jack West after his
it was, yeah.
black and orange.
So, sorry, it was not Albert Friend, it was Jack West.
And he was allowed to continue as well, which was a question that we had earlier on.
Yeah,
so he is allowed to continue once that technical infringement has been fixed.
Blue flags come out then as we've got a back marker in this lead pack. But after it's all calmed down a bit now, I have to say, thank goodness. Youngling now leads from Graham. Wolf, I believe, now is in third place. No, Wolf, yeah, he is, yeah, you can see him. Kenzo Craigie is in 4th place, but has got that 5-second time penalty. So he's going to need to watch out for that one, because with the karts all line astern there, he's looking at finishing much further down the order than he actually is. Line astern here, Cuthbert there, you could just see in 5th place. Denham there in 6th, with Owen Neve in 7th. Spearing is there, and Hasty 9th place for him.
He is, but the red mist seems to be clearing a little bit, because he lost a lot of time initially. We're down into 30 seconds plus a lap. But I think he's going to come back up.
Yep, 75 makes a move there. Spearing on Neve, gets up 1 place. Here comes, though, Graham down the inside of Youngling. Gets the job done. Now, Wolf is under pressure. He throws a hand up going, what are you doing? Work together. Let's catch up to these guys. Here we go. Oh, there we go. Bit of front to rear there as they exit through the time. And look at this, 3 wide. And look at that, Wolf takes the lead into the final corner through the penultimate S's, and there we go, out of the final corner they go with 3 seconds to go. 2, 1, is it last lap this time? No, with 1 second to spare, we get another lap in. Oh, goodness me. Here we go then, it's not over yet. Down the back straight then, defensive goes the number 10 of Cuthbert. Gets a little nudge there for good measure, but slots back into position as they go through. The number 4 under pressure as well. Graham putting it on Cuthbert. Out they go. There we can see. Wolf looks over his shoulder. Kenzo Craigie says, go. Because, of course, he's got his 5-second time penalty. If he can get in front and have a gap of 5 seconds, this could be a race win for Kenzo Craigie. That would be absolutely amazing for him. As they go into it, 2nd place is a great result for him at the moment here in this heat 2. But as they go round, it's all line astern, 1, 2, 3. Craigie goes defensive from Youngling into the hairpin. And again, they all slot back into position. But Hasty, 5-second time penalty. Oh, no.
Oh, no, that's adding insult to injury, really, isn't it, with him dropping back. And Youngling with a late move up the inside. What they would call in NASCAR the slide job, straight in front of Craigie. And got the push out of the corner for good benefit as well.
Exactly that. And again, Craigie pointing, just saying, don't worry about me, just go, go, go. I want to open up a 5-second gap to these guys, but on the final lap, that is going to be a tall order to ask for. Out of the boot they go, down the back straight. Again, looking over his shoulder, he says, just go, don't worry about me, stop defending. But here we go then. Noah Wolf is leading this pack now. Youngling there in 2nd place, defending furiously, but Craigie doesn't want him to defend. The 75 down the outside, Spearing tries to go the long way round as well, can't quite do it. Now they're all line astern here. Who's got through there? Oh, blimey, who is that got through? I think it was the number 4, was it? I think it was. I think it was Joshua Graham who's moved up now into P3. So this has all kicked off here for Honda Cadet. It always does. Just wait for the final tomorrow, because that's when it all kicks off. Oh, very defensive there.
For Leon Hasty.
It is indeed, but out of the finish, the checker flag goes out. Noah Wolf takes the win from Youngling and Graham.
Wow.
Oh, goodness me.
And breathe.
And breathe. Well, goodness me. It all goes quickly with these Honda Cadets, doesn't it?
And William Murphy setting the fastest lap of the race on the last lap.
Well, there you go.
As well, a 58.48, down in 20th place.
Now,
William Murphy actually went off and spun off on the outside of the hairpin. So didn't have the best of races, but certainly had some pace.
Well, he certainly had some pace indeed. Right then, so there is your race winner, Noah Wolf, and the 45, second in his final earlier on in the IAME Cadets. And there it is, your provisional race results pending Paul Klassen, Noah Wolf, Timo Youngling, Joshua Graham, Kenzo Craigie, Cole Denham, Max Cuthbert, Leon Hasty, Thomas Spearing. Then it is Owen Neve, Harrison Whitcomb, Aris Majuskas, Lewis Islin, the top 12. Then it's Albert Friend, Oscar Tumulty. Then it's Jarrett Clark, Noah Bareham, Kai Clark, Noah Pikes, Lucas Blandford, William Murphy, Luca Holmes-Ballack, Gregor Reed, Harley Musk, and Max Endicott round out the top 24. Then it's Jack West, who finishes in 25th place. Well,
that's it.
That's it for today, isn't it? Yeah, that was our last race of the day. We are back tomorrow. Of course, they've got warm-ups early morning, kick-starting 9 o'clock for warm-up, so early risers for the drivers, but the heats, they do not start tomorrow until, well, the first race is at 11:05, so Mr. Disembodied Voice in my head, what time are we live tomorrow morning? 10:55 is when we're live tomorrow morning. So
Disembodied.
There we go. So at 10:55, that is when we are back live again. But I just want to say, at the end of today, a huge well done to Tom, yourself, because of course, you know, it's your first time here in the Motorsport UK paddock, and you've been jumped in at the deep end, taking over Henry's spot, and I have to say you've done an absolutely marvellous job.
Oh, thank you very much, DJ. Well, it's been an absolute pleasure being here. Henry has rather big shoes to fill, metaphorically, not literally. Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure being here. I've really enjoyed it, and I'm really looking forward to doing it all again tomorrow.
We do indeed have it all again tomorrow. And again, a huge shout out to all the marshals out on circuit for their incredible job today with helping with the safety as well. A huge thank you to all the Motorsport UK officials. A huge thank you to all the competitors and the parents and everything like that. Everyone, and the medical team, of course.
The medical team
who have had a lovely quiet day, which is good to see. That is what we like to expect. Well, from us here at Larkhall, this has been Saturday. We're back again tomorrow, 10:55. Please join us then. Thank you very much and have a pleasant evening.